Come on. Come on, be good to me, please. Behave. Is it working? Am I live? Can you see me? Working now, I think? I think it is. It's looking stable. I don't trust it though. You know when you have it, you have those moments and you don't think you can trust it. You see a turnip. Excellent. It's just that little bitrate monitor on the top of... Okay, it's gone green. On top of Twitch has gone green as well. Okay. Good. I know it looks like I'm in Chronopolis. And I know I was leveling up Chef, but it's not how it seems. Oh, well, first of all, hello everybody. How are you all doing? How are you all doing? There was support needed in the tannery. Where am I going? Hopeport. Magic. So, a bit of a shaky start. Sorry for that, guys. This is going to be another one of those ones where I do need to do the work run part of the way in. But I'll be back after that. But we're still trying out... Oh, I better set up the... Let me get the book up. So we're still doing the... 1984 read, which it keeps going to the wrong page, but there we go. So I've changed the values for the read a little bit, so it's only 500 turnips, just to see if it makes it a bit busier, because it was a little quiet yesterday doing it. And I've added little things for following and subscribly poos and stuff like that. Oh, the vegetables are looking a bit better. There we go. We're up a bit. So, yeah. Yeah, we'll keep on keeping on with that as well. I've also decided that if I complete a chapter, then I'll read an entire chapter that I will post on YouTube, so you can listen to it all in one go. If people really like it and would actually hear it, well, like to hear it in one go where it actually makes maybe a bit more sense than a page at a time. But that's the reward for completing each chapter. I'll put it, because I'm probably going to have to upload it in chapters anyway. And we'll give that a bash. So if we get through a chapter, I'll post up a full recording of it. I don't know if I'll put it on my YouTube channel where I put all of this stuff, or if I'm better to put it on another YouTube channel so it's not kind of lost in amongst the bump of the stream. But we'll see how that goes. Steady. Got skills 20 up to mines on 3 characters now. Nice. Very nice. I am behind on the bone rights then, it seems. Okay, stream manager, are you gonna look a bit for me there? Lovely. Here we go. Beautiful. But I better get some chef levels on. Oh, I've got the bounty board available. And actually, I need to go back. I need to do these once I've done this. Not bounties, the ventures. I need to get the ventures set up as well. Oh my goodness, I'm all fingers and thumbs. Ah, a rushed start. How are you all? How are you all now that I've calmed down? There we are. Got the hump out of the way. Hump and bump. Is this pinned? There we go. Manually pinned. There we go. It's pinned. Before I forget. Hello, Steady. Hello, Traveler. Hello, Conman. Thank you for coming in. Welcome, welcome. Hey, there's my brother. Oh my goodness, that actually looks like him. Jeez. Hello. Welcome. Welcome to the comfortable turnip field. There we go. Hello, bro. How are you doing? I've seen you've been on this a lot today. Enjoying the game? Do you like it then? You're still playing it after a week, so I'm assuming so. There we go. Okay, we'll sell these and then I'll quickly go get these venture sorted. I will redo the merchant one, but I probably won't do the detective one. I might do the mining one instead. So let's quicker from the outskirts, I think. Let's get this one. And it's your fault. I hope you know that. I'm glad to take that blame. I'll take the blame to have cemented some happiness for you. Okay, mines in Mantapan. Go to the mines deep. I think there's a storage in these tunnels somewhere. Yeah, it's in the grimy, slimy dungeon. Okay, we'll put it in there. Let's just skip on through, please. So is it hindering your Path of Exile playthrough then? Have I successfully slowed it all down? Here we go. Activate this. And we'll be all good. I love this machine. It's so cool. Yeah! Perfect. Okay. No. Teleport. Hope port. Excellent. Done. Ready. Done all the little bits. Callum, just a bit, although the passive allows me to do both. Yeah, although admittedly, when I'm playing Path of Exile, I've managed to keep kind of active in this at the same time. Don't ask me how. A lot of pausing, I suppose, is the easiest way to describe it. It's kind of easy to describe how, actually, so you can ask me how if you wish. I pause it. Mix these. Mix. Put it in the room in case anything more comes up other than the Hooters, the Hoot Owls. Hoot Owls and Hooters. And we'll get back into the cooking, shall we? Oh, why am I doing the vegetables? I was supposed to do the bounty board. Which I might actually want to get now before it refreshes. We'll have time. This happens quickly. Or quick enough. I'll end up doing 2 sets of bounties in a row, probably. Marvellous. Lovely. I was actually meaning to check. Nope, wasn't nothing. Here we are. Have I get this put away? There. Okay, I'm all caught up. Lovely. So, what are you up to, Callum? Let's have a look. Oh, you aren't catching up with me. That's good. That helps. Is Conman still playing? Conman, are you still playing this game from time to time? Let's see how... I've still got 200 or so levels ahead of steady. I managed to play a bit more today, actually, whilst I was pootering about the house. I got it set up and I was... I mean, admittedly, I went back to the tannery, leatherworking and stuff. But I got a few extra levels. We are 605, so... Not bad. Not bad. Comment, no, I've been slacking. We'll play next couple of weeks with no work, I'd imagine. Oh, you got time off work for Crimbley. Good. Okay, just take them before they're gone. Sweet. So, sausage and mash we can do, and it's eels, eels, and eels. So we need 7 rocky jelly eels and yellowtail garnered soup. I think I might have the 3... Sweet. So I just need 3 stock, 3 potatoes, 3 sausages, and we'll get some of these started, and then we'll pick up the rest of the fish we need on our run back. Okay, stock. And the good potatoes. There we are. Here we go. Fishing and cooking. That's my RuneScape nostalgia. This is where you belong. I kind of remember that as well, to be honest, from your RuneScape. Okay, we'll make the garnage. soup, and then we'll do the potatoes. Steady again. I'm a bit slow since spreading my time between 3 characters. I don't see that steady. I've not noticed. After Monday, off for 10 days. Nice. I am looking forward to next week. It's going to be a busy week. Got quite a bit going on. I'm looking forward to a quiet Christmas as well. Our first, it's just myself and Laura. A little bit odd, I know, to have a Christmas alone, but I don't know. We've just been in the mood for it. This is all. Sausages. Okay, so sausage mash is going to Captain Yard Green and Big Sean for the garnered soup. That's good because it'll be easy to pick up the fish on the way back from them that we need. It's quite easy bounties, actually. That and spamming want to buy Rune Medium Helm 15k. Apparently they don't do that anymore, Callum, because of the Grand Exchange or something. People were saying it's a bit of a shame. Ding! 26. There we go. Ah, level cooking is the doddle. Don't know what the complaints are about. Booked hand. Big Sean. Mine was always want to buy runestone. I could never be bothered with buying runestone. Oh. Or never be bothered mining it. I always end up buying the stuff. Here we go. I'll get the rocky jellied eels. To be honest, the next bounties should be up shortly after this as well. Nice. Very nice. So 6. Oh, it's 7. 7. One more before run away from them. One more, please. Thank you. We'll get the jelly. I'll just fill my inventory with the rest of the jelly. We can store what's left. Because we're using it a lot. Callum, seeing people trade hats in this is the closest I have seen. Hopefully they don't add an exchange to this. They haven't completely said what the trading is going to be. It is on one of their higher agendas to get done, as far as I'm aware. The AMA had said. But there is 2 marketplaces in Chronopolis. Like, it actually says player marketplace there, so I suspect it might have to be there. I don't know if it's going to be done like the Grand Exchange or if they've said how it's going to be done and I've just missed it, but hello. I see you. I see you. But I do know that you have to have the premium to trade. That is something they said you do have to have. Okay. Store the jelly. Check the bounty board because I can probably pick up the rest of the stuff while we're out. Appetizing vegetable stews, that's easy. Another jellied eel. So it's 5 vegetable stews, chicken and leek pies. So I'll need one more rocky jellied eel. Okay, we can do that. So Robin at the Vincible. And I need 2 gloves at Little Lucy. Vincible is there. This should be quite straightforward, the next bounty as well. But I must admit, yeah, people trading hats in Hopeport does bring back the nostalgia. It's very nice. I have missed that. Oh, Lorraine! Hello! How are you doing? I will get your page reading up. No problem at all. It is good to go. I will do it when we are cooking, shall we? So it can be a little bit less disturbed. I'll get that. What I'll do is, if it runs over the 5 minutes and somebody stacks another page, we'll read a couple of pages. That's kind of how I think I'll do it now. Morning coffee and making the rounds around the streams. Cool, cool. Are you streaming again today? I know everybody was talking about we should collab again, and it didn't happen last night, but I kind of knew I was ending a bit earlier than I usually do, so... That I'm terrified to ask as well, so... I don't know why. I know you'd probably agree to it, but I just hate asking. Where are they? There we go. So it's precisely what they needed to fulfill their plans. That sounds a bit ominous. Okay, let's get the vegetables. About the morning coffee. Did you sleep well? Good rest? How long were you streaming for? Is it another late one, or a nice easygoing Thursday? Okay, we need another rocky eel. Let's go. We'll need 5 vegetables and 7 of each for the chicken and leek pie. I don't know if that's all going to fit. I have to see. No, I'll need 21 spaces. What I'll do is I'll actually make the chicken leek pies first, and then we can drop them. So it'll be... And there we go. I've got the jelly in for the eels, so we'll make these first. Other than uncertain, I have a patchy Christmas party in a few hours, but we might have a stream during the festivities. Alright, only put in 9 hours or so. I could get some extra sleep for that today. Yeah, I did about 9 hours yesterday as well. It was fun though. I'm kind of enjoying doing this a little bit earlier. Feels like I can kind of warm up before I do the work run, and then ramp it up a little bit. But I have your book recording page saved. I wonder if I'll wait till the bounties are done, and then I'll read it out, because this will be pretty cool. OBS disconnect. Be right back. There we go. Ooh. Ooh. I think it's going to be one of those nights. I don't know what's upsetting OBS, but it's not happy. I think I'm back. Here we go. Okay. And 5 vegetable stews. You know what? I'll just make an inventory full of vegetable stews, and then we can read the page. So what we have left will do, and what we have left we can sell, because it is the appetizing ones. There we go. Wonder if it's going to be one of those nights for it. Nerd! Okay, Olerain, I've got your page. Here we go. That's due. It's going to be his diary entry that we're reading as well, so... Here we are. So where we left him, he was entering his first diary entry and wondering what it would actually mean for those that could read it. April 4th, 1984. Last night to the flicks. All war films. One very good one of a ship full of refugees being bombed somewhere in the Mediterranean. Audience much amused by shots of a great huge fat man trying to swim away with a helicopter after him. First you saw him wallowing along in the water like a porpoise. Then you saw him through the helicopter's gun sights. Then he was full of holes, and the sea round him turned pink, and he sank as suddenly as though the holes had let in the water. Audience shouting with laughter when he sank. Then you saw a lifeboat full of children, with a helicopter hovering over it. There was a middle-aged woman, might have been a Jewess, sitting up in the bow with a little boy about 3 years old in her arms. Little boy screaming with fright and hiding his head between her breasts as if he was trying to burrow right into her, and the woman putting her arms around him and comforting him, although she was blue with fright herself. All the time covering him up as much as possible as if she thought her arms could keep the bullets off of him. Then the helicopter planted a 20-kilo bomb in among them, terrific flash, and the boat went all to matchwood. Then there was a wonderful shot of a child's arm going up, 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 right up into the air. A helicopter with a camera in its nose must have followed it up, and there was a lot of applause from the party seats, but a woman down in the pro part of the house suddenly started kicking up a fuss and shouting they didn't oughter have showed it, not in front of kids. It ain't right, not in front of kids. It ain't until the police turned her out. I don't suppose anything happened to her. Nobody cares what the proles say. Typical prole reaction. They never. Winston stopped writing, partly because he was suffering from cramp. He did not know what he had made him pour out the stream of rubbish. But the curious thing was that while he was doing so, a totally different memory had clarified itself in his mind, to the point where he almost felt equal to writing it down. It was, he now realized, because of his other incident, that he had suddenly decided to come home and begin the diary today. Magic. Thank you, Lorraine, for the first page of today. Lovely. So, Scrapyard, Sentry Drogentown, Rocky Road, Invincible, Mel's Fishing Supplies. Okay, that's here. Mad Jesus! Hello, hello! How are you doing? Recovering from the wreckage of our game night, your mech's wreckage. What are they having? Appetizing vegetable juice. Perfect. So the Invincible. The one and only Wondrous Turnip. I don't know, I like to say it like that. I mean, I think I am the one and only Wondrous Turnip. I don't know if there's many other turnips. How wondrous they are, I wouldn't care to comment. I can't know them all, I suppose. Also, hi chat. What a rebel, writing in a diary. I know. To be honest, I like how they've written the diary in person's cadence. It is, I mean, it's quite typical of good writing now, because I imagine people who go into writing probably read and studied 1984, but so many times I've read it not so well. Jelly deals. This Robin is getting like all the foods. Okay, and the scrap merchant. My Jesus, I have anger issues today, wanted to distract me. So I opened up YouTube, but nothing interesting, so I swapped to Twitch, and here I am. Oh, I'm glad. Well, you must have caught me in the book reading, so hopefully that's a bit relaxing. My lawyer destroyed my nerves because of $40. It's just annoying. Fizz. I can't swear, so. Or I find it difficult to swear. It needs to really urge out of me without my mind's notice. So, fizz. It's the best I can offer you. I can't give the gratifying... It's why I surround myself with people that can swear, and then I'm just in awe how people can cuss with joy. And there's me, cussless. Okay, who is this sentry? Is this one of the guards? Oh my goodness, it's so blinking far away. Really? Ugh. We got it today, figured out I told him I'm more than willing to pay if he sends me a receipt for what he does, and why I should pay him this $40 more. After 4 years, by the way. My case is 4 years ago. Oh, this just came up out of the blue, out of something that was done and dusted, I guess, by the sounds of it. For flying saucers. Oh, Lorraine, can I pinch that? Please. Because I quite like that. That would actually help me quite a lot. Thank you. Because I have, like, fudge and cookies and sugary donuts and stuff like that for many cusses, but... Oh, they ordered it for Christmas. For flying saucers. I don't give it enough punch either, though. I sound quite relaxed. Oh, for flying saucers. Mmm. It's actually quite delicious. I like it. Thank you. Okay. I should have sold the excess before running back in here. But the bounties are done, so let's sell the excess and get back into the cooking. But yeah. Was that 500 turnips a bit easier to manage, Alarain? Because you stream a lot, you won't be in my streams as much as many others. Does that seem a more reasonable price? Because it wasn't happening much yesterday. I was wondering if maybe 1,000's just a bit much. But I've added that I'll do pages for follows and subscribly poos. And I didn't mention raids, but I think raids go without saying, really. Jesus, I think I don't curse that much either. I do like your non-cursing thing, but this guy just drives me wild. That is fair. I mean, I do swear. I'm not completely clean in the air. I think I swore a lot more when I was younger, and I don't know if that might be true, if I'm just imagining it. Maybe I just felt it. My family... I wouldn't say my family swore a lot, but there was swearing. We didn't have anything really dead set against it. My parents weren't overly strict about it, but they didn't like it when we were kids, so they definitely discouraged it, but not to a stranglehold kind of degree. They weren't that strict over it. They liked their kids having an identity. I just don't think I exercised it as much. I don't recall it happening often in the household, though. Oh, someone's doing the lobster. I thought lobster was something you avoid. Oh, it's Anime Girl Feet. What a name. Yes, it feels worth it, but not out of reach. I feel that my parents didn't like it either, but I remember my dad cursing sometimes. I mean, the parents always try their best to keep it from their kids. They all go in with a firm hand, I suppose, but it's going to happen sometimes. When frustration builds up, it's automatic, isn't it? That's when it catches me. It's automatic. Sometimes it turns into a fun slip. Yes, broad poop. That was a good one. I still need to sound clip that so I can actually use it for something. Or sound bite it, rather. Sound clip. The old broad poop. I might actually listen to it again. Let's hear my fumble. Oh, did I accidentally make a broad poop? Sounds like me. Well, it is me, but yeah. Yeah, I do struggle with the SHIT word, but poop is quite satisfying. Although it makes me sound a little bit like Vector from Despicable Me. I believe he said poop. You can't have them swearing in a children's program, I guess. Movie, even. More cooking. Hey! 27. Look at me. Level 607. Was that 2 levels in cooking already? Nice. Not quite tired of the vegetable stew yet, but we'll be working at it. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I just thought about if you want to be family friendly, I think there are rules against cursing. I don't have kids, so I don't care enough. Yes, I've not made my channel family friendly. I think I've said that it's not suitable for kids. I've put that on YouTube as well, so... Because the conversations I get into, I mean, some of them are rather filthy. I don't mind being filthy, it's just... I don't need to swear to be filthy. Oh my. Callum, it's so disconcerting how accurate you got that character to look like yourself. It's actually jarring. Especially because it's so limited in the kind of art style. I don't know how you managed to achieve it. Oh, and you should never level up again. You've got the perfect number. The number. 69. Oh. So rude. I can that too, being filthy without cursing or something. My lawyer just called me because I wrote a bad review on him. He tries to block it, but it's without any mean words, just the truth, kinda. So it probably gets free tomorrow or so. That's my evil side, being evil without being rude. I mean, I'm good at being rude. The weird thing is, I used to get the most complaints in areas that I worked, especially in store settings and such. It's only because I think people just like to complain about me because they would constantly try to, like many customers do, they try to break you. They try to rally you up to get their own way. And I just loved contesting it and calling them out on it. And I would actually just call it out straight to their face, which is rude. Calling them liars and all kinds of things. But they were. So, yeah. And I would just have the conversations in the office. You can't call people liars. You can't say they're just trying to cheat the system to get freebies. And I would even tell my management, saying, "Oh, yes, I can. I just did. You just don't like it." Smirking all over, I feel you. Yeah, it's satisfying. It really is. It's also incredibly dangerous if you want to keep your job. I don't advise it. I have lost work over such things. I must admit, I don't know how I was kept on in Maplin so long. I'm just surprised they never got rid of me sooner. It was kind of bizarre. They had every reason. I had a thick binder filled with complaints. They had like one of those filing boxes. They're usually about, actually they're about the depth of maybe 2 cartridges of printer paper. You probably, anybody who's worked in an office setting will know what I mean. It's got the one flat top piece, but you can actually slide it into a shelf. But it's not a binder, it just holds lots of paperwork. That was supposed to be for all the complaints for the staff. And I remember they had that, and then they had an extra binder which had mine in. Kept in the bottom of the filing cabinet with the other box. Ah, my greatest achievements. So many. Everybody else's combined was not even close to half the complaints I managed to achieve in that place. And they still never fired me. I don't know why. I don't know how I got away with it. It's criminal, but hey ho. But it was great. Those customers would never come back to me again. They would avoid me in the store, and I could tell they were seething with the fact that they never got me fired. Which just spurred me on even further. Come at me. I will cast you down again. I do miss it sometimes. I do miss it. I'm in a happier job now, though, so there's less of that confrontation, admittedly. It's kind of nice not having the confrontation, but sometimes, sometimes you just want to let loose. Anybody else have those moments where you don't actually have anyone to argue with, but you just come up with an argument in your head? Sometimes you might even verbalize it to yourself. I know I do. Maybe that's a bit odd, or not something many go through, but I do. That's not something to be proud of, but I'm laughing, not gonna lie. Come on. Pride in not getting fired whilst having a binder that thick? I think it's quite good. I think the reason is I wasn't ever really wrong, and I never actually did anything wrong. Because I don't swear, because I didn't insult them, and because I only spoke a thought, and I never actually objectively said, "You are a liar," or anything like that. I only kind of inferred that kind of practice that they were on. I don't think they actually had any grounds to fire me on. I wasn't being clever about it. I wasn't being deliberate and being, oh, I know how to get out of this one. It just isn't in my nature to speak to people in that manner. So they couldn't boot me. And the one thing that store, because it was an electronic store, is it had CCTV and everything everywhere. So even when people would say, oh, he was screaming in my face, they would go into the CCTV footage and they would just see me talking calmly to them. No screamy face or rage as they described it. So with them lying in their complaints, I think it was. But they had to file complaints regardless. Whether it was regarded as true or untrue, they still had to file them. So I got lots of complaints, but I think many of the customers exaggerated it because they always did say, I'm going to get you fired. You're going to lose your job over this. I was just like, okay, complain away. I was like, this is a retail job. Nobody's afraid to lose this job. It's minimum wage, like every other retail job. I will just go get another minimum wage job. Thank you. Oh, another book read. Sorry, Elrain, I nearly missed it. Here we go. Back to Winston. It had happened that morning at the ministry, if anything so nebulous could be said to happen. It was nearly 1100, and in the records department where Winston worked, they were dragging the chairs out of the cubicles and grouping them in the centre of the hall opposite the big telescreen, in preparation for the 2 minutes hate. Winston was just taking his place in one of the middle rows when two people whom he knew by sight but had never spoken to came unexpectedly into the room. One of them was a girl whom he often passed in the corridors. He did not know her name, but he knew that she worked in the fiction department. Presumably, since he had sometimes seen her with oily hands and carrying a spanner. She had some mechanical job on one of the novel-writing machines. She was a bold-looking girl of about 27, with thick hair, a freckled face, and swift athletic movements. A narrow scarlet sash, emblem of the Junior Anti-Sex League, was wound several times round the waist of her overalls, just tightly enough to bring out the shapeliness of her hips. Winston had disliked her from the very first moment of seeing her. He knew the reason. It was because of the atmosphere of hockey fields and cold baths and community hikes and general clean-mindedness which she managed to carry about with her. He disliked nearly all women, and especially the young and pretty ones. It was always the women, and above all the young ones, who were the most bigoted adherents of the party. The swallowers of slogans, the amateur spies and nosers out of unorthodoxy. But this particular girl gave him the impression of being more dangerous than most. Once, when they passed in the corridor, she gave him a quick sidelong glance, which seemed to pierce right into him and, for a moment, had filled him with black terror. The idea had even crossed his mind that she might be an agent of the Thought Police. That it was true was very unlikely. Still, he continued to feel peculiar uneasiness, which had fear mixed up in as well as hostility, whenever she was anywhere near him. Winston's had a bad day. Magical. Magis, yeah, it's achievement. And yeah, I suppose you were a good worker there, so they won't fire you. But I have inner fights with things like this. I want to be a good guy. Yeah, I was a good worker, but so was everybody in that store. Like, it would never have collapsed if I was gone. And Maplin didn't have a huge turnover. I think they would have found a replacement not too difficult if they had got rid of me. I know, like, technically I was very resourceful in that store, but it's only because they let everybody was resourceful in that store, because I must admit the company allowed them to be. So it wasn't really... I wasn't a foundational brick. I wasn't one of the ones where if I was gone, the place would come tumbling down. Not by a long shot. Most of us aren't. I know we like to think that if I leave or they get rid of me, this place will fall apart. Never happens. Never happens. We like to think it, but... It's much more investing to think, if I leave, I could find better than this. You don't have to worry about the company you leave behind. Don't worry about it. If you're not enjoying it, just think of it that way. Put a positive spin on it for your own benefit. Boo, boo, boo. That's hella important for me. I have a weird job history, to say it so. I have a really weird job history as well. It darts from, like, I've done retail, hospitality, done bus driving, I've done kitchen work, I have... What else have I done? I have done office work, although I must admit I left office work as quickly as I had found it. My goodness, I did not have the patience for that. Hats off to people that can do that kind of work, but paperwork and that kind of filing and man, I can't do it. I can't do it. Breaks me down. But everything else, yeah. I mean, I quite enjoyed most of my work. Okay. Another run down. More work? Okay then. Cape is that? Is that wood cutting? That must be wood cutting, yeah. I just noticed the tree and the saws and stuff. Okay. Weird job history, but I love my job now and I'm never going to quit it. Probably because it's more worth to me. I like what I do than anything else, if that makes sense. I'm getting drunk, so my English skills start getting worse. Alcohol does do that. I can't have a drinky poos right now. I need to do a little bit of a work run later. To be honest, I don't actually drink that much, to be fair. But yes, if I do drink, it does. Okay, I'm very sorry. Oh, don't be sorry. I've got nothing against it. I just don't. I do drink. I don't often get drunk anymore, is all. When I looked back on the times that I would go out drinking a lot, if I really was honest with myself, I don't know if I actually enjoyed it all that much. It was nice when it was a big celebratory party for something, but like the weekend drinking kind of element, I kind of just fell out of. It just wasn't for me. The social drinking, I suppose, is that's the way to put it. Just got called by a group of friends. It's Friday. They bought a vaporizer for weed and drinking beer, invited me over. So I'm going to hop over to that. Oh, and you even talked about not drinking at all. I make it even worse. I do drink. I just, not as much. It's not as much. I do enjoy it, though. But I do leave your stream open for the viewer count in the next days. Oh, thank you very much for the lucky poos. Thank you. I appreciate it. I just need my OBS to behave the rest of the night. That's all. See how that goes down. Yeah, I did hear you talk about whiskey for hours. Yeah, but do you get... Oh, well, I was going to say, do you get drunk on whiskey? But then I remember you saw me and Danielle on the whiskey. So, yeah. I won't comment further. That was a wedding, though. That was different, you know. Normally, I don't drink whiskey like that. Especially malt whiskey. That was an exception. I mean, I would say I don't plan to get drunk tonight, but Jay Walker has a habit of getting me drunk. Can happen. So I don't plan to get drunk tonight, but I bet Jay Walker plans for me to get drunk tonight. Well, there's always... I suppose it depends on the setting. Like, if I am at home. I'm comfortable like I am now. There's just me, the dog, and my lovely partner with me. And I decide, you know what, I'll have a little rum and coke. I can have a rum and coke and stop right there. If I'm at a friend's and they say, oh, do you want a drink? I was like, oh, I'll just have one little drink. They'll be like, one? And they'll line them up. And then, you have to be polite. That's different. That's not my fault. It's completely different as well. So, but I must say, I don't think there's a drink where if I see it, I'll be like, oh yeah, that's gonna get me drunk. Like, I dive from drink to drink. Although I must admit, I have gotten into liking my wine recently. I've never completed a bottle by myself, but I'd like, because now that I've found that there's actually wines that I like, it's actually become quite good. Tequila. I refuse to drink tequila. Tequila gives you a bad memory if you've had tequila too much. Tequila has that kind of flavor that if you're being punished for afterwards, usually over the porcelain throne or the porcelain bucket, in whichever direction it seems to be throwing out, you remember it was tequila. Tequila doesn't let you forget. So I think a lot of people have some bad memories of tequila. I'm still writing messages in WhatsApp, so I listen. But tequila all around is so damn hot. I like tequila. I must admit, I've had my bad memory of tequila, but I still like tequila. I wouldn't drink tequila all night, though. Like, tequila, for me, is like a chaser drink. You know, if you arrive a little bit behind everybody else, you need something to just pep you up and get you in the social mood. I wouldn't drink tequila all night. I mean, Mad Jesus, you could do that with any drink, and if salt isn't good with it, you could use sherbet. There's a freebie for everybody. If you have the sweet tooth. Here we go. 28 chef. All right. Oh, I'll be up to 61 chef in no time. What was everybody complaining about? Or does this slow down dramatically even at the low levels? How close am I to the next set of bounties? But yeah, tequila can be used in exactly the way that Mad Jesus described, but I would argue that if you prefer sweeter drinks, some kind of sherbet. Boop-biddle-doo. There we go. Plus, it's cleaner than dairy products. Cream is a nightmare. Vegetable stew. We've got still like 15 minutes before the next bounty board. I might actually have to collect those bounties before I do the work run. Just so that we have them ready to complete. Although, no, I should be well back way before the next hour after that, I would imagine. Marvelous. Okay, let's see how I'm doing. Can I update my... I'm still in the top 4,200. Can't quite update. It's getting slower to go up this total level count. 608, 607s. I wish you could see more of the list to see what kind of distance you would jump by gaining a level. Bow, 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 bow. Do, 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 do. Oh, God. Here we go. Okay. More vegetables. Always be buying vegetables. It's definitely not quite the moneymaker as Chronopolis. Makes money, but not the same. Not by a long shot. Now we must chop the vegetables. Delicious. Especially the rude-shaped ones. We can't keep them whole. They must not be seen. Terrible knife control. Look at that stray hand on the board. It's begging for an accident. Got to tuck those little digits in. Got to tuck them in. Always look after your digits. Boo-doo-boo. Ba-na-na-na-na-na-na. Go. There we go. More stew. It's just so quiet here. Everybody just works away in like silence. It's more noticeable considering I went to the tannery earlier today. Saying that, it's quite early from the people I usually meet as well, so. Bum, bum, ba-na-na. Ba-ba-da, ba-ba-ba-ba-da. Ba-da, ba-da. Buy my stew. Thank you, head chef. Right, Kevin. Was it Kevin? I think it's Kevin. More vegetables, Kevin. Keep them coming. Yeah, it's Kevin. More vegetables, please. Oh, fantastic. Vegetables are looking so much better. Name. Zech. Need. R pudding. B elf. P Santa. Have YBO tree. YWO pudding. PG elf. All the code writing coming up in the trading now. I mean, I did trade for a lot of my hats, but now that I'm so many hours beyond finishing the collection, my dupes are through the roof. I don't know if anybody's needing to be completing any of theirs. So I transmog that off. There we go, got our beautiful shoes again. Almost time? Cool. Cool. Just leave him in the chair. You can stay cozy, Washi. Yeah, you can stay cozy in the chair. We'll leave you here. Clever boy. Good dog. Cool. I'll come in a bit. Okie dokie. So I will have to do the worky poo run soon, but it's a quick jaunt. Like yesterday, I'll be back fairly quickly. And then we can really cook. Or maybe... I could spare up to the time that new bounties come in, and then we know what we're coming back into as well. Might not be a bad idea. One more for the road? Absolutely. I will sell these ones and I'll give you another page for the road, Olerain. No trouble at all. I feel like that 500 turnips is a better price, is it? Seems to be a bit easier to redeem. Buy your pages. Get your pages here. 500 turnips a page. Bargain prices. Pages of books. Here we go. Boop, 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 boop. Go. I feel better about it. Would have taken ages to actually finish the book otherwise. Not super easy to make 500, but worth the effort for a good 1.5 minutes or so of book. Well, I think the idea was I'd get a few people that come in and go, and between people buying the pages, it should go a little bit more quickly. But the starts of the streams are always a bit quieter and stuff, so here we go. Okay. Let's find out more about Winston's day that he's not enjoyed. So, back to 1984. The other person was a man named O'Brien, a member of the Inner Party and holder of some post so important and remote that Winston had only a dim idea of its nature. A momentary hush passed over the group of people around the chairs as they saw the black overalls of an Inner Party member approaching. O'Brien was a large, burly man with a thick neck and a coarse, humorous, brutal face. In spite of his formidable appearance, he had a certain charm of manner. He had a trick of resettling his spectacles on his nose, which was curiously disarming. In some indefinable way, curiously civilized. It was a gesture which, if anyone had still thought in such terms, might have recalled an 18th century nobleman offering his snuff box. Winston had seen O'Brien perhaps a dozen times in almost as many years. He felt deeply drawn to him, and not solely because he was intrigued by the contrast between O'Brien's urbane manner and his prize-fighter's physique. Much more it was because of his secretly held belief, or perhaps not even a belief, merely a hope, that O'Brien's political orthodoxy was not perfect. Something in his face suggested irresistibly, and again perhaps it was not even unorthodoxy that was written in his face, but simply intelligence. But at any rate, he had the appearance of being a person that you could talk to if somehow you could cheat the telescreen and get him along. Winston had never made the smallest effort to verify this guess. Indeed, there was no way of doing so. At the moment, O'Brien glanced at his wristwatch, saw that it was nearly 1100, and evidently decided to stay in the records department until the 2 minutes hate was over. He took a chair in the same row as Winston, a couple of places away. A small, sandy-haired woman who worked in the next cubicle to Winston was between them. The girl with the dark hair was sitting immediately behind. There you go, Lorraine. One for the road. Lovely. I will finish these stews. We will grab the bounty board, and then I will go do the work run. But I'll be back shortly after that to continue. Turnip Book Club Best Club. Are you enjoying it? I'm glad. I'm glad. I'll warm up to it a bit better. And I'll be in my full, proper reading voice before long. It's just a little odd. I haven't tried it before, so I hope it's sounding good. I hope it sounds all right. Okay, grab the bounty board and we'll dash off. I'm pretty sure I'll be back well before the next hour, but because it's only ever like 15-20 minutes. The guard's usually an easy AFK to do. I'm gone. Still the creepy street louse. Okay, let's go bop some street louse. while I head off. Wise old man just dying there. It's been a few years since I've read the book, so I'm excited to get through it as well. You're doing great. It's an engaging moment when you read. Ah, thank you. Well, I'll keep it up, and like I said, every chapter I finish, I will do a full chapter read that I'll put onto my YouTube or something for people to enjoy. And I'll take it from there. So, here we go. Okay, I'm off to do the work run. I will be back in 15-20 minutes or so, and I'll see you all then. I'll just leave it up for now. It'll probably go to the title screen, but I'm sure you're all okay with that. I will see you all very, very soon. Be right back. Before you know it. Also, if any pages are redeemed at this moment, I will let them stand. I will read them all off when I return, just in case anybody follows or pays the turnips or subscribly poos. It won't go to waste. I have it marked off where the last one was up from Lorraine there, and I will add any more. So watch them roads. I will, Conman. I will be very careful. They're very quiet roads by me. It's the middle of nowhere, so I'm sure I'll be okay. But a few agricultural equipments might be on the roads. Watch out for them. Well, I suppose that's some of the deadliest machinery to crash into. If I come back looking like a mangled mess, please call a hospital for me. Or an ambulance, preferably, actually. I don't think the hospital's going to come out. Be right back. I'm back. Is that the scheme? There you go. Okie dokie fokies. It took a little bit longer, but we're all good. Hello. Two little Windex. Thank you for the... What the... 100? Okay, I'll turn my viewer counter on. 100... Oh my god. Two little Windex, thank you for the raid. And the follow, and page read. Okay. How did I... So it was 2 pages for a raid. 1 for the follow. 3, 4. Okay, I've got 5 pages to read. Guys, hello! Oh, you disappear for 20 minutes. How are you doing, guys? Hello, welcome to the Turnip Field. Story time with Turnip. Yes. Okay. Yeah, I will... I'll get the cooking on and then I'll read the pages. How are you all doing? Tulu Index, if you're still there. Sorry I missed it. But thank you for the follow. Thank you for the raid. Surprise! Actually, Traveller, I got the Discord message of you saying drive safe and I thought, that's really sweet, but it seems a bit odd. I've done this a couple of times. And he has to raid, so I dropped your name before realizing you're away. Oh, thank you, Traveller. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I will get the vegetable stew on, and it looks like I'm due you all 5 pages to read. Twisty, it's good to see you. How are you doing? Oh, you sent the pic of the viewer count. I didn't actually open it on Discord. I just had the drop-down message notification. I didn't know. Thank you. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, I see it now. Thank you. Okay. Well, welcome everybody. I hope you like reading and voices. And hello, Sea Potato. You're here for the story time as well. Again, it's who all joined. I've missed so much messages. Oh, Sea Potato, you've added a 6th page. I'm going to be doing a lot of reading, I think. Thank you. Wow. I think I peaked over 150. I'm happy. Wherever it rests, traveler. It wasn't my average day to begin with. Okay. I will have to break this down pages at a time, but it looks like every time I'm doing the cooking bit, I will be actually doing a page. So Winston was just sandwiched between O'Brien, a freckly-faced lady, and the dark-haired lady that he did not like so much. So we will continue. This is George Orwell's 1984 for those new to the stream. The next moment, a hideous, grinding speech, as of some monstrous machine running without oil, burst from the big telescreen at the end of the room. It was a noise that set one's teeth on edge and bristled the hair at the back of one's neck. The hate had started. As usual, the face of Emmanuel Goldstein, the enemy of the people, had flashed onto the screen. There were hisses here and there among the audience. The little sandy-haired woman gave a squeak of mingled fear and disgust. Goldstein was the renegade and backslider who once, long ago, how long ago, nobody quite remembered, had been one of the leading figures of the party, almost on a level with Big Brother himself, and then had engaged in counter-revolutionary activities, had been condemned to death, and had mysteriously escaped and disappeared. Oh, someone messaged me. The programs of 2 Minutes Hate varied from day to day, but there was none in which Goldstein was not the principal figure. He was the primal traitor, the earliest defiler of the party's purity. All subsequent crimes against the party, all treacheries, acts of sabotage, heresies, deviations sprang directly out of his teaching. Somewhere, or other, there was still alive and hatching his conspiracies. Perhaps somewhere beyond the sea, under the protection of his foreign paymasters, perhaps even. So, it was occasionally rumoured in some hiding place in Oceania herself. Okay. Haraga57, thank you for the follow. That does add another page. So, it's one page that we've got 6 more to go, guys. I will put them through. Thank you, Haraga. Welcome to the turnip field. I hope you're doing well. Thank you. So I actually read 1984 a week ago. Oh, did you like? This is my first time reading it, Sea Potato. I've never read this book before. I know it's one of the greats. It's a crime to have not read it before. But I'd rather admit I hadn't read it than be one that says they have when they haven't. So here we go. Haraga, hello. You are doing well. That is good to hear. Lovely, lovely. You are a good reader. Thank you, Sea Potato. I've been getting that quite a bit lately. This has only started since yesterday. We're just trying it out. See how it goes. If people like it, we'll keep it going. So, Winston's diaphragm was constricted. He could never see the face of Goldstein without a painful mixture of emotions. It was a lean, Jewish face with a great fuzzy aureole of white hair and a small goatee beard. A clever face, and yet somehow inherently despicable, with a kind of senile silliness in the long, thin nose, near the end of which a pair of spectacles were perched. It resembled the face of a sheep, and the voice, too, had a sheep-like quality. Goldstein was delivering his usual venomous attack upon the doctrines of the party, an attack so exaggerated and perverse that a child should have been able to see through it, and yet just plausible enough to fill one with an alarmed feeling that other people, less level-headed than oneself, might be taken in by it. He was abusing Big Brother. He was denouncing the dictatorship of the party. He was demanding the immediate conclusion of peace with Eurasia. He was advocating freedom of speech, freedom of the press, freedom of assembly, freedom of thought. He was crying hysterically that the revolution had been betrayed, and all this in rapid polysyllabic speech, which is a sort of parody of habitual style of the orators of the party, and even contained newspeak words. More newspeak words, indeed, than any party member would normally use in real life. And all the while, lest one should be in any doubt as to the reality which Goldstein's spacious trap covered, behind his head, on the telescreen, there marched the endless columns of the Eurasian army. Row after row of solid-looking men with expressionless Asiatic faces, who swam up to the surface of the screen and vanished to be replaced by others exactly similar. The dull, rhythmic tramp of the soldiers' boots formed the background to Goldstein's bleating voice. PM Twisty, another page. Okay. Hi there. I do a lot more audibles, but I love a good book, period. I love a good book. I love reading. This seemed like a good way to get through some books as well. I've also promised people that each time I close a chapter, I'll actually read a full chapter that I might post onto YouTube as well. And I might actually get through a chapter quicker than I thought if I get raided by 100 people every now and again. We're getting through the whole book tonight. It might actually be the case. Olarin's got 2 more pages in reserve currently. Maybe, my goodness, maybe we will get through a lot of the book tonight. I mean, that doesn't bother me. We've got the perfect game for reading a book, don't we? Got the time. That's an 8-page count now, and I've only done 2, so there's 6 left. That you still have for me to go through now. But, my goodness, thanks for joining me, guys. There we go. More vegetables. We'll get them ticking over, and we'll get the next pages on, shall we? Alright, we're gonna make this man finish the book tonight. It ain't that long a book. It isn't really. It's what? A couple of 100 pages? 200? 250, I think it was, it said. I didn't actually check. I didn't actually check. I'm not gonna check. We'll see how it goes. Okay. Before the hate had proceeded for 30 seconds, uncontrollable exclamations of rage were breaking out from half the people in the room. The self-satisfied, sheep-like face on the screen, and the terrifying power of the Eurasian army behind it were too much to be borne. Besides, the sight or even the thought of Goldstein produced fear and anger automatically. He was an object of hatred, more constant than either Eurasia or Eastasia. Since when Oceania was at war with one of these powers, it was generally at peace with the other. But what was strange was that although Goldstein was hated and despised by everybody, although every day and 1,000 times a day, on platforms, on the telescreen, in newspapers, in books, his theories were refuted, smashed, ridiculed, held up to the general gaze of the pitiful rubbish that they were. In spite of all this, his influence never seemed to grow less. Always, there were fresh dupes waiting to be seduced by him. A day never passed when spies and saboteurs acting under his directions were not unmasked by the thought police. He was the commander of a vast shadowy army, an underground network of conspirators dedicated to the overthrow of the state. The Brotherhood, its name was supposed to be. There were also whispered stories of a terrible book, a compendium of all the heresies, of which Goldstein was the author and which circulated clandestinely here and there. It was a book without a title. People referred to it, if at all, simply as the book. But one knew of such things only through vague rumors. Neither the Brotherhood nor the book was a subject that any ordinary party member would mention if there was a way of avoiding it. In its second minute, the hate rose to a frenzy. People were leaping up and down in their places and shouting at the tops of their voices in an effort to drown the maddening bleating voice that came from the screen. The little sandy-haired woman had turned bright pink, and her mouth was opening and shutting like that of a landed fish. Even O'Brien's heavy face was flushed. He was sitting very straight in his chair, his powerful chest swelling and quivering as though he were standing up to the assault of a wave. The dark-haired girl behind Winston had begun crying out, "Swine! Swine! Swine!" And suddenly, she picked up a heavy Newspeak dictionary and flung it at the screen. It struck Goldstein's nose and bounced off. The voice continued inexorably. In a lucid moment, Winston found that he was shouting with the others and kicking his heel violently against the rung of his chair. The horrible thing about the 2 minutes hate was not that one was obliged to act a part, but, on the contrary, that it was impossible to avoid joining in. Here we go. Is that another one, Twisty? Thank you. My goodness. I told everyone, vote to make next book God Emperor of Dune. Is it public domain? Yeah. As long as it's public domain, you know what? I'll give things a go. I don't know if God of Dune is... Boo, Goldstein, long live Big Brother. Are y'all captivated? Y'all want to join Big Brother? I love Big Brother. All love Big Brother. Fill the hate. You're all for it. I love a good story time. There's been a few books suggested. Someone suggested some of the Sherlock Holmes books as well, so that could actually be good as well. Okay, here we go. We're back at it. So, it was impossible to avoid joining in. Within 30 seconds, any pretense was always unnecessary. A hideous ecstasy of fear and vindictiveness, a desire to kill, to torture, to smash faces in with a sledgehammer, seemed to flow through the whole group of people like an electric current, turning one even against one's will into a grimacing, screaming lunatic. And yet, the rage that one felt was an abstract, undirected emotion which could be switched from one object to another like the flame of a blow lamp. Thus, at one moment, Winston's hatred was not turned against Goldstein at all, but, on the contrary, against Big Brother, the party, and the thought police. And at such moments his heart went out to the lonely, derided heretic on the screen, sole guardian of truth and sanity in a world of lies. And yet, the very next instant, he was at one with the people around him. And all that was said of Goldstein seemed to be true. At those moments, his secret loathing of Big Brother changed into adoration, and Big Brother seemed to tower up, an invincible, fearless protector, standing like a rock against the hordes of Asia. And Goldstein, in spite of his isolation, his helplessness, and the doubt that hung about his very existence, seemed like some sinister enchanter, capable, by the mere power of his voice, of wrecking the structure of civilization. It was even possible at moments to switch one's hatreds this way or that by a voluntary act. Suddenly, by the sort of violent effort with which one wrenches one's head away from the pillow in a nightmare. Winston succeeded in transferring his hatred from the face on the screen to the dark-haired girl behind him. Vivid, beautiful hallucinations flashed through his mind. He would flog her to death with a rubber truncheon. He would tie her naked to a stake and shoot her full of arrows like Saint Sebastian. He would ravish her and cut her throat at the moment of the climax. Better than before, moreover, he realized why it was that he hated her. He hated her because she was young and pretty and sexless. Because he wanted to go to bed with her and would never do so. Because round her sweet supple waist, which seemed to ask you to encircle it with your arm, there was only the odious scarlet sash, aggressive symbol of chastity. Man, Winston. My man. Jeez. Never seen this game before. It's kind of like RuneScape. Chaos Globe, it's made by the creators of RuneScape. It bears similarities, but in my mind is a bit tidier. And because of that, a bit more enjoyable and fun, to be honest. I realize everybody must be collecting their bounties, aren't they, or something. The kitchen's suddenly quiet. I just realized I didn't collect any of them. We'll quickly sweep them up. Oh no, it's a few minutes away. Okay. We're good. I didn't miss them. I thought I might have done. Here we go. Twisty. I mean, I'm actually catching up. So it was 8 pages. I got it down to 6. I got it down to 4 there, but now you put it back up to 5. So we're doing it. We're doing it. We are getting there. It's also in development. Yeah. I'd like to point out that Turnip has more than 2 times the viewers than Samuel at the moment. Is everybody staying in? I hid the view counter again because I was terrified about it. Oh my goodness, what am I? Oh my goodness, I shouldn't have looked. Thank you for sticking around, guys. 95, thank you. Guys, it actually does feel good. It's nice. Thank you. Thank you, Traveller. I know I should keep the view counter on. It's my own fears I'm running from. I'll get over it. You know what? I'll put it up. 91. My goodness. It's been a while since I've seen viewer counts like that. Thank you, guys. Hi, was that 1984 just joined to? Kilo, we are reading 1984. If you want more pages, and you definitely will have collected a lot of turnips, I'm sure. It's 500 turnips a page. A follow gets a page, and subscription gets 2 pages. But the follow and stuff stacks. There's a time limit on the turnip spending, but you can stack it with the follows and stuff. Okay. Here we go. He was looking at the dark-haired girl. The hate rose to its climax. The voice of Goldstein had become an actual sheep's bleat, and for an instant the face changed into that of a sheep. Get these on. Then the sheep face melted into the figure of a Eurasian soldier who seemed to be advancing, huge and terrible. His submachine gun roaring and seeming to spring out of the surface of the screen, so that some of the people in the front row actually flinched backwards in their seats. But in the same moment, drawing a deep sigh of relief from everybody, the hostile figure melted into the face of Big Brother. Black-haired, black-mustachioed, full of power and mysterious calm, and so vast that it almost filled up the screen. Nobody heard what Big Brother was saying. It was merely a few words of encouragement, the sort of words that are uttered in the din of battle, not distinguishable individually, but restoring confidence by the fact of being spoken. Then the face of Big Brother faded away again, and instead of the 3 slogans, the party stood out in bold capitals. War is peace. Freedom is slavery. Ignorance is strength. But the face of Big Brother seemed to persist for several seconds on the screen, as though the impact that it had made on everyone's eyeballs was too vivid to wear off immediately. The little sandy-haired woman had flung herself forward over the back of the chair in front of her, with a tremulous murmur that sounded like, "My saviour!" She extended her arms towards the screen. Then she buried her face in her hands. It was apparent that she was uttering a prayer. I must admit, I'm enjoying the book. I've never read this book before, either, Kilo. And you came in there either just to point out as well. Yeah, it felt like it would be RuneScape if it was remastered, polished more. It does look... I mean, it is very nice looking as well. It's got a nice charm to it, Chaos Globe. I've been thoroughly enjoying it. It's kind of all I've been playing. I've been playing a bit of Path of Exile 2 here and there in my own time, but I must admit, I'm kind of fallen into this game quite a bit. Redeem also gets a page. Yes. Yes. Should I redeem more pages? People can redeem as much as they want. If you're happy to hear me reading, I will keep on reading. Believe me, my work has me talking in 12-hour stints. Reading for a stream is not going to harm me in any way. I brought plenty of fluids. I have a well-exercised voice. Okay, it's definitely worth a read. Back in uni, I read 1984, Brave New World, out of interest. I should have maybe watched them. I have not watched the film. No, I've not watched the film either. So here we go. So, our little sandy-haired girl was uttering a prayer. At this moment, the entire group of people broke into a deep, slow, rhythmical chant of BB, BB, over and over again, very slowly, with a long pause between the first B and the second. A heavy, murmurous sound, somehow curiously savage, in the background of which one seemed to hear the stamp of naked feet and the throbbing of tom-toms. For perhaps as much as 30 seconds they kept it up. It was a refrain that was often heard in moments of overwhelming emotion. Partly, it was a sort of hymn to the wisdom and majesty of Big Brother, but still more, it was an act of self-hypnosis, a deliberate drowning of consciousness by means of rhythmic noise. Winston's entrails seemed to grow cold. In the 2 minutes' hate he could not help sharing in the general delirium. But his subhuman chanting of B, 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 always filled him with horror. Of course, he chanted with the rest. It was impossible to do otherwise. To dissemble your feelings, to control your face, to do what everyone else was doing was an instinctive reaction. But there was a space of a couple of seconds during which the expression of his eyes might conceivably have betrayed him. And it was exactly at this moment that the significant thing happened, if indeed it did happen. Momentarily, he caught O'Brien's eye. O'Brien had stood up. He had taken off his spectacles and was in the act of resettling them on his nose with his characteristic gesture. But there was a fraction of a second when their eyes met, and for as long as it took to happen, Winston knew. Yes, he knew that O'Brien was thinking the same thing as himself. An unmistakable message had passed. It was as though their two minds had opened and the thoughts were flowing from one into the other through their eyes. I am with you, O'Brien seemed to be saying to him. I know precisely what you are feeling. I know all about your contempt, your hatred, your disgust. But don't worry, I am on your side. And then the flash of intelligence was gone, and O'Brien's face was as inscrutable as everyone else's. I must admit, it's actually kind of genuinely frightening. Like, I feel frightened in Winston's shoes. Make sure to take care of your BB. I have 2 big brothers. And I am a big brother to one. 4 boys. Can you imagine? Must have been a nightmare for my parents sometimes. Okay. Get back in the vegetable stews. We still have There's another one added. So we've still got 4 more pages that you guys have redeemed. So O'Brien's face was as inscrutable as everyone else's. That was all. And he was already uncertain whether it had happened. Such incidents never had any sequel. All that they did was to keep alive in him the belief or hope that others besides himself were the enemies of the party. Perhaps the rumours of vast underground conspiracies were true after all. Perhaps the Brotherhood really existed. It was impossible, in spite of the endless arrests and confessions and executions, to be sure that the Brotherhood was not simply a myth. Some days he believed in it, some days not. There was no evidence, only fleeting glimpses that might mean anything or nothing. Snatches of overhead conversation, faint scribbles on lavatory walls, once even, when 2 strangers met, a small movement of the hand which had looked as though it might be a signal of recognition. It was all guesswork. Very likely he had imagined everything. He had gone back to his cubicle without looking at O'Brien again. The idea of following up their momentary contact hardly crossed his mind. It would have been inconceivably dangerous, even if he had known how to set about doing it. For a second, 2 seconds, they had exchanged an equivocal glance, and that was the end of the story. But even that was a memorable event, in the locked loneliness in which one had to live. Winston roused himself and sat up straighter. He let out a belch. The gin was rising from his stomach. His eyes refocused on the page. He discovered that while he sat helplessly musing, he had also been writing, as though by automatic action. And it was no longer the same cramped, awkward handwriting as before. His pen had slid voluptuously over the smooth paper, printing in large, neat capitals. Down with Big Brother. 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 Over and over again, filling half a page. He could not help feeling a twinge of panic. It was absurd, since the writing of those particular words was not more dangerous than the initial act of opening the diary, but for a moment he was tempted to tear out the spoiled pages and abandon the enterprise altogether. He did not do so, however, because he knew that it was useless. Whether he wrote down with Big Brother, or whether he refrained from writing it, made no difference. Whether he went on with the diary, or whether he did not go on with it, made no difference. The thought police would get him just the same. He had committed, would still have committed, even if he had never set pen to paper. The essential crime that contained all others in itself, thought crime, they called it. Thought crime was not a thing that could be concealed forever. You might dodge successfully for a while, even for years, but sooner or later, they were bound to get you. Ooh. And you guys have 2 more pages on top of that. Lorraine, it's early how accurate the depiction of the party and how it maintains control of its subjects is when compared to modern governments. Yeah, I think I'm more naive than most. Like, when I look back on history, I tend to look at the fact that reason seems to always come out on top. There's always dark times, but the people in that darkness usually destroy each other, at which point the voice of reason, albeit sometimes takes years to achieve it, usually ends up on top. Maybe I'm still kept to my youthful naivety, but I like to still believe that's the case. It was always at night. The arrests invariably happened at night. The sudden jerk out of sleep, the rough hand shaking your shoulder, the lights glaring in your eyes, the ring of hard faces round the bed. In the vast majority of cases, there was no trial, no report of the arrest. People simply disappeared. Always during the night. Your name was removed from the registers. Every record of everything you had ever done was wiped out. Your one-time existence was denied and then forgotten. You were abolished, annihilated, vaporized was the usual word. For a moment, he was seized by a kind of hysteria. He began writing in a hurried, untidy scrawl. "They'll shoot me. I don't care. They'll shoot me in the back of the neck. I don't care. Down with Big Brother. They always shoot you in the back of the neck. I don't care. Down with Big Brother." He sat back in his chair, slightly ashamed of himself, and laid down the pen. The next moment, he started violently. There was a knocking at the door. Already? He sat as still as a mouse, in the futile hope that whoever it might be will go away after a single attempt. But no. The knocking was repeated. The worst thing of all would be the delay. His heart was thumping like a drum, but his face, from long habit, was probably expressionless. He got up and moved heavily towards the door. Oh, we got a chapter. Chapter 1 is down, guys. Better write that down. I did promise I'll start reading them whole. So, I don't know which channel I'll put it on. I might just put it on my regular YouTube channel, but if it becomes difficult for people to find, I might just make a separate YouTube channel, and I will post the chapters of these books up on that as well, and I will post them up there. Oh, Twisty, another page. Okay, that's 3. No, we have 1 page. 2 pages, sorry. Left to go. 2 pages. Bad times can last hundreds of years, though. Of course they can. Entire people's lifetimes. Of course they can. Of course they can. I'm not on any illusion to that. But if I had to spend 100 years living in hope, I will spend 100 years living in hope. Call it terrible optimism, but yeah. Down with Big Brother. Heretics. Mods, I'd like to report a thought crime from Twisty. Man, the book doesn't hold punches, though. Naturally, I find some parts uncomfortable to read. I imagine that was important in its writing. I guess that's what makes it thought-provoking, I suppose. That's the idea of these kinds of things. I could never do reading 1 page at a time. Either I get fully engrossed or can't focus. I'm not going to lie, Kilo, I would read the whole book now that I started it. But this is what I laid out before myself. I suppose it's my own torture to bear, but I will do a full chapter read and post it for each chapter we complete. And I'll put it up. So then people don't have to do the page-on-page thing. And then those that missed it get to hear it in full. Plus, I'll practice the book. Maybe it's better the second time round. Or the book is good. Maybe my reading of it is better the second time round. Okay. 1984, Chapter 2. As he put his hand to the doorknob, Winston saw that he had left the diary open on the table. Down with Big Brother was written all over it in letters almost big enough to be legible across the room. It was an inconceivably stupid thing to have done. But he realized, even in his panic, he had not wanted to smudge the creamy paper by shutting the book while the ink was wet. He drew in his breath and opened the door. Instantly, a warm wave of relief flowed through him. A colourless, crushed-looking woman with wispy hair and a lined face was standing outside. Comrade, she began, in a dreary, whining sort of voice. I thought I heard you come in. Do you think you could come across and have a look at our kitchen sink? It's got blocked up, and... It was Mrs. Parsons, the wife of a neighbour on the same floor. Mrs. was a word somewhat discountenanced by the party. You were supposed to call everyone comrade, but with some women only one used it instinctively. She was a woman of about 30, but looked much older. One had the impression that there was dust in the creases of her face. Winston followed her down the passage. These amateur repair jobs were an almost daily irritation. Victory mansions were old flats built in 1930 or thereabouts, and were falling into pieces. The plaster flaked constantly from ceilings and walls, the pipes burst in every hard frost, the roof leaked whenever there was snow. The heating system was usually running at half steam when it was not closed down altogether from motives of economy. Repairs, except what you could do for yourself, had to be sanctioned by remote committees which were liable to hold up even the mending of a window pane for 2 years. Of course, it's only because Tom isn't home, said Mrs. Parsons vaguely. The Parsons flat was bigger than Winston's and dingy in a different way. Everything had a battered, trampled-on look, as though the place had just been visited by some large, violent animal. Games, impedimenta, hockey sticks, boxing gloves, a burst football, a pair of sweaty shorts turned inside out, lay all over the floor. And on the table there was a litter of dirty dishes and dog-eared exercise books. On the walls were scarlet banners of the Youth League and the Spies, and a full-sized poster of Big Brother. There was the usual boiled cabbage smell, common to the whole building, but it was shot through by a sharper reek of sweat, which, one knew, this at the first sniff, though it was hard to say how, was the sweat of some person not present at the moment. In another room, someone with a comb and a piece of toilet paper was trying to keep tune with the military music which was still issuing from the telly screen. Here we go. I also found it a very difficult read. It's not too difficult, but the punctuation made it sound weird. Like, I don't like the way I said, of course, if Tom was home, he'd put it right in a moment. I went, of course, because it has an exclamation mark. If I see of course with an exclamation mark, I'm thinking, of course. So yeah, that seemed a little weird and could make it a bit tricky. But whether that's down to the original writer or sometimes the reprinting or republishing of something has altered it, it made it seem a little strange. Oh, I mean more like emotionally. It is scary. I must admit, it is scary. But that's your pages, guys. That's your pages. Thank you for joining in the stream. And thank you for sticking around, guys. I see there's a lot still there. Thank you so much. I hope you're all doing well. My goodness me. I better send a message as well. I was told that they got where they need to be safe and sound. Be good. Love you lots. Mwah, 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 mwah. Kisses. Lovely. Oh no, we ran out. Just for now. I'm sure there's plenty of people with turnips to add a page here and there. And follows add a page. I don't like asking for subs, but they will add pages. And you never know, we might get raided again. That adds 2 pages as well. So if you have 500 turnips, you can buy yourself another page. You can redeem it and get some more pages on the go. But if they seem like they're too expensive, somebody tell me if 500 is far too long to save. I'm happy to reduce it. I'm still experimenting with this. It's only the second day I've tried it. So if it seems really not worth it, please let me know. Or not worth it, not so much, but seems too costly, I suppose. Please let me know. It was 1,000 yesterday, but that went really slow, I think. I think 1,000 was a bit too much to ask for. So we put it down. You think it's pretty spot on? I think it's pretty balanced, it says. Cool. Cool. Good, 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 good. But yeah, I must admit, I'm enjoying this book. I did try Moby Dick, and we didn't even get through the introduction before we gave up on that yesterday. It was voted out. But I must admit, 1984 is a good choice. It is a good choice. I've almost earned 2 pages since being here today. Oh, right, okay. So it is earnable. Lovely. And when you've got multiple people, there we go. Twisty must have spent their entire load. Oh my. So rude. Close to having 3 pages stuck. Well, there you go. Well, whenever you guys are ready for another page, you know what to do. Know what to do. Beg people to follow me. Here we go. Mixed. There we go. How are we doing? We should... Oh, actually, a bounty will have went up. So I'll grab them before they disappear, and maybe some of these stews are part of it as well, so no. Oh, I do have the original bounties. Oops. I completely forgot about them. Well, I didn't completely forget. We were... Well, I need 6 of these stews for that. And it's easy to make these, so we'll get them out of the way. Then I can check what I need from the bounty board and come back with the stuff I need to buy, like the Gurnard, the Yellowtail Gurnard and stuff like that. So, Kilo, with the number of points I have, I could get a 60% of the book. Not sure I've ever used them. I've not really had anything to spend them on, have I? They've only like edited emotes and such. I didn't really know what to do with them. It just came up in conversation yesterday when we were talking about how people were enjoying myself reading those poems that an AI was coming with in a collab stream. And then I said I like reading books, and I would have loved to have read Terry Pratchett books, but they are... I don't know what the legality is it. To which people pointed out, you know, you do get public domain books now. So here we are. Giving it a go. See how long it lasts. See how much people enjoy it. It's a fine balancing of getting what we want while also letting the natural flow of the channel still exist. Well, that's something I have thought of as well, but yesterday I did notice that when I was actually chatting away to people and chatting to myself and telling a story of something that happened to me recently, the number of pages that were being purchased stopped for a while as well. And then when I started being silent, people would pop a page in. So I think it was working quite well yesterday. That was a lot of reading in one go there, but you know, a big thing happened. We got a nice big raid, which 2 low index. Thank you ever so much. And a couple of follows. So, you know, absolutely worth it. big event happening like that is definitely worth it. And my channel's always been very talky. The games, I mean, I had focus on them, but they take a bit more of a backseat compared to other streamers, I guess. I don't know. Sometimes I do get caught up in the games a little bit, and quite some just didn't work for me at all. I remember trying Helldivers 2, and while it was fun, the chat kind of suffered from it because the game's a bit too engaging to do both. So, you know, I think that's natural for a game like Helldivers. But, you know, Brighter Shores. But all the time in the world. All the time in the world. Oh, I just saw your post in the Discord again, Traveller. Am I still? What am I holding out? Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, guys. Helldivers 2 was great, but a little intense for streaming. It's a little intense for streaming, but I must admit, I still like to jump on it from time to time. Sometimes you just need a good game for a blast. Good game for blast. The game I used to play before Helldivers 2 came out was probably Doom Eternal. You know, when you just need to blast around kind of without too much thought and chill to the rhythm of gunfire. I know you'll all find it very hard to believe, but sometimes I have a temper that needs to be subdued a little bit. I know, shocking. It'll be all over the news. Oh, Los the Lion! Hello! Check out this bald guy's face. It's good to see you, Los the Lion. How are you doing? Chop those veggies. Love you too. Boop. Boom. Traveller got to step away for a bit. Be back later. See you later, Traveller. How much cooking did I go through? Actually, I did not notice those levels go up. 611. I was 605 when I started the stream. So, in another way, that reading actually helps with the grind as well. That just popped by. I was supposed to be doing the bounties. Why am I making more vegetable stew? Keep 6 of the vegetable stew and do the bounties. Stop forgetting about the bounties. Those are some sick moves, Los the Lion. You still haven't lost your knack. Okay, so we'll keep 6 of the veggie stews. That's what I was going to do. I was going to get the ingredients for the mash. The pie... I'll have to drop stuff to make it, but we can drop it, make it, and then pick it up afterwards. But it'll work. It'll work. And... oh, what's my... wrong... accidentally activated Windows stuff. What was I going to... oh, yes. Yes. I wonder if I needed to update... oh, we're in the top 4,100. Let's update my comically accurate title. There we go. Top 4,100. For all to see. Oh. Kilojoule needs more significant figures. What was I saying? Why? 5. I need to keep 6 of these, so there we go. We'll do the 6. That leaves me with 18 inventory. That's enough space to do the bangers and mash. Then I'm gonna have to drop it all to make the chicken and leek pies. This is the messiest bounty run ever, and for that I do apologize, guys. This is not going to be oppressive, so brace yourselves for a mess. And the potatoes. Potatoes. There we go. Then we'll drop it all, quickly make the chicken leek pies, and scoop it all up before we have to go. 6 is 14, 6, 20. We've got the inventory space to carry it all. That'll work. Look at me go. See, potato. Me. Oh, I'm turning you into mash. I do apologize, but the needs must. We have to sacrifice some for the good of many. Big brother and all that, you know. Oh yeah, I wanted to echo what others have said, that you look great with glasses. Thank you, Kilo. It's nice to have them on it. I did wear glasses in the other streams, but they weren't nearly as fashionable, I must admit. I'm enjoying these a lot more. The other pair right beside me, which I love, they've got a geeky cuteness to them that I just adore, but the thicker frame makes them a bit more uncomfortable with headphones. So only those on the Discord will have seen those lovely thick frames for super cuteness. Graphic content warning. I mean, what can only be described as thirst that born out of those photos was pretty graphic. It wasn't that bad, but it was fun. I was sitting in a cafe today when I was doing some of the shopping, and people started being hilarious in the chat. So I burst out laughing and blushing in the cafe to much attention of the people around me that I ended up bumping into in the store, and all I was doing was picking up groceries. But I needed my coffee and chocolate fix. So, you know, that happens. It's a busy day. It's getting close to Christmas. These grocery stores are just absolutely chock-a-block with people. So, drop all, and then run. We've got 10 minutes to make 6 chicken and leek pies. Okay. Kevin, quickly. I need 6 chickens, 6 pastry leeks. Oh, is it the better leek pies? Is it the appetizing? Does that need these ones? Oh, I don't know. Was there better chicken that I should have had? No, it was just regular chicken. Okay, let's see if that's the appetizing ones. I have no idea. I could be making the wrong pie. I don't know when my levels changed for this pie and when I got that bounty. I don't know if appetizing was the entry level. Oh, I can find in the skill, couldn't I? I should have just done that. When did I first make... Oh, it's brand new. Okay, so, yeah, okay. Okay, I think I'm good. I think I'm safe. Lovely. Phew. Kilo redeemed a book page. Okay. Lovely. Oh, no, I don't want that. I want to pick up my items. We shall take another book page, shall we? So, Winston was heading off to help Mrs. Parsons, or Comrade Parsons, should we say. "It's the children," said Mrs. Parsons, casting a half-apprehensive glance at the door. "They haven't been out all day. And of course, she had a habit of breaking off her sentences in the middle. The kitchen sink was full nearly to the brim with filthy greenish water which smelt worse than ever of cabbage. Winston knelt down and examined the angled joint of the pipe. He hated using his hands, and he hated bending down, which was always liable to start him coughing. Mrs. Parsons looked on helplessly. "Of course, if Tom was home, he'd put it right in a moment," she said. "He loves anything like that. He's ever so good with his hands, Tom is." Parsons was Winston's fellow employee at the Ministry of Truth. He was a fattish but active man of paralysing stupidity, a mass of imbecile enthusiasms. One of those completely unquestioning, devoted drudges on whom, more even than on the thought police, the stability of the party depended. At 35, he had just been unwillingly evicted from the Youth League, and before graduating into the Youth League, he had managed to stay on in the spies for a year beyond the statutory age. At the ministry, he was employed in some subordinate post for which intelligence was not required, but on the other hand, he was a leading figure on the sports committee and all the other committees engaged in organising community hikes, spontaneous demonstrations, savings campaigns, and voluntary activities generally. He would inform you, with quiet pride, between whiffs of his pipe, that he had put in an appearance at the community centre every evening for the past 4 years. An overpowering smell of sweat, a sort of unconscious testimony to the strenuousness of his life, followed him about wherever he went, and even remained behind after he had gone. Magic. Thank you, Kilo. What a pleasant-sounding associate. There's nothing worse than that kind of smell that lingers, I'm not going to lie. The way he described the smell, like the sweat and stuff, I was actually like kind of wanting to walk away somewhere. Guard at the north walls, enchantress shop, foragers warehouse. This is all the same way except from the scrapyard. Okay. Foragers warehouse. The enchantress shop is first. Okay. Here we go. What did they want? Vegetable stew. Okay, forages was the sausage and mash. Then it was guard at the north walls. I didn't actually check what the other bounties were to see what I would need. Which guard? Does it matter? Oh, north walls. Okay. Are they up here? Some of these people you need to make the deliveries to. I mean, pick a more reasonable place. Cheers. You're welcome. I wonder if it's actually quicker to run up to the stairs and down rather than climb the ladder. You know what, this is kind of the run, so let's go to Hortport and grab the other bounty board so I know what ingredients I might need to pick up. Alderain, another page. Okay. If you are happy with this, I will bank that page until we are cooking again, but you will absolutely get that page. We've got another page to go for everybody. Lovely. And you never know. When those 5 minutes are up, maybe somebody banks another one on top of that. Jelly deals. And it's only 3. Okay, we can probably pick up all the fish we need at the same time then. 9... 12 in the inventory. Oh, that's perfect. 12 and 12. We can pick up the ingredients it needs on top of it as well. Excellent. That actually worked out not too bad. We'll deliver this to the scrapyard, grab the fish we need on the way back, and get cooking. Get our lovely pages read as well. Switch to some water for a bit. Scrapyard. Scrapyard merchant? It is scrapyard merchant. I must admit the bounties break up the cooking, or the chef, much more nicely. I do like this part. Lovely. Okay, so we want 3 rocky eels and 9 yellowtail gurnards. Gurnards, or gurnards. Do 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 do. Ba ba da ba da ba. So it's 3 and 9. Excellent. So that'll be 9 stock and 3 jelly. Which I might actually have in the inventory already, but because it fits in my inventory now, we'll just buy it now. Kevin! Jelly in stock, please. Doesn't fit. Because I took one too many gurnards. That's why. Silly me. Do 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 do. Ba 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 ba. Okay, Alderain, here we go. We'll get your page down. So, Winston was just commenting on Mrs. Parsons' husband. Have you got a spanner? Said Winston, fiddling with the nut on the angle joint. Spanner? Said Mrs. Parsons, immediately becoming invertebrate. I don't know. I'm sure, perhaps the children? There was a trampling of boots and another blast on the comb as the children charged into the living room. Mrs. Parsons brought the spanner. Winston let out the water and disgustedly removed the clot of human hair that had blocked up the pipe. He cleaned his fingers as best he could in the cold water from the tap and went back into the other room. Up with your hands! Yelled a savage voice. A handsome, tough-looking boy of 9 had popped up from behind the table and was menacing him with a toy automatic pistol, which his small sister, about 2 years younger, made the same gesture with a fragment of wood. Both of them were dressed in the blue shorts, grey shirts, and red neckerchiefs which were the uniform of the spies. Winston raised his hands above his head, but with an uneasy feeling. So vicious was the boy's demeanour that it was not altogether a game. "You're a traitor!" yelled the boy. "You're a thought criminal! You're a Eurasian spy! I'll shoot you, I'll vaporize you, I'll send you to the salt mines!" Suddenly, they were both leaping round him, shouting, "Traitor!" and "Thought criminal!" the little girl imitating her brother in every moment. It was somehow slightly frightening, like the gambolling of tiger cubs, which will soon grow up into man-eaters. There was a sort of calculating ferocity in the boy's eye, a quite evident desire to hit or kick Winston, and a consciousness of being very nearly big enough to do so. It was a good job it was not a real pistol he was holding, Winston thought. Go. Oh, see potato 2. Another page. Okay. We have almost finished the bounties. That means another round of cooking, and I will get that other page on the go. No problems. So, Pipe Alley, Hooked Hand, and the fishing supplies. That's actually not too bad. So, jellied eels. Go. And what did he want? Yeah, jelly deals as well. Okay. Big Sean's going to take 2 orders. Well, that's nice and easy at least. You know, it's weird when it was when I was reading about Winston being scared of the kids. I can't help but feel like I've had those moments myself in real life around kids. In fact, when it was one of the reasons why I left my last job. That one was actually a little close to home. Yeah, and there was nothing like police or anyone could do about it because they were minors, so they kept getting away with it. They ended up killing a bus driver as well. There we go. Another level. Perfect. Placid grilled bass. The placid really makes it sound tasty. Can I get some placid grilled bass, please? Okay, we'll grab our vegetables. We'll start making our next lot of stews. So I guess I'm kind of doing these until the fine bacon sandwiches, which is actually not that far away. This is going much more... well, it's 4 levels. That's okay. But see, potato, I owe you a page. So here we go. Mrs. Parsons' eyes flitted nervously from Winston to the children, and back again. In the better light of the living room, he noticed with interest that there actually was dust in the creases of her face. "They do get noisy," she said. "They're disappointed because they couldn't go to see the hanging. That's what it is. I'm too busy to take them, and Tom won't be back from work in time. Why can't we go and see the hanging? Roared the boy in his huge voice. Want to see the hanging? Want to see the hanging? Chanted the little girl, still capering around. Some Eurasian prisoners, guilty of war crimes, were to be hanged in the park that evening, Winston remembered. This happened about once a month and was a popular spectacle. Children always clamoured to be taken to see it. He took his leave of Mrs. Parsons and made it for the door. But he had not gone 6 steps down the passage when something hit the back of his neck and an agonizingly painful blow. It was as though a red-hot wire had been jabbed into him. He spun round just in time to see Mrs. Parsons dragging her son back into the doorway while the boy pocketed a catapult. "Goldstein!" he bellowed, the boy, as the door closed behind him. But what most struck Winston was the look of helpless fright on the woman's greyish face. Back in the flat, he stepped quickly past the telescreen and sat down at the table again, still rubbing his neck. The music from the telescreen had stopped. Instead, a clipped military voice was reading out with sort of brutal relish a description of the armaments of the new floating fortress which had just been anchored between Iceland and the Faroe Islands. Lovely. Yeah, the Bratty Kid. The Bratty Kid is very, very close to home, I must admit. I can feel that kind of powerlessness that you can have around kids that are like that. Okay, we did get levels. How are we? We're nearly in the top 4,000s. Man, I actually am climbing. This is great. Although I'm kind of doing this for quests, but you know, every level helps. I nearly overtaken alchemy as well. I don't think we're going to reach this 61 tonight by any means, but at least it's moving. And it'll be about 10 minutes for the next lot of bounties as well, so that's not too long to wait. Here we go. We are. I could realistically put that Gurnard into the stockroom, but I just feel like I'd be wasting the time, the valuable XP gaining time. There we go. I also do run a risk with this book reading of sending many of you to sleep. That did occur to me as well. I have gotten that a lot in the past. It actually happens a lot on the tour buses as well. Although, admittedly, the tour buses tend to be a rather long day, so I'm telling them lots of stories, but the run back to home base, as it were, is usually, or it's not the longest run. The run out tends to be, but it feels like the run back is quite long. And I'm still telling people stories like this, and they're out for the count. But I did get it a good number of times that even the run out to, like, say, it's to the Isle of Skye or something, that's quite out there from anywhere in Scotland that you're starting from. It is, I've had it like 10 in the morning, and people are falling asleep on the bus. So they just usually say, I can't keep my eyes open when you're telling the stories. It's crazy. Although you've got the rocking of the bus as well. I'm quite a slowish, I'm not slow, but tend to be a bit of a slower driver. Oh, Sea Potato! I see you! Hello! In general, something about coaches just makes me sleepy. They tend to be on that cushioned air suspension, so they tend to rock quite calmly. It's quite nice. And they're usually quite warm. Does this count as a follow? Because it made me laugh, I'll count it as a follow, and I'll add it as a page when somebody else pays. So the next time somebody redeems, let's call it 2 pages, shall we? We'll do that, just to make it a fair compromise. So we're still keeping it within the rules that I have to follow because I made them. I can only break them in some way. So yeah, the next time somebody follows or redeems, I will do 2 pages instead of 1. We'll go with that. Sea Potato has earned that. But I won't encourage it too much, lest it changes from following in-game to stalking in-game. So I see you. I'm hiding behind that bush where the fish stall is. I saw you buying that rocky eel to make your jelly. More vegetables. There can never be enough vegetable stew for the masses. Here we go. Vegetables. But yeah, I suppose in coaches, the... Oh, Lusty Fro's here. Hello, Rusty Fro. The only person that you don't need to fall asleep in the coach is the driver. So, should be thankful for that. I guess that's the whole point in coach travel and such. It's AGK worldwide. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. How are you? Welcome on the storytelling stream. Well, it's usually storytelling that I do, but... Ooh. OBS, behave yourself, please. Lusty as me. I'm good. I do remember meeting yourself. It's sometimes difficult to remember names between names, but perfect. You're good? It's good. It's good to see you. It's weird. It comes up first time chat, but I'm sure you spoke to me before in chat. Is it just first time chat today? Why does it do that? I'm sure you've spoken to me before, AGK. Although it could have been... No, I wouldn't have seen you as AGK in-game. Let's make cooking party. Yes, I am trying to get the 61 levels for the quest. I can't stay in Chronopolis all the time, despite how much I do love Chronopolis. I think it was because you were in a call with others. Oh, that is why. Because I've been having it a few times, and I was like, why is it still saying first time chat? But yeah, I think you were in someone else's channel at the time. That makes sense. Makes sense. Well, welcome to the turnip field. So, if you have turnips, you can spend them for a page reading of George Orwell's 1984. Or follows and subscribbles will do the same. I should say that a bit more in case new people join the stream. And I know the symbol isn't yet turnips. I will draw a turnip and get it there. I have some free time during the day tomorrow where I can maybe get that done. So that should be relatively quick. A quick turnip. Won't be a lazy turnip, but it will be a quick one. But yeah. If anybody redeems a page, it'll be 2 pages this time round though, because Sea Potato was so witty. And you've got to reward that. Yo, pro tip, if you want to easily just cook, just buy a bunch of veggies, bank them, and then continue your grind. Oh, I never thought of that. Just buy them, drop them in, buy them, drop them in. I mean, kind of, because you're still covering the distance, it's kind of the same amount of time, isn't it? Overall? Or does it just feel better? Maybe it feels better. Then you never have to leave the kitchen. Got to stay in that heat to keep the heart pounding on the intense chef action. I'll give it a go. I like the idea. I must admit, I do like the idea, so we'll give that a go. Slightly slower, but if you want to AFK, it's nice. It might actually help with reading the pages and stuff, though, because I'm kind of... It's the dotting back to the trader that's making me interrupt. Like, if people stack pages, for instance, if someone's followed and then someone's paid for a page and then someone's subscribed or raided, then the pages stack like we had earlier. I had to break down those 8 or 9 pages we had earlier because of purchasing the vegetables. So it might actually just be nice to have them there. To do it. So it's not a terrible idea. Thank you, AGK, or Lusty Fro, whichever you prefer. Oh, Kels is there. Hello, Kels. Kels might have just come on stream as well then. If she's online, she's usually... Go. Does this game have an Iron Man mode like RuneScape does? Everyone is Iron Man right now. Oh. I have to ask. Oh, Iron Man means you can't trade with others, isn't it? Yeah. There's no trading with others or anything yet. It is coming. I don't know if... are they intending of an Iron mode once that trading is in. Oh, why did I do that? That's... Nobody knows. Okay. Okay. I remember when I first started playing RuneScape, like so long ago, when it was the 2D sprite version of RuneScape. I remember playing it Iron Man mode, despite the fact that I had friends that I knew playing it as well. I was determined to do it all myself, but I eventually was like, this is impossible, or I just don't have the patience to do it Iron Man, so I stopped. See, this kind of works though, and then if people get their pages in, like the next time it'll be 2 pages, and that'll be a good test of it. So Oop. Kilo, I can't imagine it's very difficult to make an economy work well, where it doesn't devalue most of the ways of producing things. Yeah, I don't know how well did the... I know initially when I was... Actually, even when I left RuneScape, there wasn't much complaint about the economy that people had created in RuneScape because it was largely left for people to decide. But then somebody was telling me a week or 2 back that the Grand Exchange kind of brought a lot of economy problems to RuneScape. I don't know if many people agree with that. Because there were some that said they liked the Grand Exchange coming in. It was very divisive. There was people on both halves on that one. So it's got me kind of wondering if people are hoping for a Grand Exchange type format in this game or not. Because I know it's like, when you have it in an MMO, the economy is one of the trickiest things to monitor. Another big MMO I used to play a lot of was EVE Online. This was a long time ago. Man. I haven't even read about that game in so long. But I can remember some huge problems coming in the economy of that. Because if you had like a patch that altered a weapon or something like that, suddenly the hours that somebody spent on an item they worked so hard on that they were earning money from was now worthless because nobody used that weapon anymore or that type of shield anymore. And I remember that was a little bit more stable in RuneScape originally. In my experience of old school RuneScape, a lot of higher level monsters drops devalued early game production methods. Oh yeah. Yeah. I can imagine that happening. Definitely. I'm not sure how they do Grand Exchange because equipment items aren't exactly the same. Yeah, I'm really curious how they do the player-to-player trading in this game. I think I've got enough in there for now. Let's do a bit of cooking. There we go. Here we are. Their new game, EVE Frontier, is something about economy times 1000. EVE Frontier? Not even heard of this. It's a survival game. EVE Frontier is an online survival sandbox with an open server, economy, and ecosystem. Oh. And are they keeping that like the EVE Online game? Is it all one server, but they've got them in those like server nuclei like they did for the different areas of space or something like that? When old school RuneScape came out, the Grand Exchange got reeded fairly quickly. The trading post system they added as an alternative felt like a wild goose chase most of the time. Maybe I should have a look at old school runes. I've considered it when maybe like, you know, if there's ever a point where you need to wait in this game for the next thing to come along, like the next episode or something. I've thought about it. I'll see what people think, see what everybody else thinks on that, but maybe. Because I'm curious, now that I'm playing this, I'm curious what people are coming to it from. Because a lot of people that are coming to this game are, or were, RuneScape fans. So, I kind of just wonder how it is. I would be happy with some kind of AH style thing. AH. You'll have to treat me like I really am steady on that one. It's like, yeah, it looks exactly like EVE, but implementing cryptocurrency or something. Oh, looks like the developer sandbox at the moment from what I could see. Okay. I might keep an eye on that, you never know. See what people think of it. You had to message the person with the item listing and go find them to trade manually. Especially annoying for early players without good teleports. Oh, right, okay. Yeah, and then that would actually be annoying for perhaps higher level players who then have to do the run for the trader or something like that as well, I suppose. Although they probably can't run back. The way it sounds is you pick up the sale, so you have to go, I suppose. Auction house, I'm guessing. Oh yeah, auction house. Tim. Yeah, I mean, is the auction house... The auction house idea is what I kind of thought the Grand Exchange was. Am I completely thinking wrong of the Grand Exchange then? Is that not what it was at all? Ba 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 da ba 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 da ba da. Do 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 do. Just flick this back to the other. Here we go. Oh. Grand Exchange is more fixed price, whilst Auction House is still more about bidding. Oh, right. Oh, yeah, so the Grand Exchange had like, you cannot ask for more then, I guess, or something like that. Grand Exchange is more automated. You put up your buying price, and in any of that item listed below that price, it auto-buys it. Okay, I see. That's very more hands-off then. Hey, bro. Yo, bro. Hello, stream. That's the real life brother, in case people are wondering why I'm calling him bro. We are of same blood. Well, family blood. We're not hooked up or anything like that. The turnip, you bought more. I bought more? Oh, crap, I bought more veg. I have it in the store. After all my efforts, I'm just going to end up with a bunch of vegetables in the store that I never use. It's automatic, you know? That's when you know you've been doing a grind quite a bit. It's, oh no, no camera. Oh, people are wondering what the stream is. Someone should be working instead of at home playing games. Tut tut. So potatoes, some games have it, so you can set up shop with your wares. Something like that could work with this game. Yeah! Yeah, okay. I know, I just thought it was funny. It was funny. I did this similar thing with the leatherworking AJK. Actually, you might have been there for that, because I think that was part of the collab stream, where every time I would upgrade a leather, I would forget, and you just automatically buy the leather you've been working on for ages. And then when you do finally get a good leather, or the newer leather, you get mixed up on which order you're supposed to take it through the different equipment in the tannery. It's a nightmare. Because you're grinding on something so long. We really are automatic. Which makes 1984 all the more poignant, I think, actually. How easily it can be influenced on that. And just in case anybody is new in or didn't know, the next page purchase is doubled because of Sea Potato's wittiness. Just in case anybody has thought about redeeming a page, just remember you'll get 2 pages for 500 turnips the next time round. Here we go. 33. Okay. Store. Go to my store. I have the veg. There we go. Perfect. Thank you, AGK, because I know if you hadn't told me, I would have actually looped that again. I had a COVID jab today. My arm is so achy. Yeah, I should actually get... I think I'm due a booster soon as well. They were actually asking me if I wanted the flu booster while I was at it. I don't think that's a bad idea, but I remember the last time I got both at the same time, I was floored. My goodness. Although, not as bad as the first time. Like, I think I was floored for a day, and then that was it. It was fine. It was done. But yeah. I need to check on that. Because I will actually be around the clinic. Although, I don't know if they're doing it that close to Christmas now. I may have to wait. But, yeah. Yeah. But it does give an achy arm. Does give an achy arm. Seems a little strange to still get them updated despite living in the middle of nowhere in the north of Scotland, but with us being here, it is a bit more of a touristy place, and people are a little bit more relaxed when they're in the shops and stuff because there's so few around. But I must admit, it's been great. The last couple of years, I barely ever get ill. It's been fantastic because they've really been on top of it all in Scotland. I don't know how it is for yourself down south there, Kilo, but up here it's been amazing how little I've been ill. You still get the same, you know, the bug goes around the schools and parents catch the bugs from the kids and stuff like that. I don't think... You're never going to get round that with children. They're constantly going to be disgusting. It's how they find their way in life. And to be honest, it's kind of good for their immune system as well. You got to have a little bit of muck here and there. But yeah, you don't want to be spreading things like COVID and the flu and stuff. I'm off the back of 2 consecutive illnesses. Yeah, I remember now that you've said that. I forgot you had a big crowd though, isn't it? They were a big festival. Alright, gonna pack up the equipment and head out. Rightio, Olaraine. Take care. Lovely to see you. Thanks for popping by. Always a pleasure, my fellow. I hope we manage to work together again soon. It's always fun. I will try to ask you. Like, I will try to make the step. But if I don't, please ask me. I'm just terrible at it. That's all. I'm not hiding from you. Oh, Steady Prism bought the pages. Okay, we've got 2 pages. And I've just gone out and purchased the vegetables again. I think this was a bad idea storing them. I'm never going to get this route out of my head, am I? I can't believe it. Of course, now you've got to wait for the 2 pages. I'll just sneak past Lusty Fro here. If I chop at the same board, they can't see me and my shame. There we go. Okay. Here we go. So, Steady, you got the 2 pages with Sea Potato there. Here we go. So, the boy hit him with a catapult in the back of the neck is where we left him. With those children, he thought, that wretched woman must lead a life of terror. Another year, 2 years, and they would be watching her night and day for symptoms of unorthodoxy. Nearly all children nowadays were horrible. What was worst of all was that by means of such organizations as the spies, they were systematically turned into ungovernable little savages. And yet this produced in them no tendency whatever to rebel against the discipline of the party. On the contrary, they adored the party and everything connected with it. The songs, the processions, the banners, the hiking, the drilling with dummy rifles, the yelling of slogans, the worship of Big Brother. It was all a sort of glorious game to them. All their ferocity was turned outwards against the enemies of the state, against foreigners, traitors, saboteurs, thought criminals. It was almost normal for people over 30 to be frightened of their own children. And with good reason. For hardly a week passed in which the Times did not carry a paragraph describing how some eavesdropping little sneak, child hero, was the phrase generally used, had overheard some compromising remark and denounced its parents to the thought police. The sting of the catapult bullet had worn off. He picked up his pen half-heartedly, wondering whether he could find something more to write in the diary. Suddenly, he began thinking of O'Brien again. Years ago, how long was it? 7 years it must be. He had dreamed that he was walking through a pitch-dark room, and someone sitting to one side of him had said as he passed, "We shall meet in the place where there is no darkness." It was said very quietly, almost casually, a statement, not a command. He had walked on without pausing. What was curious was that at the time, in the dream, the words had not made much impression on him. It was only later and by degrees that he had seemed to take on significance. He could not now remember whether it was before or after having the dream that he had seen O'Brien for the first time. Nor could he remember when he had first identified the voice as O'Brien's. But at any rate, the identification existed. It was O'Brien who had spoken to him out of the dark. Winston had never been able to feel sure. Even after this morning's flash of the eyes, it was still impossible to be sure whether O'Brien was a friend or an enemy. Nor did it even seem to matter greatly. There was a link of understanding between them, more important than affection or partisanship. "We shall meet in the place where there is no darkness," he has said. Winston did not know what it meant, only that in some way or another it would come true. The voice from the telescreen paused. A trumpet call, clear and beautiful, floated into the stagnant air. The voice continued raspingly. "Attention! Your attention, please! A news flash has this moment arrived from the Malabar front. Our forces in South India have won a glorious victory. I am authorized to say that the action we are now reporting may well bring the war within measurable distance of its end. Here is the news flash." Bad news coming, thought Winston. And sure enough, following on a gory description of the annihilation of a Eurasian army, the stupendous figures of killed and prisoners, came the announcement that, as from next week, the chocolate ration would be reduced from 30 grams to 20. There we go, guys. 2 pages. Thank you very much. Aranel, thank you for the follow. Thank you very much. And another page from Twisty as well. So that's another 2 pages, guys. Okay. You have not messed up my flow. To be honest, it's actually better for the reading in the kitchen, AGK. It is better. I just need to iron out the root, the grind that I've already put in myself. Sea Potato, this is probably better than the Audible version. Oh, Sea Potato, thank you. Careful, I have a soft heart. You'll make me blush. Oh, that's really nice. Thank you. Okay, we've got 2 more pages. Thank you, Aranel, for the follow. And Twisty, we'll get your second page in with it as well. Winston belched again. The gin was wearing off, leaving a deflated feeling. The telescreen, perhaps to celebrate the victory, perhaps to drown the memory of the lost chocolate, crashed into Oceania. "'Tis for thee." You were supposed to stand to attention. However, in his present position, he was invisible. Oceania, "'Tis for thee," gave way to lighter music. Winston walked over to the window, keeping his back to the telescreen. The day was still cold and clear. Somewhere far away, a rocket bomb exploded with a dull, reverberating roar. About 20 or 30 of them a week were falling on London at present. Down in the street, the wind flapped the torn poster to and fro, and the word Ingsoc fitfully appeared and vanished. Ingsoc, the sacred principle of Ingsoc. Newspeak, doublethink, the mutability of the past. He felt as though he were wandering in the forests of the sea bottom, lost in a monstrous world where he himself was the monster. He was alone. The past was dead. The future was unimaginable. What certainty had he that a single human creature now living was on his side? And what way of knowing that the dominion of the party would not endure forever? Like an answer, the three slogans on the back white face of the Ministry of Truth came back to him. War is peace. Freedom is slavery. Ignorance is strength. He took a 25-cent piece out of his pocket. There, too, in tiny clear lettering, the same slogans were inscribed, and on the other face of the coin, the head of Big Brother. Even from the coin, the eyes pursued you. On the coins, on stamps, on the covers of books, on banners, on posters, and on the wrappings of cigarette packet. Everywhere. Always the eyes watching you, and the voice enveloping you. Asleep or awake, working or eating, indoors or out of doors, in the bath or in bed. No escape. Nothing was your own except the few cubic centimeters inside your skull. Lovely. When 500 cooking? You mean when 499 cooking? Gotta leave that one last level to look forward to. That's what we'll go for. Oh, look at me, I remembered this time. AJK will be so proud. There we go. But we're fair ripping through the book today. I think the 500 is a better price. The 1000 yesterday was definitely too slow, so I might stick with that. Boo, 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 boo. Pop you back to... so I can tell the time as well. Lovely. But I don't think cooking is going to be my skill of choice to grind. It's probably still going to be detective, if I'm honest. I hate to tell you, Twisty, but it's not going to be leatherworking. Although I think you might be... Oh, Lozalion. Sorry. Chat, please give this kind ball man with gorgeous eyes a like and a follow. And donate all the turnips. Oh, thank you, Lozalion. That is kind of the best way to get me to ask. Is to get me to read it out loud. No. No, I definitely am blushing. I know I should be better. I know I should ask. I know I should do these things. I will warm up to it. Because everything I always say that I don't do or I will not do, I always end up doing it. Because I did always say I'm not going to do a gimmick on my streams. And although the reading of the book is fun and stuff like that, let's face it, the fact that I've pinned it and posted it and rewarding it for things kind of is a little bit, isn't it? So before you know it, I'll be saying all the lingo. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Hit that bell. Yes. And I won't be making a mockery of it. It'll be something more natural, I imagine. In my own voice. Oh, are we due bounties? Did I miss bounties? I now better check that board. I think I did. I think I went over it, so we will check them. Ba, ba, ba ba da 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 ba na 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 da 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 da. One more bowl. There we go. Excellent. Have a quick check in case I did. I did forget to check. Okay. It's the Placid Grilled Bass jelly deal, so I'll need to buy all that, but we can do the sausage and mash while we head out to get them. I will. Is the grilled bass just on its own? Let's see. Grilled bass. Just grill it on both sides. Okay, nice and easy. So we'll do the sausage and mash. Bangers and mash. Bangers and mash. We need 6. And the potatoes. There we go. We will make them. And then when we go out to hand them in, we'll grab 9 rocky eels and 7 placid bass. Okay. Wonderful. It's all coming together. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's all coming together. Bow bum bow ba da 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 da. Oh, mashed potatoes. Stop staring at the screen. You know, I was watching my brother walk past, and then I was just entranced by you running past, Lusty Fro. It was, I was stunned for but a moment. Go mashing potatoes with a steak tenderizer. My favorite method. Living up to his name. The Fro does do that sometimes. You know, a man like me can only be envious of such a thing. Just throwing it up there in my face. Excellent. I will keep firing into this. Let's go 34. Oh, are we in the top 1,000 yet? Come on. 5 away. 4005. Look at us. Look at us. We're almost in the top 4,000. Yes. So this was the Pipe Alley. Pipe Alley. Pipe Alley. Boop, boop. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Do, 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 do. Here we are. Wonderful. So I need to get 7 placid bass and 9 rocky eels. 7 bass, 9 eels. Actually get 9 eels this time instead of whatever I got before. Don't know if that'll leave me enough room for the... Might have to make the bass and drop them. That's okay. Okay, eels. No, I've only got room for 8 of the jellies. Although, I think I've got the jelly in I think I actually stored some, so we can maybe just make 8 and then grab one from the store to do the last one. So let's do that. Thank you, Kevin. Boo. So we'll do this. We'll jelly those eels. And that'll be more bounties done. Lovely. And then the last thing... then I'll need to go into alchemy after that. I'm probably... Is there a guard level needed for the Braniff inheritance? Ooh. It was, if there is, it's going to be higher than 22. So, yeah, I did store jelly. Look at me, prepared. Excellent. I say this book reading rewards is a good idea. Are you liking it? I'm glad. I'm really glad. And I like it as well because it's fun for me. Well, you probably noticed. I love chatting. And in the spells where it's quiet and people put it up, it's nice. It's nice to break the quiet. So, it's great. You like it as well. I loved it when you said you prefer it over the Audible version. I really liked that. Must admit. It made me feel good. Thank you. Honestly, I wish it was cheaper. But I'm not complaining, I get it. Maybe I will make it cheaper or something. I'm just trying to see how it goes. Like, it's great, and in times like this, I guess it's kind of quiet, but when it is, like, busier and more people are putting it up, like when the raid came in, it kind of rocketed away, and it was difficult to keep up a little bit. So we'll see how it goes. I suppose being raided by 100 people is not that common, so I shouldn't base the price on that. So, Enchantress Shop, Scrapyard, and Hooked Hand. So we'll see how it goes. If it still feels like it's really slow, I'll probably drop the price a bit again. It's definitely better than yesterday. 1,000 was definitely too much. I wasn't really quite sure how quickly it accumulated as well, which was part of my thought process. Although I've been getting those in other streams, it wasn't something I paid too much attention to. So... They wanted the jellied eels. There you go. So, Big Sean. Come on, Big Sean. Big Sean has a big appetite. Oh, Turnip. I think HP Lovecraft material is public domain. Cthulhu, Cthulhu, Cthulhu. Cthulhu, Cthulhu. Cthulhu, Cthulhu. Yay! I was just thinking of South Park with that. Oh my goodness, War of the Worlds is as well. Sea Potato, I think 300 would be good. I'm not upset to change it to 300 if people think that's more reasonable. I am basing it off yourselves as well. I could read a little bit more frequently. I don't know if people are just holding on to their turnips or if it's just because it's a little too much getting the 500. So, oh, it's the scrapyard. It's not Big Sean. It's taking all of the bass. You know what? We'll give it a go. There's no time like the present. So we will give it a go. There we are. And then if I... just... change this. And pin this. And then pin this instead. There we go. Done. So we'll try that and see, Potato. We'll get a page in. No problem. We'll do that. We shall do that. Excellent. And the next stop is the kitchen anyway, so we'll try that. If that feels like it's too fast, I might have to... maybe it has to be in between, like 400 if it feels too quick. But it feels like there is large spaces between the readings, so maybe you're right. Maybe 300 is just a bit more reasonable. Like, how long does it take to earn 100? Because the problem is, as well, is it just tells me I have unlimited, so I can't even measure it myself. Oh, I might as well buy before coming in, and then saves my stock. It's like 20 minutes before the next bounty board as well, so there we go. Took me this long to get 300 from my last redeem. Okay, that actually helps because I can look at that. 56 minutes. So it's an hour to do 300. Okay, yeah, that seems fair then. That seems very fair. Oh, Ratsplat is here as well. Hello, Ratsplat. Or, I mean, they're here in the kitchen. I don't mean they're not necessarily in the chat, I suppose. Which is why it felt right to me. Yeah, no, an hour... that seems more than fair. I didn't realize it was that long. But, okay. But you did get your page. So here we go. So it was nothing was your own except the few cubic centimeters in your skull. The sun had shifted round, and the myriad windows of the Ministry of Truth, with the light no longer shining on them, looked grim as the loopholes of a fortress. His heart quailed before the enormous pyramidal shape. It was too strong. It could not be stormed. 1,000 rocket bombs would not batter it down. He wondered again for whom he was writing the diary. For the future, for the past, for an age that might be imaginary, and in front of him there lay not death, but annihilation. The diary would be reduced to ashes and himself to vapour. Only the thought police would read what he had written before they wiped it out of existence and out of memory. How could you make an appeal to the future when not a trace of you, not even an anonymous word scribbled on a piece of paper, could physically survive? The telescreen struck 14. He must leave in 10 minutes. He had to be back at work by 14:30. Curiously, the chiming of the hour seemed to have put a new heart into him. He was a lonely ghost, uttering a truth that nobody would ever hear. But so long as he uttered it in some obscure way, the continuity was not broken. It was not by making yourself heard, but by staying sane that you carried on the human heritage. He went back to the table, dipped his pen, and wrote. To the future or to the past, to a time when thought is free, when men are different from one another and do not live alone. To a time when truth exists and what it's done cannot be undone. From the age of uniformity, from the age of solitude, from the age of Big Brother, from the age of doublethink. Greetings. He was already dead, he reflected. It seemed to him that it was only now, when he had begun to be able to formulate his thoughts, that he had taken the decisive step. The consequences of every act are included in the act itself. He wrote, Thought crime does not entail death. Thought crime is death. No thought crimes, everybody. We are getting through this, though. Okay. Ooh. There we go. Thank you very much, Sea Potato. Thank you. And thanks for letting me know how long it took to get those turnips. I've got a better idea of it now. 300, if it takes an hour to save 300, then yeah, that does seem fair. I think it does give you bonus for other acts as well, because I remember I Lost had like thousands, but they'd done loads of gifted subs and such, which I guess gives you a bonus. I really don't know how it works. Which probably doesn't help. It's probably stuff that I should have researched myself before doing it. But, you know, trial and error works in the end. That was with the bonuses. Oh, I get plus 50 for clicking on it every once in a while. Oh, yes. Yes. Yeah, I do remember that. Cool. Lovely. Oh, pardon me. A little bit windy, pops. That lusty fro is entrancing. It caught my eye again. I mean, you are wearing some fine armor as well, and you've actually got style. That cape matches your armor and everything. So, like, why wouldn't it draw the eye? All kudos to that dapper fellow with the lusty fro there. Credit where credit is due. Thanks. You're welcome. It genuinely did. Like, I was just having a sip of some water there, and my eyes were just drawn. It's like, who's this? I was like, I know them. Oh, Lord of Dung. That does, that's a good name. I like that, actually. Boo, boo, boo. Lord of Dung in the kitchen? Oh, well, yeah, that actually is... I mean, maybe they're keeping the dung out. They're gathering the dung to take away. Although, why is dung in the kitchen in the first place? That is... that would raise questions as well, I suppose. Well, Moldy is in the kitchen also. Look at that. All the best names for it. Let's see... I'm sure I saw Moldy. Yeah, Moldy. Moldy's in the kitchen. And a fruit bat is floating around the kitchen as well. It's, you know, hygiene back in days of yore, it was a bit of hit and miss, wasn't it? So, it's accurate. At least. Twisty, if only Samuel knew the stories unfolding next to him. Is Samuel here? Samuel is Moldy. Oh! Sorry. I don't know it. Oh, of course, Moldy Samuel. It makes sense. Sorry. I haven't got to know everybody yet. I'm still a bit of a young blood in the Brighter Shores world. I was late to the starting party. So, and it's not often I frequent these heading heights. So, for that, again, thank you. Actually start to read the names of the people standing beside me. I did it again. I went out and bought veg. What is wrong with me? How much do I even have left? Probably loads. Loads. 144. I need to start using this veg because I'm going to be the right level to ditch it before we know it. He's community manager, if I remember correctly. Oh, don't tell me that. He is, isn't he? And actually, you guys have said this to me before. Why is it taking me so long? Are they going to have voice acting? Oh, are they actually going to get the voices in? Oh man, if I knew they were billing for that, I should have auditioned. I think you actually did tell me that before, though. That's embarrassing. I do apologize. I do not mean offense. I am just ignorant on that front. Because we spoke about him a lot in the tannery as well. Now that you've said it, the countless times it was brought up in the tannery, I couldn't believe it. You should audition for narrator. Oh, I could be like the Baldur's Gate 3 narrator, but in this. You curse yourself mournfully as you wasted your XP time running to Kevin to pick up vegetables that you know you already stored in the cupboard. It's a crit fail. Oh, Twisty, another page. Okay. There we go. Lovely. So thought crime does not entail death. Thought crime is death. Now he had recognized himself as a dead man, it became important to stay alive as long as possible. 2 fingers of his right hand were ink-stained. It was exactly the kind of detail that might betray you. Some nosing zealot in the ministry, a woman probably, someone like the little sandy-haired woman or the dark-haired girl from the fiction department, might start wondering why he had been writing during the lunch interval, why he had used an old-fashioned pen, what he had been writing, and then drop a hint in the appropriate quarter. He went to the bathroom and carefully scrubbed the ink away with the gritty, dark brown soap which rasped your skin like sandpaper and was therefore well adapted for this purpose. He put the diary away in the drawer. It was quite useless to think of hiding it, but he could at least make sure whether or not its existence had been discovered. A hair laid across the page ends was too obvious. With the tip of his fingers, he picked up an identifiable grain of whitish dust and deposited on the corner of the cover, where it was bound to be shaken off if the book was moved. There we go. We're moving on to chapter 3. So that was kind of a bit of a half page. So we'll read the first page of chapter 3 as well, because everybody has just been lovely. So if anything, you deserve it. There we go. I will stock up on the veg. I did it from the bank this time. Look at me. I think that's only twice I've actually done that correctly. There we go. Chapter 3. The free page. Woo! Winston was dreaming of his mother. He must, he thought, have been 10 or 11 years old when his mother had disappeared. She was a tall, statuesque, rather silent woman with slow movements and magnificent fair hair. His father he remembered more vaguely as dark and thin, dressed always in neat, dark clothes. Winston remembered especially the very thin soles of his father's shoes, and wearing spectacles. The two of them must evidently have been swallowed up in one of the first great purges of the 50s. At this moment, his mother was sitting in some place deep down beneath him, with his young sister in her arms. He did not remember his sister at all, except as a tiny, feeble baby, always silent, with large, watchful eyes. Both of them were looking up at him. They were down in some subterranean place, the bottom of a well, for instance, or a very deep grave. But it was a place which, already far below him, was itself moving downwards. They were in the saloon of a sinking ship, looking up at him through the darkening water. There was a still air in the saloon. They could still see him, and he them. But all the while they were sinking down into the green waters which in another moment must hide them from sight forever. He was out in the light and air while they were being sucked down to the earth, or to death. And they were down there because he was up here. He knew it, and they knew it. And he could see the knowledge in their faces. There was no reproach, either. Their faces, or in their hearts. Only the knowledge that they must die in order that he might remain alive. And that this was part of the unavoidable order of things. He could not remember what had happened, but he knew in his dream that in some way in some way the lives of his mother and his sister had been sacrificed for his own. It was one of those dreams which, while retaining the characteristic dream scenery, are a continuation of one's intellectual life, and in which one becomes aware of the facts and the ideas which still seem new and valuable after one is awake. The thing that suddenly struck Winston was that his mother's death, nearly 30 years ago, had been tragic and sorrowful in a way that was no longer possible. Tragedy, he perceived, belonged to the ancient time, to a time when there was still privacy, love, and friendship, and when the members of a family stood by one another without needing to know the reason. His mother's memory tore at his heart because she had died loving him, when he was too young and selfish to love her in return, and because somehow he did not remember how. She had sacrificed herself to a conception of loyalty that was private and unalterable. Such things, he saw, could not happen today. Today, there were fear, hatred, and pain, but no dignity of emotion, no deep or complex sorrows. All this he seemed to see in the large eyes, his mother and his sister, looking up at him through the green water, hundreds of fathoms down and still sinking. There we go. Oh, is that another one as well? Okay. We'll continue then. You overpaid for your previous pages, so it equals out. Yes, exactly. Yeah, we'll go with that. Sea potato. Like it. He owes me like 6 pages. I will do the 1 page that you paid for. Let's look. You're helping me discover this. This is all discovery. Here we are. Suddenly, he was standing on short, springy turf on a summer evening when the slanting rays of the sun gilded the ground. The landscape that he was looking at recurred so often in his dreams that he was never fully certain whether or not he had seen it in the real world. In his waking thoughts, he called it the Golden Country. It was an old, rabbit-bitten pasture with a foot track wandering across it and a molehill here and there. In the ragged hedge on the opposite side of the field, the boughs of the elm trees were swaying very faintly in the breeze, their leaves just stirring in dense masses like women's hair. Somewhere near at hand, though out of sight, there was a clear, slow-moving stream where dace were swimming in the pools under the willow trees. The girl with dark hair was coming towards them across the field, With what seemed like a single movement, she tore off her clothes and flung them disdainfully aside. Her body was white and smooth, but it aroused no desire in him. Indeed, he barely looked at it. What overwhelmed him in the instant was the admiration of the gesture which she had thrown her clothes aside. With its grace and carelessness, it seemed to annihilate a whole culture, a whole system of thought. He thought Big Brother and the party and the thought police could all be swept into nothingness by a single splendid movement of the arm. That, too, was a gesture belonging to the ancient time. Winston woke up with the word Shakespeare on his lips. The telescreen was giving forth an ear-splitting whistle which continued on the same note for 30 seconds. It was not 7:15 getting up time for office workers. Winston wrenched his body out of bed. Naked, for a member of the outer party received only 3,000 clothing coupons annually and a suit of pajamas with 600, and seized a dingy singlet and a pair of shorts that were lying across a chair. The physical jerks would begin in 3 minutes. The next moment, he was doubled up by a violent coughing fit, which was nearly always attacked him soon after waking up. It emptied his lungs so completely that he could only begin breathing again by lying on his back and taking a series of deep gasps. His veins had swelled with the effort of the cough, and the varicose ulcer had started itching. Petition to have Turnip do Saturday story night. Just 4 hours straight of therapeutic storytelling. Make it a weekly thing. Just kidding, or am I? Well, I have said that once you guys get me through chapters, I will record a whole chapter to put on my YouTube channel. I think I'll just put it on the YouTube channel, which I've got attached to this. Otherwise, if it kind of gets a bit lost, I'll put it on a YouTube channel all to its own, where it just does its own little thing. So if you want that 4 hours, which will probably will be if I'm getting through whole books, you can listen to it anytime you like. And we can still have this. I've signed it, and my 2 alts did too. Well, okay, maybe it will end up being a thing if it becomes that popular. If all the alts ask for it. Gonna grab hot chocolate milk for that. I can't wait for the snoo part in the end. Snoo? Oh my goodness. Well, it's a good thing I said it's not appropriate for children. It's already heading that way, isn't it? Snoo. First, the large women. Then the petite women. Then the large women again. I do like Futurama. I really like Futurama. There we go. Oop. Wonderful. Okay. I must admit, it's been lots of fun. I'm actually kind of looking forward to it. We've got 1 chapter already done, so when I get a moment. You okay, boy? Oh, I should have called him Winston with his little coughing fit. There we go. He's okay. Yeah, so 1 chapter's already in the bag. I will get that done. And I'll probably record them in chapters, because then it's probably easier to navigate, I suppose. You can put them in a playlist in chapters, can't you? So we'll do that. We'll do that. I'm broke. I need more turnips. Oh yeah, just have to beg the others that might have theirs stocked up. Or, you never know. Maybe somebody will follow or something. There we are. Here we go. Are we... Oh, we are due a bounty board. So before I sell these stews, in case it has some of the stews on it, we'll have a little look-see. What y'all sitting around for? I'm drying out here. I guess it can be a bit of a torture for everybody as well. I won't say that pleases me. If I change my name to 5,000 turnips, can I spend some from my name on page readings? That's if you could prove to me that you are physically 5,000 turnips of which you can remove some from to spend. And I would like video evidence of this turnip creature. That is also a sea potato. Although it does sound like a tasty vegetable medley in the making. I won't lie. Okay, we don't... why did I not take the bounties? We don't need too much for this, actually. I wonder if I just go out and grab the fish before we start. Because it's only 3 fish, and then I only need room for 6... potatoes and 6 sausages. I think we'll be good. Let's grab the fish first. It's really easy bounty. Looks of it. It's a lot of experience. Holy smokes. Okay. I've got the appetizing and the placid. Okay, we need 3 fishies. 3 fishies. Fishmonger. Thank you, Fishmonger. Does the Fishmonger not get a name? Right, I'll get AI on that evidence. Oh, wait, yeah. I forgot that it'd probably be... I'd hate to actually think what AI comes up with if you asked it for a 5,000 turnip monster that could shed the turnips from itself. Oh my goodness. 6. That was some terribly slow math on my part. That was embarrassing almost. Adding 2 1s to a 4. My goodness. Okay. Oh, but it's got the rocky road. Jeez. Do people actually, like... Well, I suppose it's 3,000 experience. That's worth it for a short run to Rocky Road, at least. Got Invincible, North Wall. Oh, the guard on the North Walls again. Ugh. That's worth more than that, because that's a pain in the tookie. Really. And Big Sean. Does Big Sean ever not order? Is he always ordering? Is he ordering from everybody else as well? Because, my goodness, Big Sean is living up to their name. Getting a bit like the Merchant of Venice with that one. Yeah. Wait. Yeah. I'm going to have to actually rethink that. I think I might be getting twisted. Yes. Okay. Yeah, it is a book. It is a book. Okay. I'm not just saying yes for no reason. That's why they call him Big Sean. That's another book that I haven't actually read. Kilo Joel. I must admit, if you want to know about Terry Pratchett and some other fantasy books, I'm hot on my books. actually genuine literature, I am sloppy on. I'm terrible for it, despite sounding like somebody who has probably read every book under the sun by the sounds of it. I have not. I tend to escape into other worlds in my reading. Strangely not sci-fi though. I love sci-fi television and I love the theme of sci-fi. I love computer games that are sci-fi. I've got a lot of board games that are. I never actually adopted it in my reading. Have I read The Hogfather? Absolutely, I have, Sea Potato. I love The Hogfather, the book, but my goodness, the TV show adaptation of it, I love even more. I keep forgetting the man's name, but the gentleman who played Tia Tam, Mr. Tea Time, was brilliant. I love The Hogfather, and I love the show, The Hogfather. It is so good. Yeah, I love it. I've had problem for a long time that reading books makes me fall asleep, so most of my reading was done in school times. I have only stopped reading ever since Terry Pratchett passed away. I must admit, this is kind of the kick up the bottom I needed to get through a book. I've really struggled, although I've been reading Unruly, but that's been slow progress as well. Not that it's a bad book, it's just I've just been a terrible job. Right, I'm gonna run to the stairs and see if that's quicker, because these ladders are just so slow. I think that's faster than the ladder. There we go. I did do a lot of reading in free time at that time. I read so much when I was in school. When I was in school and a teenager and all sorts, I read a lot. Okay. If I actually get in combat here, I might as well kill them, because I do need to get some levels in this, I think. But yeah, I kind of slacked a bit, and it's been a little bit upsetting because I love reading. I absolutely love it. Is this better? Oh, look at that. Finally some better equipment as well. Here we go. It's kind of a shame. I like the aesthetic of the guards' equipment. It's kind of a shame to not have it anymore. I feel it would be nice to have some way to keep that. Was it sausage? Yeah, Big Sean wants the fish. Okay. Garlic herring. Mmm. Lovely. Dropped a book recommendation in Discord. Ooh. A book called The Forever War. One that I read more recently and really enjoyed. Is that a book for myself, or is that a book you're suggesting for the stream? Is it public domain? But I'll take recommendations for myself as well, because actually reading this has got me like in the mood for more books. It's actually, again, streaming has been very therapeutic for me. Okay. He wanted the fish. I must admit I'm getting a little warm. Pardon me while I undress a little. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Oh, you'll see me in my Snorlax nightie. I'd say it's embarrassing, but I'm not actually upset about it. It's too late now to be embarrassed. And when I say nighty, it is genuinely a nighty. Never mind. I'm sure it's beautifully bright green on screen. I never leveled up from cute to devilish. That's my problem. My puppy is 3 months old and weighs 15 kilograms. What type of dog is this? Because Wash weighs 10 kilograms, a nice healthy 10 for his stature. And your dog is... I mean, a pug's a small dog, so it's not surprising that a dog would end up heavier than him, but... I must say, that is... Bull Mastiff. Ooh, I do like Mastiffs. I really do. Laura has a thing for Newfoundlands. Although, now that we have a pug, she kind of has fallen in love with pugs. Because they are lovely dogs. Very, very lovely dogs. Hurrah! My food delivery. You're most welcome. We're almost 36. Look at us. I don't remember actually getting 35. Am I, See, I'm looking over the... I keep looking at the Chronopolis teleport because I'm so used to teleporting around Chronopolis as well. So... And I've gotten at it. Okay, what... was I going to check? Yeah, leaderboards. We're in the top 4,000. Woo! I can update the stream. Top 4,000. Overall. Look at me. Such speed. None saw it coming. Until it was too late. Turnip ruled it all. All that your eyes could see upon the brighter shores fell to the tyranny of the turnip. Big, scary, and totally harmless friendly giants. The best kind of big dogs. Very best kind. Congrats and top 4K. I know. Look at me. Am I actually catching up with... I was getting close to King Canadia. Oh, I'm 9 levels behind King Canadia now. Lovely. Although, saying that, the three above me have been grinding one skill. So the moment they start switching onto other skills, they will probably rocket past me. I have no doubt. But it's just nice to feel like I'm... keeping relative pace. Steady, ever looming closer, even with 3 characters there. Oh, that's much cooler. It was getting quite warm in here. But the Forever War. Forever War. Let's have a look at that. Oh, Joe Wildman. I feel like I've recognized that name. I probably recognize that name from it. Do-do-do. Ba-ba. Ba-ba-ba-ba. No, it's not in public domain, so I couldn't read it on stream or anything. But I will actually to my own list of things. I feel like I have heard of it before. This is the thing. I have been keeping in touch with books relatively, and I've no doubt if I actually go back on my list of books I want to read, that may be among them, Kilo. I just have this habit of not addressing that list. And I have so many of the books in my collection already, I just don't read them. Like, I buy them, and I just haven't read them. It's bizarre. So it'll either pop up on the list I already have, which I have no doubt it is, because I feel like I've heard its name before, which makes me suspect that I have. Or I might actually already own it. In which case, I might find it on the shelves somewhere. It's definitely not on the shelves here, because I've not added books to these shelves in a long time. They've been jam-packed for years, so it'll be in some other bookshelf. Oh! 36? Oh, he's growing up so fast. Cementing my position in the top 4,000 there. None shall challenge me. Okay. Don't disappoint, Lusty Fro. Go to the bank. We remembered. We remembered. Although we are actually starting to run low, we might have to do a few stock up runs on the old bank. Boo, boo, boo. Okay. But yeah. Sherlock Holmes weren't a bad idea. I like the idea of Cthulhu as well. I mean, we're spoiled for choice. There's so many books. We're spoiled for choice. If anybody's ever feeling in an educational book, we could even do like something like a history or something as well. See where the mood takes people, or where we end up, or how long it goes, I suppose. I mainly learned Spanish through consuming media, so I'm very behind on well-known TV shows, films, books, etc. Because I often seek out Spanish language stuff when I can. Yes, I remember you saying that, because you played Temtem entirely in Spanish as well, did you not, Kilo? I'm sorry I couldn't do the Spanish speech run of Temtem. I have no doubt you'd have appreciated it, but I would have butchered it. I would have made the Spanish cry and possibly seek out and take me down for crimes against their wonderfully rich cultured nation. I don't need me ridiculous Scott butchering that for them. Oh, I didn't know you were thinking about doing that at all. Oh no, to be honest, I went into Temtem so ignorant, Kilo, that I didn't know the developers were from Spain. Like, I have to hold my hands up there. When I say I go blind into games, I go blind into games. I don't look up the devs. I don't look at anything. I knew Andrew Gower was involved in this game, A, because it has his name plastered on the title screen, but also because Laura had told me that it was the previous creators of RuneScape. that was doing it. And because I'd played RuneScape in the past, I was aware of them. So I knew that much. I still forgot poor Samuel, which people actually mentioned several times as involved in the community. So, yeah. I am terrible for the old ignorance on that front. But the issue I have in that, which I will use to defend my position a little bit, is that I do like to play games blind. And even if you try to look up the developers of a game and try to get a bit more knowledge of it, it's going to funnel you down a path where spoilers are leaked, where either an algorithm picks up on what you were searching for and therefore keeps posting it in your face, and then those spoilers are revealed to you, or on that journey in searching for these kinds of things then envelops you in those spoilers anyway. So my habit is what fuels my ignorance there a little bit. Yeah. Honestly, same. I only switched Temtem to Spanish when I found out. Most people are enthusiastic about people learning their language. My experience, they don't mind mistakes, really. No, generally, I get that kind of reception from it. I've dabbled bits here and there. Like, I must admit, I had to use things like Duolingo this year because I was doing tours and meeting a lot of people, and I know it's not perfect. I started to realize very quickly that it's not perfect and not a great source, although it at least gets you started and gets you a little bit in. And I did pick up little bits here and there just so I could interact with people that were struggling a bit more on tours, because, you know, things are important, like knowing what time to get back and stuff. And there's like some tour drivers, they'll draw like a clock and something like that, which is fine and it is helpful, but I find it's kind of mean. I'd prefer a human interaction where I can say to them, because they will come up to me and they'll try to discern the time, and if I manage to return it in their own language, or if I briefly look it up in their own language, even if I just search up a translator to translate it then immediately, I found they appreciate it a lot more. And you're right, if I butcher it, they don't mind, because they know what time to return to the bus, and I've said thank you and all sorts of things and done my best and tried it, so they do like it. I absolutely agree with you. It's but that I find is kind of a small interaction that you have with people. If I was to go, like you said, I am your, I'm pretty sure it was yourself that said it. It's like my voice is your actually internal interpretation of the writing in Temtem now, like in English. Like, you imagine my voice is the actual narrator, I suppose, of Temtem. I can't imagine you'd have had that same feeling if I tried to do it in Spanish. I don't think it would have worked at all. I would have no comfort, no cadence, no flow, nothing, probably. Other than panicked, I suppose. But it would be interesting. It has got me more interested in learning other languages. Interestingly, I actually kind of swayed towards French a little bit. I brushed up on my Dutch a lot more. It's more natural and easy for me to do so. I can speak to my mother with it, so I don't count that as kind of adopting another language. It's in my family, so that is a primary language alongside English for myself. So I kind of drifted to French. I don't know if that was so much out of choice, or I just had many French people on my tours, and I'm not gonna lie, it is quite a beautiful language to listen to, and they were very, very lovely people. The French and Scottish relations has always been very strong, though. That can be a part of it as well. I ran out and bought vegetables again. Don't tell Lusty Fro, please, anybody. I need to stock up that bank anyway, actually, so next time round we'll probably stock that up a little bit. I guess if you're trying to narrate in Spanish, listening to it would be much more helpful than reading. I seen it. I know what you did. Prepare for the cold release of my blade. As the darkness sinks into your pupils, you shall never forget the vegetables in the bank again. Because you'll not have another chance. Yeah. Oh, well, I do listen to it as well. So whenever I've been trying to practice these languages, I didn't just use Duolingo because, like I said, it's not always that perfect. But I would take what little bits I learned, and then I would maybe... A way that I try to brush up on my Dutch a little bit as well is I'll just listen to, like, Dutch podcasts or Dutch radio or something like that. I don't always understand what's going on in it or anything like that, but it usually gets me there in the gist of it. Oh, Sea Potato has redeemed a page. Okay, what I will do is the bank is a little dry. We'll stock that up, and just in case anybody else wants to add more pages to that, we'll stock up and we'll get ready, because it seems to come in a bit like blocks right now. So if people would like to add pages to Sea Potatoes, now would be a good time. We'll stock up the cupboards and we'll do a reading in the kitchen for a bit. And that would actually probably bring us up nicely for the new bounties as well. So, good timing. The way I started learning, it was a criminal interview show with English subtitles. Then I watched again with Spanish subtitles. Oh, that's a good idea. That's actually quite a good idea. Yeah. Yeah, I like that one, Kilo. That's quite a clever way of going about it. Yeah. Okay. I might just read out your page with what's left in the bank, Sea Potato. Maybe it doesn't get bulked up quite so much. So there's these Netflix mini-series called The Criminal Spain, Criminal France, etc. I should maybe look that up because we have got Netflix for a month or two again. We tend to get our subscriptions in bouts now, and we've been better at unsubscribing from ones that we're not using. We're actually being quite proactive on that now, because it is ridiculous the amount of subscriptions that you can end up with. It's just unaffordable. It's madness. There's no way we can do it. So I think we have Netflix right now, so I might actually look that up. Okay, I think we've got one more inventory, so we will redeem Sea Potato's page. Here we go. Here we go. So he was hacking a cough after his morning exercises, and his varicose ulcer had started itching. 30 to 40 group, yapped a piercing female voice. 30 to 40 group, take your places please. 30s to 40s. Winston sprang to attention in front of the telescreen, upon which the image of a youngish woman, scrawny but muscular, dressed in tunic and gym shoes, had already appeared. Arms bending and stretching, she rapped out. Take your time, by me. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Come on, comrades, put a bit of life into it. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. The pain of the coughing fit had not quite driven out of Winston's mind when the impression made by his dream and the rhythmic movements of the exercise restored it somewhat. As he mechanically shot his arms back and forth, wearing on his face the look of grim enjoyment which was considered proper during the physical jerks, he was struggling to think his way backward into the dim period of his early childhood. It was extraordinarily difficult, Beyond the late 50s, everything had faded, when there were no external records that you could refer to. Even the outline of your own life lost in its sharpness. You remembered huge events which had quite probably not happened. You remembered the detail of incidents without being able to recapture their atmosphere. And there were long blank periods to which you could assign nothing. Everything had been different then. Even the names of countries and their shapes on the map had been different. Airstrip 1, for instance, had not been so called in those days. It had been called England, or Britain, though London, he felt fairly certain, had always been called London. Winston could not definitely remember a time when his country had not been at war, but it was evidence that there had been fairly long intervals of peace during his childhood, because one of his early memories was of an air raid which appeared to take everyone by surprise. Perhaps it was the time when the atomic bomb had fallen on Colchester. He did not remember the raid itself, but he did remember his father's hand clutching his own as they hurried down, 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 into some place deep in the earth. Round and round a spiral staircase which rang under his feet and which finally so wearied his legs that he began whimpering, and they had to stop and rest. His mother, in her slow, dreamy way, was following a long way behind them. She was carrying his baby sister. Or perhaps it was only a bundle of blankets that she was carrying. He was not certain whether his sister had been born then. Finally, they had emerged into a noisy, crowded place which he had realized to be a tube station. Thank you very much. Sea potato. I'll drop it in the Rex channel too. Yeah, go for it. I have some free time, and to be honest, I've taken up the habit of playing this through the day whilst doing other things, so I'll probably end up watching them while passively playing this as well. Oh, addiction. It's all the more funny when you realize it. There we go. Okay. I must admit, despite myself forgetting so often, putting these vegetables into the store is a little bit better. I just need to be wary for the level change. Is it better to change to the bacon sandwiches when you get to 38? Is it definitely a noticeable difference? Because the experience gap between those levels must be quite good. I'm gonna head off now. Take care. Thanks for stopping by, Kilo. It was lovely to chat to yourself again. Always a pleasure. I hope the jab pain in your arm wears off quickly and you get good rest. Veggie stews are still best because of knowledge points. Okay, so just lay off the sandwiches. This is going to be a lot of veggie stew. A lot of veggie stew. Cheers. It's not as bad as it has been before, so should be alright. Good. Good. Have a pleasant rest then, my friend. Always a pleasure. I've forgotten. Well, there we go. I've never worn kind of the larger sized glasses before. I'm struggling to come up with great ways. Well, actually, it's easy to scratch your eye when you're not wearing headphones. It's just the headphones pin the glasses in place. Ugh. Woe is me. Woe betide this handsome devil in front of you all now. Here we go. Stocking up. Lots of vegetables. Lots of vegetables. Okay. And yeah, I did mark off that we did 2 chapters of the book, so I will get them recorded. If I do get those chapters of the book recorded, I'll post it on my Discord, and what I'll do for now is I'll just post it on the YouTube channel, which is actually linked on this Twitch and in that Discord, so people can find it when they want to. It's kind of the only place I can think to tell everybody. But I'll be sure to tell you all when I'm back on stream again as well. But it will probably be next week, because I've got a feeling that before the weekend is through, I might have actually done a couple more as well. And I will get some free time during the day to do some of it. But I have to say, it'll probably be a one-take kind of affair. So I apologize beforehand if there's some little hiccups in it. But it's more natural. It'll maybe feel more bedtime story if it's like that, so. Because otherwise, if you did want to hear it all again, you'd have to sit, and this has been like a 5-hour stream already, and yeah, to read one chapter, to hear one chapter, or 2 chapters in such time is asking a little much of people. What on earth was that noise? You okay, boy? You dreaming? I think he's dreaming. Okay. How much have we got? Got a couple more inventory fills in there. Should do for now. Ba 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 la. Ba ba da 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 da. Boo 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 boo. Okay, and then we'll buy 1 inventory to get started, and we'll be good to go. Good to go. Miss Esri! Hello, hello. Good to see you. Lovely soul, how goes the games? The games go good, and we've added a little bit. I don't know if you didn't enjoy it at all. I'm reading 1984, George Orwell's. It just requires a little sum of 300 turnips to get a page read, or follows, or a sub gets 2 pages read. So, there we go. Oh, Steady's generously put one up. It's now your winter break. Lovely! Well, if you'd love to... Steady's already paid for a page, so I will... yeah, Steady got ahead of you there. So, there's a little bit of a 5-minute waiting time on it. I might get rid of that waiting time because I don't think it's actually been needed, really. I've been quite happy reading page after page, so... you know what? Let's do that now. And if you want to put one in, Miss Esri, then I'll read 2 pages. So, 2 moments, folks. Because it's not been hell for leather, so... No more cooldowns or time limits. So the 5-minute time limit is off. If anybody wants to add a page to Steady's, Miss Esri, if you'd like to add a page to it as well. There we go. Lovely. 2 pages. 2 pages, guys. Okay. So, We're in the 3rd chapter, Miss Esri, so it's a bit ahead. I don't know if you've read 1984, but it's been a very interesting book so far. But here we go. There were people sitting all over the stone-flagged floor, and other people, packed tightly together, were sitting on metal bunks, one above the other. Winston and his mother and father found themselves a place on the floor, and near them an old man and an old woman were sitting side by side on a bunk. The old man had on a decent dark suit and a black cloth cap pushed back from his very white hair. His face was scarlet and his eyes were blue and full of tears. He reeked of gin. It seemed to breathe out of his skin in place of sweat, and one could have fancied that the tears welling from his eyes were pure gin. But though slightly drunk, he was also suffering under some grief that was genuine and unbearable. In his childish way, Winston grasped at some terrible thing, something that was beyond forgiveness and could ever be remedied, had just happened. It also seemed to him that he knew what it was. Someone whom the old man loved, a little granddaughter perhaps, had been killed. Every few minutes, the old man kept repeating, "We didn't ought to have trusted him. I said so, Ma, didn't I? That's what comes from trusting him. I said so all along. We didn't ought to have trusted the buggers." But which buggers they didn't ought to have trusted, Winston could not now remember. Since about that time, war had been literally continuous, though strictly speaking it had not always been the same war. For several months during his childhood there had been confused street fighting in London itself, some of which he remembered vividly. But to trace out the history of the whole period, to say who was fighting whom at any given moment, would have been utterly impossible, since no written record and no spoken word ever made mention of any other alignment than of the existing one. At this moment, for example, in 1984, if it was 1984, Oceania was at war with Eurasia, and in alliance with Eastasia. In no public or private utterance was it ever admitted that the three powers had at any time been grouped along different lines. Actually, as Winston well knew it, was only 4 years since Oceania had been at war with Eastasia and in alliance with Eurasia. But that was merely a piece of furtive knowledge which he happened to possess because his memory was not satisfactorily under control. Officially, the changes of partners had never happened. Oceania was at war with Eurasia, therefore Oceania had always been at war with Eurasia. The enemy of the moment always represented absolute evil, and it followed that any past or future agreement with him was impossible. The frightening thing, he reflected for the 10,000th time, as he forced his shoulders painfully backward, with hands on hips, they were gyrating their bodies from the waist, an exercise that was supposed to be good for the back muscles. The frightening thing was that it might all be true. If the party could trust its hand into the past and say of this or that event, it never happened, that, surely, was more terrifying than mere torture and death. Here we go. Oh, Twisty, you added another one. Okay. Let me get some more veggies out, and we'll get another one on the go. I lost. Hello. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? Miss Esri, I actually have never read it. Neither have I, Miss Esri. This is my first time through. It's my first time through, and it is a good book. Like, it has its reputation for good reason. Let's decide to have a break from this. I've been taking a lot of my time, and I realise it's not healthy. Yeah, it's kind of good to realise that maybe a little bit I lost. I've taken breaks here and there. I've not solely been playing this game, I must say. But Twisty, thank you. We'll pop on another page, shall we? The party said that Oceania had never been in alliance with Eurasia. He, Winston Smith, knew that Oceania had been in alliance with Eurasia as short a time as 4 years ago. But where did that knowledge exist? Only in his own consciousness, which in any case must soon be annihilated. And if all others accepted the lie which the party imposed, if all records told the same tale, Then the lie passed into history and became truth. Who controls the past? Ran the party slogan. Controls the future? Who controls the present? Controls the past. And yet the past, though of its nature alterable, never had been altered. Whatever was true now was true from everlasting to everlasting. It was quite simple. All that was needed was an unending series of victories over your own memory. Reality control, they called it. In Newspeak. Doublethink. Stand easy, barked the instructress, a little more genially. Oh my goodness. Now I remember why I might have perhaps put the 5-minute gap in. Okay. I mean, it's 10 pages up. It's 10 pages up. But I think I might need to put that gap in. There we go. Just to reel it a little bit. Otherwise, we will be booked through like a book a night. Okay, I need to count it from Twisties. The Twisties was the last, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I'm going to honor the 16 that were posted. I will honor the 16 that were posted. My goodness. Don't be sorry, Steady. I took away the limit. I knew why I did it at the beginning. I forgot. I took it down, and that's my... that's mine to bear. Get to finish the chapter and regret moving the timer. That might actually finish the chapter, so in which case I'll owe 3. That was another thing I said, Miss Esri. When I finish a chapter, I'll do a full recording of it and put it on my YouTube or something like that. So people can have a little listen if they need. People seem to be enjoying listening to me read it. So you took it down and was promptly reminded why. Yes, the internet is very good at that, isn't it? Yep. Okay, we'll sell these. I don't want to miss the other bounties as well, so I need to make sure that I get all that. But, okay, 16 pages. We can do that. We can do that. It's still early in the night for me as streaming goes, so here we go. Well, if I wanted, I could have managed to add another 10 before you noticed it. Wanted to restrict myself a little bit. Oh, thank you, Steady. You're so kind. Oh, thank you for moderating your 115,000 points. Yeah, we'll get lots of books out, I guess. That'll be good. Here we go. Okay, let's start on these 16 IO, shall we? Winston sank his arms to his sides and slowly refilled his lungs with air. His mind slid away into the labyrinthine world of doublethink. To know and not to know. To be conscious of complete truthfulness while telling carefully constructed lies. To hold simultaneously 2 opinions which cancelled out, knowing them to be contradictory and believing in both of them. To use logic against logic. To repudiate morality while laying claim to it. To believe that democracy was impossible and that the party was the guardian of democracy. To forget whatever it was necessary to forget, then to draw it back into memory again at the moment when it was needed, and then promptly to forget it again. And above all, to apply the same process to the process itself. That was the ultimate subtlety. Consciously to induce unconsciousness, and then, once again, to become unconscious of the act of hypnosis you had just performed. Even to understand the word doublethink involved the use of doublethink. The instructress had called them to attention again. "And now let's see which of us can touch our toes," she said enthusiastically. "Right over from the hips, please, comrades. 1, 2. 1, 2. Winston loathed this exercise, which sent shooting pains all the way from his heels to his buttocks, and often ended by bringing on another coughing fit. The half-pleasant quality went out of his meditations. The past, he reflected, had not merely been altered, it had been actually destroyed. For how could you establish even the most obvious fact when there existed no record outside your own memory? He tried to remember in what year he had first heard mention of Big Brother. He thought it must have been at some time in the 60s, but it was impossible to be certain. In the party histories, of course, Big Brother figured as the leader and guardian of the revolution since its very earliest days. His exploits had been gradually pushed backwards in time until already they extended into the fabulous world of the 40s and the 30s, when the capitalists in their strange cylindrical hats still rode through the streets of London in great gleaming motor cars or horse carriages with glass sides. There was no knowing how much of this legend was true and how much invented. Winston could not even remember at what date the party itself had come into existence. He did not believe he had ever heard the word Ingsoc before 1960. But it was possible that in old speak form, English socialism, that is to say, it had been current earlier. Everything melted into mist. Sometimes, indeed, you could put your finger on a definite lie. It was not true, for example, as was claimed in the party history books, that the party had invented aeroplanes. He remembered aeroplanes since his earliest childhood. But you could prove nothing. There was never any evidence. Just once in his whole life he had held in his hands unmistakable documentary proof of the falsification of an historical fact. And on that occasion... "Smith!" screamed the shrewish voice from the telescreen. 6079 Smith W. Yes, you. Bend lower, please. You can do better than that. You're not trying. Lower, please. That's better, comrade. Now, stand at ease, the whole squad, and watch me. Ooh. It'll turn into an ASMR stream with book reading. Well, if that's what people like, I don't have any objection to it, really. It does have a great reading voice. I'm glad you like it too. I've been getting that a lot, Miss Esri. I've been getting that a lot. I do appreciate the compliments, guys. Okay. That was 2. I've got 14 more pages. I'm not even upset about it, if I'm honest. A sudden hot sweat had broken out all over Winston's body. His face remained completely inscrutable. Never show dismay. Never show resentment. A single flicker of the eyes could give you away. He stood, watching, while the instructress raised her arms above her head and, one could not say gracefully, but with remarkable neatness and efficiency, bent over and tucked the first joint of her fingers under her toes. There, comrades. That's how I want to see you doing it. Watch me again. I'm 39 and I've had 4 children. Now look. She bent over again. You see, my knees aren't bent. You can all do it if you want to, she added as she straightened herself up. Anyone under 45 is perfectly capable of touching his toes. We don't all have the privilege of fighting in the front line, but at least we can all keep fit. Remember, our boys on the Malabar front, and the sailors in the floating fortresses, just think what they have to put up with. Now try again. That's better, comrade. That's much better, she added encouragingly, as Winston, with a violent lunge, succeeded in touching his toes with knees unbent for the first time in several years. Okay. That's 3 chapters. Ooh. Very nice. I need a little drinky poo before I continue the other pages. Don't want to completely rasp the old larynx there. Gotta look after it. There we go. So, 1984, Chapter 4. With a deep, unconscious sigh which not even the nearness of the telescreen could prevent him from uttering when his day's work started, Winston pulled the speakwrite towards him, blew the dust from its mouthpiece, and put on his spectacles. Then he unrolled and clipped together 4 small cylinders of paper which had already flopped out of the pneumatic tube on the right-hand side of his desk. In the walls of the cubicle there were 3 orifices. To the right of the speakwrite, a small pneumatic tube for written messages. To the left, a larger one for newspapers, and in the side of the wall, within easy reach of Winston's arm, a large oblong slit protected by a wire grating. This last was for the disposal of waste paper. Similar slits existed in thousands or tens of thousands throughout the building, not only in every room, but at short intervals in every corridor. For some reason, they were nicknamed memory holes. When one knew that any document was due for destruction, or even when one saw a scrap of waste paper lying about, it was an automatic action to lift the flap of the nearest memory hole and drop it in. Here we go. Scooch. It does actually make the levels go by as well. I'm not going to lie. Whoosh, whoosh. More vegetables. Lovely. And drop it in. Whereupon it would be whirled away on a current of warm air to the enormous furnaces which were hidden somewhere in the recesses of the building. Winston examined the 4 slips of paper which he had unrolled. Each contained a message of the only 1 or 2 lines in the abbreviated jargon. Not actually newspeak, but consistingly largely of newspeak words, which was used in the ministry for internal purposes. They ran: Times, 17/3/84, BB, speech, malreported, Africa, rectify. Times, 19/12/83, forecasts, 3, YP, 4th quarter, 83 misprints, verify current issue. Times, 14/2/84, mini plenty, malquoted, chocolate, rectify. Times, 3/12/83, reporting, BB, day order, double sprung good, refs, unpersons, rewrite, fool, wise, upsub, anti-filing. With a faint feeling of satisfaction, Winston laid the 4th message aside. It was an intricate and responsible job and had better be dealt with last. The other 3 were routine matters, though the second one would probably mean some tedious wading through lists of figures. Winston dialed back numbers on the telescreen and called for the appropriate issues of the Times, which slid out of the pneumatic tube after only a few minutes. The messages he had received referred to articles or news items which, for one reason or another, it was thought necessary to alter, or, as the official phrase had it, to rectify. For example, it appeared the Times of the 17th of March that Big Brother, in his speech of the previous day, had predicted that the South Indian Front would remain quiet, but that a Eurasian offensive would shortly be launched in North Africa. As it happened, the Eurasian Higher Command had launched its offensive in South India and left North Africa alone. It was therefore necessary to rewrite a paragraph of Big Brother's speech, in such a way as to make him predict the thing that had actually happened. Or, again, the Times of the 19th of December had published the official forecasts of the output of various classes of consumption goods in the 4th quarter of 1983, which was also the 6th quarter of the 9th 3-year plan. Today's issue contained a statement of the actual output, from which it appeared that the forecasts were in every instance grossly wrong. Winston's job was to rectify the original figures by making them agree with the later ones. As for the third message, it referred to a very simple error which could be set right in a couple of minutes. As short a time ago as February, the Ministry of Plenty had issued a promise, a categorical pledge were the unofficial words, that would no longer reduction of the chocolate rations during 1984. Actually, as Winston was aware, the chocolate ration was to be reduced from 30 grams to 20 at the end of the present week. All that was needed was to substitute for the original promise a warning that it would probably be necessary to reduce the ration at some time in April. Here we go. Another round of vegetable stews. How are we doing, folks? You all still awake? Haven't sent you all to slumber? Nobody's grind has been interrupted too badly? Okay, we've still got quite a few pages to go. Here we go. Still here, man. You're still in it, Twisty. You had a nap earlier. Oh, so you're ready for this. Okay. Sea potato as well. Jinx is fully passed out. Oh, Jinx, I love you. Makes the grind more fun. Gonna do an all-nighter so your entertainment keeps me going. Oh boy. I can't let you down then, can I? As soon as Winston had dealt with each of the messages, he clipped his speak-written corrections to the appropriate copy of the Times and pushed them into the pneumatic tube. Then, with a movement which was as nearly as possible unconscious, he crumpled up the original message and any notes that he himself had made, and dropped them into the memory hole to be devoured by the flames. What happened in the unseen labyrinth to which the pneumatic tubes led, he did not know in detail. But he did know in general terms as soon as all the corrections which happened to be necessary in any particular number of the Times had been assembled and collated. That number would be reprinted, the original copy destroyed, and a corrected copy placed on the files in its stead. This process of continuous alteration was applied not only to newspapers, but to books, soundtracks, cartoons, photographs, to every kind of literature or documentation which might conceivably hold any political or ideological significance. Day by day and almost minute by minute, the past was brought up to date. In this way, every prediction was made by the party could be shown by the documentary evidence to have been correct. Nor was any item of news or any expression of opinion which conflicted with the needs of the moment ever allowed to remain on record. All history was a palimpsest, scraped clean and reinscribed exactly as often as was necessary. In no case would it have been possible, once the deed was done, to prove that any falsification had taken place. The largest sections of the records department, far larger than the one in which Winston worked, consisted simply of persons whose duty it was to track down and collect all copies of the books, newspapers, and other documents which had been suspended and were due for destruction. A number of the Times, which might, because of changes political alignment or mistaken prophecies uttered by Big Brother, have been rewritten a dozen times, still stood on files bearing its original date, and no other copy existed to contradict it. Books, also, were recalled and rewritten again and again, and were invariably reissued without any admission that any alteration had been made. Even the written instructions which Winston received, and which he invariably got rid of as soon as he had dealt with them, never stated or implied that an act of forgery was to be committed. Always the reference was to the slips, errors, misprints, or misquotations which it was necessary to put right in the interests of accuracy. Here we go. More vegetable stews. Look at us. Look at us go. I can't do all-nighters anymore. I barely could when I was in the uni the first time, except maybe when traveling. I've always been a bit of a night owl, but I never got up early. It's more just like my day is a bit offset and I get my more comfortable sleep. I must admit, when I was working through the summer, I found it difficult doing the early bed, early rise. It's uncomfortable for me, whereas I feel a lot more refreshed being able to sleep later and come back. I was going to say come back to life earlier. I can, but I shouldn't. You said night owl, hoot hoot. Oh, it's been a while since we had a good owl. I'm more of a night owl, but usually by 1 a.m. I need to be in bed. Yeah, I'd like... Yeah, 1, 2, or 3 a.m. tends to be my usual. I know more recently it's been sometimes later, but I've just had a jolly good time streaming lately, and I've had the time to spare, so that's kind of what's been putting it in there. I'm a slow waker. My alarm goes off at 6:30. I get out of bed like 7:10. Yeah, that's me as well. I take a bit to rise. I like the coziness as well. The summer, it's a little bit easier, but the winter, definitely. Okay, put it right in the interests of accuracy. But actually, he thought as he readjusted the Ministry of Plenty's figures, it was not even forgery. It was merely the substitution of one piece of nonsense for another. Most of the material that you were dealing with had no connection with anything in the real world, not even the kind of connection that is contained in a direct lie. Statistics were just as much a fantasy in their original version as in their rectified version. A great deal of the time you were expected to make them up in your own head. For example, the Ministry of Plenty's forecast had estimated the output of boots for the quarter of 145 million pairs. So 145 million pairs. The actual output was given as 62 million. Winston, however, in rewriting the forecast, marked the figure down to 57 million, so as to allow for the usual claim that the quota had been overfulfilled. In any case, 62 million was no nearer the truth than 57 million. Or than 145 million. Very likely, no boots had been produced at all. Likelier still, nobody knew how many had been produced, much less cared. All one knew was that every quarter astronomical numbers of boots were produced on paper, while perhaps half of the population of Oceania went barefoot. And so it was with every class of recorded fact, great or small. Everything faded away into a shadow world in which finally even the date of the year was becoming uncertain. Winston glanced across the hall in the corresponding cubicle. On the other side, a small, precise-looking, dark-chinned man named Tillotson was working steadily away, with a folded newspaper on his knee and his mouth very close to the mouthpiece of the speakwrite. He had the air of trying to keep what he was saying a secret between himself and the telescreen. He looked up, and his spectacles darted a hostile flash in Winston's direction. Winston hardly knew Tillotson, and had no idea what work he was employed on. People in the records department did not readily talk about their jobs. In the long, windowless hall, with the double row of cubicles and its endless rustle of papers and hum of voices murmuring into the speakwrites, there were quite a dozen people whom Winston did not even know by name. Though he daily saw them hurrying to and fro in the corridors or gesticulating in the 2 minutes hate, he knew that in the cubicle next to him the little woman with the sandy hair toiled day in, day out, simply at tracking down and deleting from the press the names of people who had been vaporized and were therefore considered never to have existed. There was a certain fitness in this, since her own husband had been vaporized a couple of years earlier. Here we are. Bounties up. Thank you, AGK. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I will grab them. And we are actually getting through those pages, so... It's been good. It's been a good run. There we go. So, Her husband had been vaporized a couple of years earlier, and a few cubicles away, a mild, ineffectual, dreamy creature named Ampleforth, with very hairy ears and a surprising talent for juggling with rhymes and meters, was engaged in producing garbled versions, divinative texts they called them, of poems, which had become ideologically offensive, but which, for one reason or another, were to be retained in the anthologies. And this hall, with its 50 workers or thereabouts, was only one subsection, a single cell, as it were, in the huge complexity of the records department. Beyond, above, below, were other swarms of workers engaged in an unimaginable multitude of jobs. There were the huge printing shops with their sub-editors, their typography experts, and their elaborately equipped studios for the faking of photographs. There were the teleprogrammer sections, with its engineers, its producers, and its teams of actors specially chosen for their skill in imitating voices. There were the armies of reference clerks, whose job was simply to draw up lists of books and periodicals which were due for recall. There were the vast repositories, where the corrected documents were stored, and the hidden furnaces where the original copies were destroyed. And somewhere or other, quite anonymous, there were the directing brains who coordinated the whole effort and laid down the lines of policy which made it necessary that this fragment of the past should be preserved. That one falsified and the other rubbed out of existence. Okey-dokey. And the records department, after all, was itself only a single branch of the Ministry of Truth, whose primary job was not to reconstruct the past, but to supply the citizens of Oceania with newspapers, films, textbooks, telescreen programs, plays, novels, with every conceivable kind of information, instruction, or entertainment, from a statue to a slogan, from a lyric poem to a biological treatise, and from a child's spelling book to a Newspeak dictionary. And the ministry had not only to supply the multifarious needs of the party, but also to repeat the whole operation at a lower level for the benefit of the proletariat. There was a whole chain of separate departments dealing with the proletarian literature, music, drama, and entertainment generally. Here were produced rubbishy newspapers containing almost nothing except sport, crime, and astrology, sensational 5-cent novelties, films oozing with sex, and sentimental songs which were composed entirely by mechanical means on a special kind of kaleidoscope known as a versificator. There was even a whole subsection, pornosec, it was called in Newspeak, engaged in producing the lowest kind of pornography, which was sent out in sealed packets and which no party member other than those who worked on it was permitted to look at. 3 messages had slid out of the pneumatic tube while Winston was working, but they were simple matters, and he had disposed of them before the 2 minutes hate interrupted him. When the hate was over, he returned to his cubicle, took the Newspeak dictionary from the shelf, pushed the speakwrite to one side, cleaned his spectacles, and settled down to his main job of the morning. Oh my goodness. I might actually get through this bank of vegetables on this one. We're getting there though. We're getting there. I'm marking them off. Okie dokie. Winston's greatest pleasure in life was in his work. Most of it was a tedious routine, but included in it there were also jobs so difficult and intricate that you could lose yourself in them, as in the depths of a mathematical problem. Delicate pieces of forgery in which you had nothing to guide you except your knowledge of the principles of Ingsoc and your estimate of what the party wanted you to say. Winston was good at this kind of thing. On occasion, he had even been entrusted with the rectification of the Times' leading articles, which were written entirely in Newspeak. He unrolled the message that he had set aside earlier. It ran, Times, 3/12/83, reporting, BB, day order, double plungs good, refs, uns persons, rewrite, full wise, upsub, antifiling. In Oldspeak, or Standard English, this might be rendered. The reporting of Big Brother's order for Day in the Times of December 3rd, 1983 is extremely unsatisfactory and makes reference to non-existent persons. Rewrite it in full and submit your draft to higher authority before filing. Winston read through the offending article, Big Brother's order of the day. It seemed had been chiefly devoted to praising the work of an organisation known as FFCC, which supplied cigarettes and other comforts to the sailors of the floating fortresses. A certain comrade, Withers, a prominent member of the inner party, had been singled out for special mention and awarded a decoration, the Order of Conspicuous Merit, second class. 3 months later, FFCC had suddenly been dissolved with no reasons given. One could assume that Withers and his associates were now in disgrace, but there had been no report of the matter in the press or on the telescreen. That was to be expected, since it was unusual for political offenders to be put on trial or even publicly denounced. The great purges involving thousands of people, with public trials or of traitors and thought criminals who had made abject confessions of their crimes and were afterwards executed, were special showpieces, not occurring oftener than once in a couple of years. More commonly, people who had incurred the displeasure of the party simply disappeared and were never heard of again. One never had the smallest clue as to what had happened to them. In some cases, they might not even be dead. Perhaps 30 people personally known to Winston, not counting his parents, had disappeared at one time or another. Winston stroked his nose gently with a paperclip. In the cubicle across the way, Comrade Tolotzin was still crouching secretively over his speakwrite. He raised his head for a moment. Again, the hostile spectacle flash. Winston wondered whether Comrade Tolotzin was engaged in the same job as himself. It was perfectly possible. So, a tricky piece of work would never be entrusted to a single person. On the other hand, to turn it over to a committee would be to admit openly that an act of fabrication was taking place. Very likely, as many as a dozen people were now working away on rival versions of what Big Brother had actually said, and presently some master brain in the inner party would select this version or that, would re-edit it, and set in motion the complex processes of cross-referencing that would be required. And then the chosen lie would pass into the permanent records and become truth. Here we go. Okay, I think we've actually got this right. I think I've got, like, another load of vegetables, and that closes the pages that we actually got there. Kels! Hi! Sorry! Oh, Kels, I'm so sorry. People purchased 16 pages of 1984 for me. I wasn't ignoring you. I was enraptured in things. Wait, you are actually reading. Yes, I am actually reading. Sorry. Are you still in here, Kels? I am so sorry. Hello, Cease. Oh no, Kels, I would never ignore you. I promise. I promise. It's okay. Well, if you wish, you can join in the last 2 pages. We've got 2 more pages that people paid for, so here we go. And it's with the last round of vegetables as well. It's not bad. Winston did not know why Withers had been disgraced. Perhaps it was for corruption or incompetence. Perhaps Big Brother was merely getting rid of a too popular subordinate. Perhaps Withers or someone close to him had been suspected of heretical tendencies. Or perhaps, what was likeliest of all, the thing had simply happened because purges and vaporizations were a necessary part of the mechanics of government. The only real clue lay in the words, refs, unpersons, which indicated that Withers was already dead. You could not invariably assume this to be the case when people were arrested. Sometimes they were released and allowed to remain at liberty for as much as a year or 2, before being executed. Very occasionally, some person whom you had believed dead long since would make a ghostly reappearance at some public trial where he would implicate hundreds of others by his testimony before vanishing. This time, forever. Withers, however, was already an unperson. He did not exist. He had never existed. Winston decided that it would not be enough simply to reverse the tendency of Big Brother's speech. It was better to make it deal with something totally unconnected with its original subject. He might turn the speech into the usual denunciation of traitors and thought criminals, but that was a little too obvious. While to invent a victory at the front or some triumph over production in the 9th 3-year plan might complicate the records too much. What was needed was a piece of pure fantasy. Suddenly, there sprang into his mind, ready, made as it were, the image of a certain Comrade Ogilvy, who had recently died in battle in heroic circumstances. There were occasions when Big Brother devoted his order for the day to commemorating some humble, rank-and-file party member whose life and death he held up as an example worthy to be followed. Today, he would commemorate Comrade Ogilvy. It was true that there was no such person as Comrade Ogilvy, but a few lines of print and a couple of fake photographs would soon bring him into existence. Winston thought for a moment, then pulled the speakwrite towards him and began dictating in Big Brother's familiar style, a style at once military and pedantic, and because of a trick of asking questions and then promptly answering them, what lessons do we learn from this fact, comrades? The lesson, which is also one of fundamental principles of INGSOC, that, etc., etc. Easy to imitate. Oh my goodness. There you go, guys. And I think I'll keep that timer counter on. Thank you very much, Steady. And I lost. Oh. Oh. Lovely. And I'm so sorry, Kels. I'm so sorry. I did not mean to ignore you. See, potato. Another one. Okay. Okay. You're not over yet. Oh my goodness, what have I started? I'd be lying if I said I didn't enjoy it. You're fair getting through the book, though. Okay, I think I actually have to pop out for vegetables, though. I think I'm out. Okay, and we should have time to still get these bounties in as well, so... Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Oh boy. Oh, I feel so bad. I missed Kells there. I feel so rotten. Right. Here we go. Okay. Okay, let's hear about Comrade Ogilvy. Chef levels 38. Woo! Here we are. Okay. At the age of 3, Comrade Ogilvy had refused all toys except a drum, a submachine gun, and a model helicopter. At 6, a year early, by a special relaxation of the rules, he had joined the Spies. At 9, he had been a troop leader. At 11, he had denounced his uncle to the Thought Police after overhearing a conversation which appeared to him to have criminal tendencies. At 17, he had been a district organizer of the Junior Anti-Sex League. At 19, he had designed a hand grenade which had been adopted by the Ministry of Peace and which, at its first trial, had killed 31 Eurasian prisoners in one burst. At 23, he had perished in action, pursued by enemy jet planes while flying over the Indian Ocean with important dispatches. He had weighted his body with his machine gun and leapt out of the helicopter into deep water, dispatches and all. An end, said Big Brother, which it was impossible to contemplate without feelings of envy. Big Brother added a few remarks on the purity and single-mindedness of Comrade Ogilvy's life. He was a total abstainer and a non-smoker, had no recreations except a daily hour in the gymnasium, and had taken a vow of celibacy. believing marriage and the care of a family to be incompatible with a 24-hour-day devotion to duty. He had no subjects of conversation except the principles of Ingsoc, and no aim in life except the defeat of the Eurasian enemy and the hunting down of spies, saboteurs, thought criminals, and traitors generally. It's actually near the end of the chapter, Sea Potato, so you'll get a free half page as well. So here we go. Winston debated with himself whether to award Comrade Ogilvy the Order of Conspicuous Merit. In the end, he decided against it because of the unnecessary cross-referencing that it would entail. Once again, he glanced at his rival in the opposite cubicle. Something seemed to tell him with certainty that Tolotzin was busy on the same job as himself. There was no way of knowing whose job would finally be adopted, but he felt a profound conviction that it would be his own. Comrade Ogilvy, unimagined an hour ago, was now a fact. It struck him as curious that you could create dead men, but not living ones. Comrade Ogilvy, who had never existed in the present, now existed in the past. And when once the act of forgery was forgotten, he would exist just as authentically and upon the same evidence as Charlemagne, or Julius Caesar. There we go. We're on to chapter 5, guys. 4 chapters through. Holy poop stains. That was lovely. Enjoyed that. Thank you very much for the donations, but I will keep the time cap. I've learned my lesson. There was a reason I put that time cap in place. Excellent. So, bounties. We have 7 vegetable stews, 7 appetizing sausage and mash, 2 placid... Oh, we can buy the bass. This is another one that we could probably do in one. 14, 21, 23. Yeah. Yeah, that should all fit in one inventory. Here we go. Lovely, lovely. How many do I need? 2. To be honest, when I'm reading it, the amount of times I start thinking of a film or a computer game or something of similar, I'm like, wow, now I get the references, or now I get the inspiration, or something of that nature. It carries so much weight on it, this book. It's crazy. Seven. And we'll need 7 sausages. And thank you, AGK, for pointing out the bounties, because I had actually forgotten. I do appreciate it. I was getting quite enveloped in it myself, or engrossed, rather. That's probably the better word. 7 and 7. I think I've got everything I need. Yes. There we go. No worries. Thank you. Not the potatoes, the vegetables. There we go. And Lusty Throat, thank you. Or AGK, thank you for telling Kells that I wasn't ignoring her. Oh, so bad. So rude. So rude. But you want to miss out on that sweet experience. Yeah. Earning it. Earning my place among the chefs. We're already at 38 though. Man, we're blasting through it. What are we on? Time-wise. Oh, we're doing actually quite good for time. It's weird. This day has, or this stream has feel more relaxed than others as well. Like the time is not racing away from me, which is also very pleasant. Get the potatoes. No problem, I was listening to you reading while she said it. I'm sure she'll forgive me. I hope she does. She'll block me from her channel. I'll never be allowed in or to comment ever again. Okay, mashy poos. I'm kind of itching to level Minefighter again. Had a nice break. I have to admit, out of all the combat, Minefighter was the one I actually seemed to enjoy. I don't know if it's because I just felt the monsters were a bit more fun, or I felt I had better control over the RNG or something. I enjoyed Minefighter. The rest, like Chronopolis is one, I die so much as Watchman. And I've heard a few others have been dying in Chronopolis quite a lot as well. Time to get back to it. Yeah, out of all the combats that I would like to level up, I would probably join you in Minefighter. It's a good one. I'm actually kind of curious when they're talking about amalgamating all of the combat or something like that. I wonder what they're going to do with people's previous capes. I wonder if they're going to be like rare at that point, because you can no longer gain them anymore if it's been moved on to a new system. See, I have the opposite field. The Minefighter kicked my butt. In the mines, I mean. Oh, right, okay. Lorraine, another page. Okay, I'm about to do a delivery, so I'll save it for when I get back, if that's okay. But if you are dashing off quickly, I can do a quick stop. But, yeah, I don't know if you were there for 16 pages in a row, Lorraine, but it was wonderful. It was wonderful. A bit of a mishap on my part on how I did it. I'm running away from Captain de Green. Why am I running away from Captain? Well, I can do it on the way back. So, hairdresser, barracks. So can we do them two together? Hairdresser and the thieves' den. There we go. Because we can teleport. Hairdresser. I'm also interested in how they'll handle the high scores mess when they merge combats. Yeah, it's I'm very curious of how they'll deal with all of that, to be honest. I would really like the capes, especially as well. Although the capes are kind of a non-tradable thing, so it's not like you could sell it or something like that. But it would be quite a rare thing to be wandering around in a certain cape. If that's the case, I maybe should actually buy the Watchman cape. Now that I think about it. So who am I delivering to themes on? Sneaky Brian. There we go. Sneaky Ron's competitor, it would seem. It kind of goes against what I said. I said I would just buy the one cape. And maybe never upgrade it. Might just be at the higher levels, though. Yeah. Well, you only started to second guess the need for cooldown and was quickly reminded why it was by people you trusted. I know. That was my flaw, Steady, and I lost. I trusted you. I thought we were friends. I thought you loved me. Wait, they are merging combats. Yes, that is the one thing I did pick up on the AMA. They're doing a different combat system, which is another idea that Andrew had, I think, but it's Hodges. There we go. The details of which is not yet made clear, but they are merging these, so it will be one combat for all. So these combats won't be separated by episode. I don't know how I feel about that personally. I kind of liked it because it felt like it felt like a new game again each episode, and I enjoyed that. And that part of it will be lost. But I don't know. A lot of people seem to be quite happy with the news of that change. So I'm a bit of a minority on that. I am one of those people that tends to start games over and over again, though. So maybe that's why my preference is a little bit skewed from others. Okay, let's stock up on the old vegetables for the stews, because we just cannot get enough of that vegetable stew. Delicious. Can't unsee the Homer Simpson thing. Then I need to max my Mind Fighter as soon as I can. I want that max cape. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know what's happening with those capes if that is the case. And I don't know what the time scale of that is either, but it might be something you want to check up on if that cape is something that you would like. It only kind of occurred to me now as I was speaking of it, of what might happen to those things. I'm not too overly fussed about the capes, to be honest, so I don't mind if I miss any. I kind of like the capes being short in length as well, so I wasn't even thinking too much about upgrading like my detective cape or that matter either. I'm a bit weird, I think. There you go. Oh, lovely vegetables. All Lorraine. Okay, actually, let's do one set of these vegetables because All Lorraine paid for a page. All Lorraine paid for a page. I'm due a page before I forget. I just saw my little marker on it. So before I start stocking up on this, I do apologize, All Lorraine. I didn't forget. I just did forget. That's all. And you get to start chapter 5. There we go. Here we are. In the low-ceilinged canteen, deep underground, the lunch queue jerked slowly forward. The room was already very full and deafeningly noisy. From the grill at the counter, the steam of stew came pouring forth, with a sour, metallic smell which did not quite overcome the fumes of Victory Gin. On the far side of the room, there was a small bar, a mere hole in the wall where gin could be bought at 10 cents, the large nip. "Just the man I was looking for," said a voice at Winston's back. He turned around. It was his friend, Syme, who worked in the research department. Perhaps friend was not exactly the right word. You did not have friends nowadays. You had comrades. But there were some comrades whose society was pleasanter than that of others. Syme was a philologist, a specialist in newspeak. Indeed, he was one of the enormous team of experts now engaged in compiling the 11th edition of the Newspeak Dictionary. He was a tiny creature, smaller than Winston, with dark hair and a large, protuberant eyes, at once mournful and derisive, which seemed to search your face closely while he was speaking to you. "I wanted to ask you whether you'd gotten any razor blades," he said. "Not one," said Winston, with a sort of guilty haste. "I've tried all over the place. They don't exist any longer." "Everyone kept asking you for razor blades." Actually, he had 2 unused ones which he was hoarding up. There had been a famine of them for months past. At any given moment, there was some necessary article which the party shops were unable to supply. Sometimes it was buttons, sometimes it was darning wool, sometimes it was shoelaces. At present, it was razor blades. You could only get a hold of them, if at all, by scrounging more or less furtively on the free market. I've been using the same blade for 6 weeks, he added untruthfully. The queue gave another jerk forward. As they halted, he turned and faced Syme again. Each of them took a greasy metal tray from a pile at the end of the counter. "Did you go to see the prisoners hanged yesterday?" said Syme. "I was working," said Winston indifferently. "I shall see it on the flicks, I suppose." "A very inadequate substitute," said Syme. His mocking eyes roved over Winston's face. "I know you," the eyes seemed to say. "I see through you. I know very well why you didn't go to see those prisoners hanged." In an intellectual way, Syme was venomously orthodox. He would talk with a disagreeable, gloating satisfaction of helicopter raids on enemy villages and trials and confessions of thought criminals, the executions in the cellars of the Ministry of Love. Talking to him was largely a matter of getting him away from such subjects and entangling him, if possible, in the technicalities of newspeak, on which he was authoritative and interesting. Winston turned his head a little aside to avoid the scrutiny of the large, dark eyes. But I think the max capes have tassels. I need it. I mean, they're beautiful. Don't get me wrong. I'm just not a cape person, really. I got the detective cape because I feel like I should have one, but it's kind of a shame some of the combat capes are going away when they merge, because a few of them look really cool. Yeah. It'll be worth keeping. Like when the people that have them, it will be a beautiful treasure to own that no other could have. So it's got that going for it, at least. But it'll be a shame for those that cannot get it. I suppose in a way it's kind of will probably create its own kind of FOMO on them. But it's unlikely you're ever going to 500 all of them. So people are just going to have to pick their favorite ones, I suppose. It's a little bit sad in that regard. Although that depends on the timescale, I suppose. Did he say he's letting people that have them keep them? I don't know, but could he really take them away? That would be pretty rough, I think. Like, it'd be a good way to turn people against you. I don't think it would be impossible for them to take away the process of gaining them whilst allowing the people who already have them to keep them, surely. I hope they don't write them off. I hope they don't. I don't know it for fact. I wouldn't want to infer any of their plans based on my assumption. I am just assuming. Okay. I will check how many I have. I do want to there we go. He could make the ones he doesn't use into transmogs. Yes. Like, that would be a good solution. I would need to ask the question, though. Transmogs for those that have already earned them? or just transmogs in general, because that could also cause upset as well if they just give them freely to everybody to transmog. But I mean, the cape doesn't really have an effect, does it? Like, it doesn't do any stat change or experience bonus, or does it when you're further up? Maybe I don't know. I never got that far. Like I feel like that's better than people missing out forever. Yeah, it's difficult because the number of people that won't have them will be greater than the people that do. So the voice of the mass will be overriding in it. But I could understand the few that did earn it finding it deeply unfair that they spent this time in the earliest maturation of the game earning it, and then everybody getting it. It's a tough one. It's a genuine conundrum that I am glad that I'm not the person who has to come up with the answer for, because I really wouldn't want to make that call. It did have an effect on you, Turnip, when you saw my mock. Am I missing something? Am I slow here? Oh, is your afro a transmog? Can I have one? This is me being stupid now, isn't it? Of course it's not. You went to the hairdressers, I'm assuming. There's nothing stopping me from taking my character to the hairdressers and joining you in your beauty. But I can't, because you're the trendsetter, and I don't want to be the copycat. I just oh, the gear matches the cape. Yeah, that is true. If I want to make some of that trendy hot looks, I would need to get that cape somehow. But then I'll just have to come up with my own trendy looks, which, as you can see clearly, I have no capability of doing so with my fuchsia hat and detective cape. So, yeah. Okay, some more. I do like this stocking up, actually, AGK. I really do. Steady, best way to deal with that, I think, would allow you to buy anyone from 4 of them when you reach required rank initially, and after each rank up step, unlock another, but get both versions upgraded. 1, 2, and so on. Oh! Like on the new combat skills. That would be a nicer idea, but then you're going to get people out crying saying, oh, but new combat skills should mean new capes. Ah. But then you could add it as a transmog upon those capes, I suppose. It's actually a tricky decision. I really am curious how they get around it. Because I genuinely never thought about it before. Now. Like, if they took a detective, leatherworking, merchant and decided, this is all going to be one skill, guys, there you go. I wonder how upset I would be if I lost out on my detective cape over that. It's the same kind of idea, but my hat isn't in it when it's the combat one, because I haven't really earned any of them, apart from the level 50 Watchman, I suppose. But those that have done 500 levels, like, can you imagine? Like, the grind for 500 levels is so immense. To then just see everybody wearing your achievement, that's rough. like I think that is that is a huge like kind of FU to the people that put in those hours, because it is a long, like, the leatherworking. I can't say like it's compared. Like, they've been on this for months, almost. It'd be almost 2 months, I think, before Ryan is getting close to actually achieving that. And all those in that tannery there have been in that together. Like, if you were to suddenly turn around and tell them, oh, look, guys, everybody's getting that 500 leatherworking cape. I don't know. I don't know if you could do that. I really don't think you could. I think you should re-poll the community on how they feel about the split combats now. I suspect it will be a different answer. I liked the split combats. I don't know if I'm alone in this. I really actually enjoyed going into each episode blank slate. It felt like a new adventure again. You had to discover the map, and there was like a scary monster that you can't fight, and you had to find the lower level monsters and work your way up to get past it and stuff like that. I don't know. I know you can slip by them with the immunity thing and stuff, but it was still fun. It was fun doing it, and I liked it. It felt like a whole new game in each episode, sort of thing. But I understand that I might be alone. That I like starting a new thing again. I enjoy that, and I can't expect everybody to think the same way. So I don't know if it would sway back Sweet Potato. I would like to hear that it swayed back because that's what I would like, but I don't know if that's quite the collective thought of the community. I don't have much. Like, today's been lovely. We've had lots and lots of people in the stream, but like, I don't have quite the interaction with as much of the Brighter Shores community as many of the other streamers. And when I'm in a lot of their streams, Consensus seems to enjoy the fact that they were bringing the combat skills together. And I must admit, I felt kind of alone in their chats in my thoughts on it. It disappeared in a whiff of other people agreeing with the changes. So, how are we doing this? 5 minutes till the bounties again, so it'll be. I just need to. Oh, thank goodness. Wash was worried. Not me. Truly. Boop. There we go. I'm a 250 mine fighter and it's a grind. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And I would... Like, I must admit, I would be on side of anybody who would actually like to keep the capes to themselves. Like, I know I will never get those capes, and I am quite happy in not having them, and I would love to see the people that achieved them get to wear them and be proud of it, because my goodness, I've always been in awe of the people that have managed to grind out so many levels and keep at it and keep dedicated to the race, and the effort that they put into it, the stamina that they've clawed up to achieve these kinds of things is way beyond anything that I've put into this game. I've been plopping about, kind of insulting that kind of premise on playing the game, but you know, we all play our games differently. But it's I will never like try to detract from their efforts, because my goodness me, like I would struggle, never be able to keep up with it. Sweet potato, personally I like it as well, and I feel a lot of people who complained about it didn't stick around anyways. But it's a difficult question of whether the change might bring some of them back. Yeah, or if in fact it was what was putting a lot of people off in the first place that we might not have seen. Like, maybe people did Hope Port, they got to Hope Force and were like, what, I have to do combat again? No. And they shut it off. We never heard of them, we didn't know they existed, and they're gone. Those kind of numbers are probably more visible on the developer side. I don't know if they can see where people maybe had reached before their cutoff was. I don't know if that kind of information is noticeable to them. But if they at all could, I wonder if that would be quite concerning on their part. Because the game is early access. It's not going to be perfect. And you do want to sell it to a lot of people. And a mild upset on myself, where they combine them together and I no longer get my new combat each episode. I'm still going to play. Like, I will. I will still at least enjoy the excitement of finding the new skills that you find beyond the combat. So there is that, and that's one less grind to worry about, isn't it, overall? So well, at the same time, for those that like the grind, that's one less grind that you're going to be having. Ugh. It's hard to tell from the data what might have been driving it, though. Yeah, it's difficult. Maybe the iteration has to fall up or combine together and then fall apart again. Maybe it has to go through that stage. The beauty of having it in early access as an MMO is it can still go through that changes. And from my experience with the community so far, I did it again. AGK, I bought the veg when I already had it. I think most would stick by them and see it through with them. Because every time I check, how is it today actually? I haven't checked today. The numbers, like, they're not drastically dropping off or anything. Like, active players usually sticks between 2,000 and 3,000. It's at 2,000 right now. So it's not dead on its heels or anything like that. For example, they released Leagues early on into the Brighter Shores released, and a lot of people left to play that. Leagues. Oh, like the leaderboard thing. Is that the Leagues? How dare you? I know. I'm a failure. Leagues is a game mode in RuneScape where people start over, but they get accelerated experience. Oh, right, okay. I mean, for those that like that kind of grindy thing, that would probably work as well. But did this happen like monthly or yearly, or did it have a time frame where it would start again, or was it just a league? But everything was accelerated. It's yearly. Okay. I suppose, yeah. I mean, it's not... that would actually sound like it would be a lot of fun for people. I think a lot of people would enjoy that. It's been very popular for a while. I can imagine so. And RuneScape's following is still immense, isn't it? Like, was it old school RuneScape if we looked at that on Twitch? Yeah, still 6,000 viewers and stuff like that. My goodness. This is really popular. Yeah, it's I must admit, I'm interested to see where Brighter Shores goes. I hope it does well. It sounds like the developers are surprised at its popularity, which means they've found more people have interacted with it than they expected. So that's a good start. And I hope it keeps at it. I hope they can keep it going. And it's done this without advertisement, which also impressed me. I only discovered it from word of mouth, so. And it's still early days. I mean, these things, it's got time to introduce it. There's no rush. Andrew's name is advertising. Yeah, it is, but even with Andrew's name, it has never popped up on any feed on my phone. It's actually my partner's feed that this game popped up on, and she told me. She said, oh, that guy who created RuneScape's made another game. Look, you might like this. You used to play RuneScape long ago. And she was right. I did like it. But I never... And I in fact, right now, to this day, I still haven't received anything that kind of feeds into it. So it's still kind of quiet, I think. I don't think it's that loud yet. Steady. Another page. Okay. Here we go. Back to Winston. So he was chatting to Sign where we left him. It was a good hanging, said Sign reminiscently. I think it spoils it when they tie their feet together. I like to see them kicking, and above all, at the end, the tongue sticking right out in blue. A quite bright blue. That's the detail that appeals to me. Next, please, yelled the white-aproned parole with the ladle. Winston and Sign pushed their trays beneath the grill. Onto each was dumped swiftly the regulation lunch, a metal pannikin of pinkish-grey stew, a hunk of bread, a cube of cheese, a mug of milkless Victory coffee, and one sacharine tablet. There's a table over there, under that telescreen, said Sign. Let's pick up a gin on the way. The gin was served out to them in handleless china mugs. They threaded their way across the crowded room and unpacked their trays onto the metal-topped table, on one corner of which someone had left a pool of stew. A filthy liquid mess that had the appearance of vomit. Winston took up his mug of gin, paused for an instant to collect his nerve, and gulped the oily-tasting stuff down. When he had winked the tears out of his eyes, he suddenly discovered that he was hungry. He began swallowing spoonfuls of the stew, which, in among its general sloppiness, had cubes of spongy, pinkish stuff, which was probably a preparation of meat. Neither of them spoke again till they had emptied their pannikins. From the table, at Winston's left, a little behind his back, someone was talking rapidly and continuously, a harsh gabble, almost like the quacking of a duck, which pierced the general uproar of the room. How is the dictionary getting on? Said Winston, raising his voice to overcome the noise. Slowly, said Syme. I'm on the adjectives. It's fascinating. He had brightened up immediately at the mention of Newspeak. He pushed his pannikin aside, took up his hunk of bread in one delicate hand and his cheese in the other, and leaned across the table so as to be able to speak without shouting. The 11th edition is the definitive edition, he said. We're getting the language into its final shape. the shape it's going to have when nobody speaks anything else. When we've finished with it, people like you will have to learn it all over again. You think, I dare say, that our chief job is inventing new words, but not a bit of it. We're destroying words. Scores of them, hundreds of them, every day. We're cutting the language down to the bone. The 11th edition won't contain a single word that will become obsolete before the year 2050. Thank you, Steady. Thank you very much. Boo, boo. And put this back up. Boom. Lovely. Okay, where are we at? Are we close to... Oh, there should be more bounties. So we will prep these last vegetable stews and we'll take a little look at the bounty board. We're nearly at 40 cooking. My goodness. Thank you for being with me on this one, guys. This is actually... I was kind of frightened of the cooking grind because people were saying you're going to get so sick of vegetable stew. But now that I've managed to read mostly through the vegetable stew, it's actually not been too bad. Lovely. It's been a bit of fun. I realise I could have just read the book anyway, but I hope the interaction's a bit more fun. It's... I don't know. I find it fun. Especially when I did take away the timer and got punished for it, you know. Oh, I'm sure I'll laugh about it. Plenty of times. They want Lord of the Rings chapter reads, but I set it to 15k channel points. I don't know if Lord of the Rings is in public domain. But if it is, man. But if it is, oh boy, what a read. Man, I would love to. Lord of the Rings. That would be a good one. But I am pretty certain the book won't be in public domain. I can't remember how long it needs to be. But I'm pretty sure Lord of the Rings is not as old as many people think it is. Is the Rings... Because I'm pretty sure there's still a lot of legal action around it. No, not until 2044. Eek. Oh, that's a shame. Because that would be fun. That would be fun. But it also upsets me a little because, like, how much fantasy would you get before that? Or high fantasy would you get before that? I don't know how much of it was going around before Lord of the Rings. I know he had inspiration. It wasn't like the actual father of all high fantasy, but... Okay, bounty boards. How many of these stews do I want to keep? Wow, 21. Okay. Well, we'll go sell 4. That was a nice, easy bounty board. And then we'll go get 5 rocky jelly eels while we deliver them. Okay. There we go. So, Quartermaster can do on the teleport back, Rocky Road and Thieves' Den. Okay, we'll do the Quartermaster on the run back. If and then I'll need to get the 5 jelly deals somehow. If I do the quartermaster now, actually, we can pick up the jelly deals or the rock eels we need on the way, and then we'll have them when we teleport back. That would actually be a better idea. Ba, 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 ba. Perfect. That's a bit better. Okay. Okay. Greek literature is pretty high fantasy. Oh, yeah. How much of that... Oh, that's a tricky one. How much of it is stories rewritten and how much of it is just translation stories? But, I mean, saying that, there's going to be plenty of literature free of access to do. And it's fun as well. Lots of fun in Greek literature, definitely. Like the story of Leonidas alone. Surely that is free for people to enjoy. Is it... Sneaky Brian again. Yep. The cup will run it over. There will be plenty, but there will probably just be some disappointments on the way where you think, oh, that would be a really good read, and then, we can't, unfortunately. So, Century Drogentine. At least this gives you a good bit of experience. Makes it a bit more worth it, I guess. It's incredible how little of Hopeport I actually did. I really know so little of these areas and what's in them and such. But I am looking forward to a new area. There we go. Here's your stews. Okay, then we've just got 5 jellied eels to make for the scrapyard. Excellent. Do 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 do. Ba 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 ba. Jelly. I was about to instantly buy a inventory full of vegetables there. It's just... It's difficult to catch yourself. Here we go. Lovely. Okay. Ooh. Oh. Redemption removed. Thank you for being voice of reason. Oh, for the... Yeah, we have been looking for all kinds of books. Okay, scrapyard. Do, 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 do. And to be honest, there is so much fantasy and myth literature in Scotland as well, which is on my doorstep. So I'm not going to be like, I'm not going to struggle to find anything. It's just picking. The problem is going to be choosing what we choose. Because poor Moby Dick was a sinker. They were outvoted. Admittedly, I didn't even get past the introduction and should have perhaps just went straight into the story. I just had never read the book before and I didn't know it had that. So I probably am the one that killed the Moby Dick choice. So. Here we go. Back to the kitchen. We're at level 620. That's 15 levels. So cooking doesn't level too badly. It's certainly not as quick as a lot of the Chronopolis skills, that's for sure. And the Chronopolis skills, I wasn't even putting the knowledge points into them. I was dropping the knowledge points elsewhere. Might as well pick up vegetables while we're here. Hi, Kevin. Thank you, Kevin. Bye-bye. There we go. Back in the room. Hello. And it looks like Kells is still making the vegetable stew as well. What level? $220. Is this really what the chef's grind would be for the entire time? Thank goodness for the bounty board. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Okay. Here we go. Back on the stews. If anybody does have their turnip savoured up, we are back in the kitchen. If we do wish to continue with Winston's journey. Last level for number 2. Ooh. Shock. Good name, but I never did play the game. All right. Well, I do have that 116,000 still. It is your choice to use. We are back in... It's still another 30 or so minutes before the next bounty, so this is probably the best time if people wish. But let's give opportunity for others, though I could use a distraction soon. Don't let me tempt you, Steady. Do it. Like, it's quite cute seeing the different levels of the capes side by side. I actually think the small cape is nice and cute. It's a lot cuter. Here we go. Lovely. Combat is kicking me. Is this Mines a Mantaban? Is this the mine fighting? Although I must admit, ooh, I say I kind of enjoyed the mine fighting. The goo little goo creatures, I did struggle with them. They killed me quite a lot. There was a lot of painful moments against them. Cannot lie about that. That's your weakness, that's why. Yes! Yeah, I did discover that in the end. But, I mean, even then, it still felt a little bit RNG here and there as well. Like, even when I was much higher levels than them, it just... it seemed to be low hits from them, low hits from them. You've got them about halfway down. You've still got a good bit of health. And then they would just hit 22, 22, 22, 30, and you're dead. You're like, what just happened? Like... But it can, and I will admit, it does with me as well. It gets strenuous when you're trying to level the combats and you have that little death. I should really stop bouncing away from the microwave like that. I keep seeing the sound levels go. Sorry. It's just getting comfy in my chair. Start bouncing around. So, yeah. Yeah, on range of my weakness creatures for this character, so have to deal with that. Yeah, like, you can actually do quite well from creatures that are slightly lower, I noticed, Steady. The experience gain, or the experience drop between them. Because sometimes I did find it a little bit easier to level just a little bit higher, but when I could get plentiful of potions and buying them and stuff, it was easy to just buy the big potions or buy the ingredients to make the big potions and be done with it. Which admittedly, I think I can actually make the level 28 potions, or the 28% potions now. Oh no, it's a few more levels away. A few more levels away. One level away. One level away. Okay. Okay. There we go. Beautiful. Chop chop. Got two... Steady. But got the first two characters of mine nice and close to last grind portion for them. So let me see. What's that? Mines. So it's hazelnut you still need to bring up to them. Oh, that's something I didn't check. Did I? Still 5 hours, 20 minutes. Oh my goodness, how long has my stream been on? Nearly 7. Wow. Okay. We're doing it. We're getting those levels out. Oh, I haven't updated my stream title. Am I? Oh, I'm in the top 3,900. There we go. We can change it. Ta-da! Oh, look at that, guys. Top 3,900. Nobody would believe it could happen, but it did. Oh, and to celebrate, Sea Potato gets the book reading. Okay. Thank you, Sea Potato. So people still haven't fallen asleep yet. We'll get there. We'll get there. We're nearly 7 hours into the stream. Feel those eyelids get tired. Bed calls. Maybe I'm not that powerful at sending people to sleep as I thought I was. Okay, we were talking about the 11th edition of the Newspeak Dictionary. Okay. So the 11th edition won't contain a single word that will become obsolete before the year 2050. He bit hungrily into his bread and swallowed a couple of mouthfuls, then continued speaking with a sort of pedant's passion. His thin, dark face had become animated. His eyes had lost their mocking expression and grown almost dreamy. It's a beautiful thing, the destruction of words. Of course, the great wastage is in the verbs and adjectives, but there are hundreds of nouns that can be got rid of as well. It isn't only the synonyms, there's a lot of antonyms. After all, what justification is there for a word which is simply the opposite of some other word? A word contains its opposite in itself. Take good, for instance. If you have a word like good, what need is there for a word like bad? Ungood will do just as well. Better, because it's an exact opposite, which the other is not. Or, again, if you want a stronger version of good, what sense is there of having a whole string of vague, useless words like excellent and splendid and all the rest of them? Plus good covers the meaning of doubles plus good. If you want something stronger still, of course, we use those forms already, but in the final version of Newspeak, there'll be nothing else. In the end, the whole notion of goodness and badness will be covered by only 6 words. In reality, only 1 word. Don't you see the beauty of that, Winston? It's what BB's idea originally, of course, he added as an afterthought. A sort of vapid eagerness flitted across Winston's face at the mention of Big Brother. Nevertheless, Syme immediately detected a certain lack of enthusiasm. You haven't a real appreciation of Newspeak, Winston, he said, almost sadly. Even when you write it, you're still thinking in Oldspeak. I've read some of those pieces that you write in the Times occasionally. They're good enough, but they're translations in your heart. You'd prefer to stick to Oldspeak. With all its vagueness and its useless shades of meaning, you don't grasp the beauty of the destruction of words. Do you know what Newspeak is the only language in the world whose vocabulary gets smaller every year? Winston did know that, of course. He smiled sympathetically. He hoped, not trusting himself to speak. Syme bit off another fragment of the dark-coloured bread, chewed it briefly, and went on. Don't you see that the whole aim of Newspeak is to narrow the range of thought? In the end, we shall make thought crime literally impossible, because there will be no words in which to express it. Every concept that can ever be needed will be expressed by exactly one word, with its meaning rigidly defined and all its subsidiary meanings rubbed out and forgotten. Already, in the 11th edition, we're not far from that point, but the process will still be continuing long after you and I are dead. Every year, fewer and fewer words, and the range of consciousness always a little smaller. Even now, of course, there's no reason or excuse for committing thought crime. It's merely a question of self-discipline, reality control. But in the end, there won't be any need for even that. The revolution will be complete when the language is perfect. Newspeak is Ingsoc, and Ingsoc is Newspeak, he added, with a sort of mystical satisfaction. Has it ever occurred to you, Winston, that by the year 2050, at the very latest, not a single human being will be alive who could understand such a conversation as we are having now? Except, began Winston doubtfully, and he stopped. It had been on the tip of his tongue to say, except the pros. But he checked himself, not feeling fully certain that this remark was not in some way unorthodox. Syme, however, had divined what he was about to say. Thank you. Sea potato. Thank you. Ba-ba-ba. There we go. Syme really likes their work, by the sounds of it. I don't know how good I was at portraying excitement. I hope it got through. I was trying. Oh, sorry, Wash. I didn't realise you'd gone underneath. I accidentally poked the boy with my foot. There we go. Better? Good dog. Boop, 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 boop. Mm-hmm. Almost 41. 20 levels to go. My goodness. This was not that bad. Although, saying that, I've been doing this for nearly 7 hours. I think it's just flown by. There we go. 41. Ping, ping. Excellent. Excellent. The climb up the overall rank is definitely slowing down, though. My goodness me. Boo, boo, boo. More. Give me more vegetables. Excellent. Boom. Do, do, do. Bada bum, bada. Okay, what's... It really feels like time is not moving. I felt like it was 1:35 a while ago when we were about to do the reading or something like that. It's only 1:42. I was checking for the new bounties, but it's not actually... Oh, it kind of makes sense. It says the last book reading, Turnips, was 8 minutes ago. So I guess that does actually make sense. It just doesn't feel it. Time's slowing down for me. I'm getting trapped. Ah. Here we go. Cook the stew. Is Karashta very close to 500 or something? Oh, they are. They are very close. Another 500. I didn't know the cooking 500 had been done. Was it done like yesterday when I was here? I don't know. I don't recall. I'm sure we would have checked it at some point. Okay. Got another 500 happening soon. I do need to check the leather working one. Ryan was getting close. Ba. Very close. Very, very, very close. Do. Lovely washi. Okay. That's another bunch done. Do. Lovely. If there's an odd coughing noise, it's the dog. He keeps shoving his face deep into a very fluffy blanket. There you go. You okay? Steady! Another book read. Okay, got another page to go down. Lovely, lovely. Good timing as well. We're just about to start another round of stew. So, here we go. Winston caught himself before giving himself up a bit. There we go. So Syme, however, had divined what he was about to say. The Proles are not human beings, he said carelessly. By 2050, earlier probably, all real knowledge of Old Speak will have disappeared. The whole literature of the past will have been destroyed. Chaucer, Shakespeare, Milton, Byron, they'll exist only in Newspeak versions. Not merely changed into something different, but actually changed into something contradictory of what they used to be. Even the literature of the party will change. Even the slogans will change. How could you have a slogan like, freedom is slavery, when the concept of freedom has been abolished? The whole climate of thought will be different. In fact, there will be no thought, as we understand it now. Orthodoxy means not thinking, not needing to think. Orthodoxy is unconsciousness. One of these days, thought Winston, with sudden deep conviction, Syme will be vaporized. He is too intelligent. He sees too clearly and speaks too plainly. The party does not like such people. One day, he will disappear. It is written in his face. Winston had finished his bread and his cheese. He turned a little sideways in his chair to drink his mug of coffee. At the table on his left, the man with the strident voice was still talking remorselessly away. A young woman, who was perhaps his secretary, and who was sitting with her back to Winston, was listening to him, and seemed to be eagerly agreeing with everything that he said. From time to time, Winston caught some such remark as, "I think you're right. I do agree with you," uttered in a youthful and rather silly feminine voice. But the other voice never stopped for an instant, even when the girl was speaking. Winston knew the man by sight, though he knew no more about him than that he held some important post in the fiction department. He was a man of about 30, with a muscular throat and a large mobile mouth. His head was thrown back a little, and because of the angle at which he was sitting, his spectacles caught the light and presented to Winston two blank discs instead of eyes. What was slightly horrible was that from the stream of sound that poured out of his mouth, it was almost impossible to distinguish a single word. Just once, Winston caught phrase, complete and final elimination of Goldsteinism. jerked out very rapidly, and, as it seemed, all in one piece, like a line of type cast solid. For the rest, it was just a noise, a quack, quack, quacking, and yet, though you could not actually hear what the man was saying, you could not be in any doubt about its general nature. He might be denouncing Goldstein and demanding sterner measures against thought criminals and saboteurs. He might be fulminating against the atrocities of the Eurasian army. He might be praising Big Brother for the heroes of the Malabar front. It made no difference. Whatever it was, you could be certain that every word of it was pure orthodoxy, pure ingsoc. As he watched the eyeless face with the jaw moving rapidly up and down, Winston had a curious feeling that this was not a real human being, but some kind of dummy. It was not the man's brain that was speaking, it was his larynx. The stuff that was coming out of him consisted of words, but it was not speech in the true sense. It was a noise uttered in unconsciousness, like the quacking of a duck. Thank you, Steady. Lovely. Boo, 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 boo. Here we go. More vegetables. Nah, we're getting closer to the next Bacties. No, thank you. You're very welcome, but I actually enjoy it, so I do appreciate it coming in. It gets kind of exciting for me as well. I know I could just instinctively read the book whenever I want, but I find myself in anticipation, waiting for somebody to like put in the turnips or follow or whatever to get the next read going. So I don't know, it's quite exciting. So I will send out the thank yous as well. It's fun for me. I like how this has come about to be. It's nice. It's very nice. I'm glad people are enjoying it. And I hope more will enjoy it. We'll see how it goes. Okay, stretch out and change legs. What I might do is on the next stew run, I am going to do a quick bathroom visit and fetch myself some more water as well. The water's getting quite low. I have been speaking quite a lot, so it takes you through a lot of water. So, well, I could actually do it whilst it's stewing here, so I might just do that. So I'm going to disappear for 2 moments, and I'll be right back with some fresh water. No, you're okay. Lovely. I'll be back as quick as a flash. Oh, and you'll get to see the full-size nightie on me. It's a bit embarrassing. Never mind. I love Snorlax. Don't mind me in my 90s. Oh, Washi came up to say hello. Good boy. You looked after everybody? That doggo looks comfy. He is very comfy in that chair. He is a puppy of luxury. He likes it cozy and comfy. He's got many beds in this house, including dog beds and our furniture. And our laps. He's a lap dog. Definitely. He acts more like a cat, I would say, than he does a dog. Oh. There we go. Sorry. Some minor adjustments in the chair. Comfy again. Lovely. We're back. But that's Wash, Sea Potato. I realised I didn't introduce his name to everybody. But that's Wash, my little pug. My baby boy. Love him dearly. Pug was always my dream dog to have the pleasure to be friends with, and he has lived up to everything I was hoping to find a pug, if not more. He's absolutely lovely. What's best about him is I have niece and nephew, and he is great with kids. And I've been told a lot that pugs would be great with kids, and he really, really especially was. You love pugs. I love them too. I've always wanted pugs. I was careful. I was doing my best to keep away from puppy mills and supporting that horrible nastiness of the way pugs can be treated. But he's healthy snouted. He didn't need that operation for breathing or anything. He breathes healthy, happy. He's a lovely, happy, healthy, bumbly boy filled with joy. So, yeah, no regrets. And he won my partner over as well. I mentioned earlier that she loves Newfoundlands. But she's a convert now for pugs after Wash. Like, that's not to say he's not a pain in the butt sometimes, as every dog is wont to be. Like, he's very obedient, he's very good, and he's very good with people and kids and all kinds of things, but sometimes when he's got the mischief in it, and pugs can be stubborn. If they want to be stubborn, they can be stubborn. And despite being small, they're very muscular. Although they're not heavy, they can actually stamp down their weight quite well. But no, do love pugs. Do you have dogs yourself, Sea Potato? You say you love pugs. Do you have any yourself, or is this a dream yet to still happen? It took a long time for me. So Wash is only 4 years old, so yeah, quite long on into my life, I dare say, without. You have 2 dogs. Oh, do tell, please. A Dachshund and a Yorkie. Oh. Nice. I do like Dachshunds. I usually see Dachshunds together, like in pairs or something. We were talking them with Olarin a few streams back. But... do you know what the Yorkie's mixed with? Is it... Yeah, they're brothers. Also, is it a Yorkie mixed... Oh, they're both Dachshund Yorkie mix. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, they're both mixed. Oh my goodness. Does that make for like a very fluffy Dachshund? Or have you got quite a... like slender Yorkie? I need to look up what that kind of mix would look like. I'm finding it difficult to picture in my head. I'm coming up with all manner of imagination things. That sounds brilliant, though. Mix. Oh, that is adorable. Oh my... Oh, they are absolutely the cutest. I have never met one before. Oh, man. They're called dorkies. Oh, oh, even better. It's so cute. It's okay, Washi. I'm not going to swap you out. Okay. Don't worry, no. Scratches behind the ears. Babby boy. Oh, I do like the dorkies. That is fantastic. We were thinking of a Dachshund and Pug mix, you know, because it's good to extend their snout a little bit and tends to be quite healthy. And I did nearly get one, but it would have been a long time to search for one. But the reason I wanted one is because a Dachshund cross Pug is called a dog. And I just thought that was brilliant. The mix is actually called Dog, spelled D-A-U-G. I like it when they have fun little things like that. Yeah, dog. That's it. So you'd have to call him a dog. I just loved that. But this far north in Scotland, it's kind of difficult to do or to find, and again, you want to avoid things like puppy mills and stuff like that, which are actually, they're getting better at clamping down on. You're finding fewer and fewer of their number. In Scotland, anyway, I can't speak for England as well, but I know Scotland is definitely clamping down on that sort of thing a lot. So, it's good. Must be difficult communicating the breed to others. If you don't want to elaborate, that's a Dachshund Pug mix. And you wouldn't want to, wouldn't you? You'd be so happy with your dog. People ask, what is it? And you're like, it's a dog. And I'll be like, well, yeah, I can see that, but what kind is it? And you're like, it's a dog. And I absolutely would be that kind of pain in the ass who would do it. I would relish in it. I would enjoy it. Picture now. It could still happen. Like somebody asked me what I would wish from Santa this year. I said I would love to have a friend for Wash. Maybe you never know. You might come across a dog. A little dog friend. Okay, what are we on? 2-2. So we probably have time to. When are we, like, on the next vegetable stew? Oh, like, we won't be changing up to 61. Like, do you do this vegetable stew all the way to level 61? Do you ever change it? I'll stock up the bank. And then that would bring us in time for the bounty board again, I think, which is just a couple of minutes away. Yes, all the way to 61. I like the way you wrote that, sweet potato. Yes, all the way. I have done it. My forefathers have done it, and you shall do it too. None get away from the vegetable stew. Overshot it. Okay, to Kevin. Oh, that is a lot of vegetable stew. I guess it's like moments like this, because I'm pretty sure in the AMA they mentioned that they were wanting to change up the skills a bit. I wonder if it's because of moments like this that they're doing that. It's things that you can't really foresee when you're developing the game until a lot of people interact with it. But considering they have all those options in between, you can see there was maybe an expectation that people would have done more of the fishing alongside it, and foraging and gathering and sorts as well. He did say he was going to add more progression options, I think. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me because it like, there's just no kind way to put about it. It's a bit monotonous. I was trying to think of a more nice way to put it, but it kind of is. The bounty board breaks it up a bit, but it could do with either being a bit more frequent, or there's other things more elaborate in between the bounty board that you could do. It doesn't need a great adjustment. It doesn't need like complete reworking or something like that. It just needs a little bit of tweaking. A little bit of tweaking. Ba, 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 da, da. Give me the veggies, Kevin. Thank you. Thank you, Kevin. Like, I don't know how far I would take the cooking skill. I suppose if I did want to keep doing the overall kind of leveling thing, I'm going to have to bring them all up higher eventually. And you're kind of left with that decision. Do I do my least favorite skills now and save my favorite for later? Or do I just dive into my favorite? I suppose it would be wiser to do your favorite kind of first, because then things might change for your least favorite ones, which makes them a bit more engaging. But then I would have a fear that, so I like the detective skill. Imagine I did get it to 500 and then they reworked it and it was amazing. It became like absolutely the most incredible skill to play. I'm already at 500. I'd be like, ah. I suppose you could make another character, I suppose, but I would just again, you just don't want to miss out. Just don't want to miss out. Was it? I suppose it doesn't matter how much I stack in here if it's if it's vegetable stews all the way. My goodness. Sparty MC, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the turnip fields. Dig yourself a spot, get yourself comfy. Some of the chat might be very pleased with you following because that does get us another page reading out of 1984. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. I hope you're well. Sea Potato is very pleased. Very pleased. We are enjoying the book. We are. Sparty MC gets cozy. Oh, and Steady donates a second page on top of that. There we go. 2 pages. So we'll get 2 pages in. Lovely. Okay, get yourself cozy. I will drop off one more load of vegetables, pick up another. We will get ourselves settled into the kitchen. And we'll see how Winston's getting on. That'll do for now. That'll keep us nice and busy. We will pick up the bounties before I forget, but I won't start the bounties until after we've done the reading because they're a little bit more complicated. A little bit more engagement needed in the old bounties. So there we go. Ooh, lots of jellied eels. That makes it nice and easy. Nice and easy. Okay, let's get started. Thank you, Sparty MC, and thank you, Steady. We'll get our pages in. Okay, so Winston was talking about the gentleman whose droning was like the quacking of a duck. Syme had fallen silent for a moment, and with the handle of his spoon was tracing patterns in the puddle of stew. The voice from the other table quacked rapidly on, easily audible in spite of the surrounding din. "There's a word in newspeak," said Syme. "I don't know whether you know it. Duck speak. To quack like a duck. It is one of those interesting words that have 2 contradictory meanings. Applied to an opponent, it is abuse. Applied to someone you agree with, it is praise." Unquestionably, Syme will be vaporized, Winston thought again. He thought it with a kind of sadness. Although well knowing that Syme despised him and slightly disliked him, and was fully capable of denouncing him as a thought criminal if he saw any reason for doing so. There was something subtly wrong with Syme. There was something that he lacked. Discretion, aloofness, a sort of saving stupidity. You could not say that he was unorthodox. He believed in the principles of Ingsoc. He venerated Big Brother. He rejoiced over victories. He hated heretics. Not merely with sincerity, but with a sort of restless zeal. An up-to-dateness of information, which the ordinary party member did not approach. Yet a faint air of disreputability always clung to him. He said things that would have been better unsaid. He had read too many books. He frequented the Chestnut Tree Cafe, haunt of painters and musicians. There was no law, not even an unwritten law against frequenting the Chestnut Tree Cafe, yet the place was somehow ill-omened. The old discredited leaders of the party had been used to gather there before they were finally purged. Goldstein himself, it was said, had sometimes been seen there, years and decades ago. Syme's fate was not difficult to foresee, and yet it was a fact that if Syme grasped even for 3 seconds the nature of his, Winston's, secret opinions, he would betray him instantly to the thought police. So would anybody else, for that matter. But Syme more than most. Zeal was not enough. Orthodoxy was unconsciousness. Syme looked up. "Here comes Parsons," he said. Something in the tone of his voice seemed to add, "That bloody fool, Parsons." Winston's fellow tenant at Victory Mansions was in fact threading his way across the room, a tubby, middle-sized man with fair hair and frog-like face. At 35, he was already putting on rolls of fat at neck and waistline, but his movements were brisk and boyish. His whole appearance was that of a little boy, grown large, so much so that although he was wearing the regulation overalls, it was almost impossible not to think of him as being dressed in the blue shorts, grey shirt, and red neckerchief of the spies. In visualizing him, one saw always a picture of dimpled knees and sleeves rolled back from pudgy forearms. Parsons did indeed invariably revert to shorts when commuting, community hike, or any other physical activity gave him an excuse for doing so. He greeted them both with a cheery "hello, hello," and sat down at the table, giving off an intense smell of sweat. Beads of moisture stewed out all over his pink face. His powers of sweating were extraordinary. At the community centre, you could always tell when he had been playing table tennis by the dampness of the bat handle. Syme had produced a strip of paper on which there was a long column of words and was studying it with an ink pencil between his fingers. "Look at him, working away in his lunch hour," said Parsons, nudging Winston. "Keenness, huh? What's that you've got there, old boy? Something a bit too brainy for me, I expect. Smith, old boy, I'll tell you why I'm chasing you. It's that sub you forgot to give me." "Which sub is that?" said Winston, automatically feeling for money. About a quarter of one's salary had to be earmarked for voluntary subscriptions, which were so numerous that it was difficult to keep track of them. "For Hate Week, you know, the House by House Fund. I'm treasurer for our block. We're making an all-out effort, going to put on a tremendous show, I tell you. It won't be my fault if Old Victory Mansions doesn't have the biggest outfit of flags in the whole street. $2, you promised me." Winston found and handed over 2 creased and filthy notes, which Parsons entered in a small notebook in the neat handwriting of the illiterate. Lovely. Thank you, Steady. Thank you, Sparty. Thank you very, very much. Thank you for the follow. I hope you enjoy it. We will get these vegetable stews done, and we shall get our jellied eels on the go by the looks of it. So 11 leaves me 13. I could make the bacon sandwiches, get them to the enchantress shop, and then pick up the jellied eels that we need. That should work. I think I've got extra jelly if we need, but I don't think it'll actually be too bad. There we go. There we go. Ba-da-ba-ba. Ba-ba. Five. Congratulations. Boo-boo-boo. Sea Potato, what chapter are we on? I believe it is chapter 5. I will double check. But I believe that is the case. We have... Yeah, it's chapter 5. So... Page we're on. Excellent. Yeah, chapter 5. So there's 4 chapters in the bank. I will, as I promised, read them out in full and get them posted up in full for people to enjoy. But we are a firm way through chapter 5 as well. We've had a few little readings of it, so We're doing good. Fine. Also, it's 8 fine bacon sandwiches. So I think we're level 3s of bacons. Whatever it is. Kevin, I need bacon, please. And I need 8. Okay, and same again in bread. Kyo. We'll get these made. We will take them to the Enchantress shop and then we'll pick up the eels we need. So yeah, chapter 5. I'm not sure how many chapters there are. Like I said, I've never read the book and I've not checked it too thoroughly. I've not looked ahead, as it were, so... Gonna miss hanging around with you on the kitchen. Oh, crash time must be getting close. Like, really close. To the 500. 60% done. I don't know how quick the leveling is beyond 200 for cooking. But it's, I mean, considering how close they are with like the leatherworking ones, I would estimate it's like an hour, hour and a half in between. Ron! Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? To the Enchantress. We'll make these deliveries. And we'll get the rock eels we need. Lovely to see you, Ron. We are whisking our way through the cooking right now. I must admit, the reading has helped a great deal. It's spurned the hours on. Believe it or not, we're 7.5 hours into the stream. And I must admit, I haven't really noticed the grind. I hope it's helped for others as well. We go. Good, good. How are you, Turnip? I am good. I'm good. I've actually had a really good day. I was very productive. I got so much stuff done around the house. But I managed to play Brighter Shores while I was doing it. Apart from when I had to go out, you know, I couldn't take the laptop out with me when I went grocery shopping. I had to put it down for that. But whilst I was doing bits and bobs around the house, you know, I had it on. I was vaguely clicking on bits and bobs to do as I went on by, so... I need 11. Nice, easy number to buy. Oh yeah, 42. You're moving. It is going at a great pace. When I came on, we were at level 605. So we've gone up 17 levels, and it has been cooking. It has been cooking. If there have been any other levels, it have been very few that we got. So give me those jellies. There we go. So it's been good progress. I cannot complain. It's been very, very nice. We are currently 3851. So I'm not lying. I'm still in the top 3,900. Marvelous. Oh, 300 points per page. That's some serious deflation overnight. We've been trying to find a good balance, and I think with help of many, we've decided that 300 is a good price. I think on average it's taken people about an hour to get that, and shared among people getting the pages and friendly people following. So I've added it. If I get follows, I read a page as well. It seemed to make sense. Raids gets 2 pages, and subs. I've said subs gets 2 pages, but now that I've been quite happy reading multiple pages, I might up the sub one. Maybe we'll give it a bit of a juicier number than just 2. Maybe it feels like it should get a little bit more. But 300 points, yeah. It was down to 500. But that was still going a bit slow. 300 just seems to be good. It seems to be working, I think. I have also learned that putting in the 5-minute gap for people to bid is a necessity, because the moment I turned it off, people with thousands of points just... I ended up having to read 16 pages in a row, Ron. Which I enjoyed, don't get me wrong. It was actually fun. But, yeah. It was a lot. Okay, Quartermaster, South Walls, and Rocky Road again. Okay, we'll do the Quartermaster on the teleport back. It's those walls, those guards on the walls. Ugh, yuck. I would rather say I helped you see the light. You can pick any words you wish, Steady, to change what was clearly abuse of my lapse in judgment. Dang, so I missed like a whole chapter. We're on chapter 5, Ron. It's been a very, very fun day. We got a lovely, generous raid from 2 little Windex of hundreds of people. And 5 chapters have gone by. However, I have told people that once I've done a chapter, each chapter I do, I will actually upload me reading the chapter in full. And I'll put it on my YouTube, and people can listen to it again unbroken, and it means they don't have to watch an 8-hour stream to catch the book that I was reading. So there are 4 chapters in the bag that I will read out and post on YouTube. I can't say they will all be out at the same time, but I don't think it should take too long. It didn't feel like it took too long to read them out. So, Lance Corporal Frost. There we go. So, I need to pick up this book to stay caught up. You don't need to pick up the book to stay caught up. I will read the book again and just record it off stream. I have said I'm not doing like hundreds of retakes. I'm not taking each page in a breakdown to do retakes or anything like that. But I will do... Yeah, but spoilers. I suppose there is that. It's I don't think I'm going to get many people who will let me start again from chapter 1. I'll like please some, but I will do a full recordings. I will do full recordings, and I will have time to do it. So I'll get them up. But it's been fun. I must admit, it's been really fun. I've been very, very pleased with the interaction with it and stuff like that, because I actually start looking forward to people following and people donating or redeeming the turnips. I must admit, it's giving me that kind of buzz that might actually give me the kick to say and ask people, if you enjoying this, please follow. Pretty please. I'll get there. It'll be overly polite and ridiculously coy. And yes. But yeah. I am actually getting to that point where I'm excited about it. I'm excited about it. and would actually like to take it further. I think this has been quite a fun choice, and because I've never really given my stream much direction. I don't know what people expected of me other than to do the same thing over again, but at least this seems to be a bit more... I don't know, there's something in it, I suppose. There we go. Then there's just the quartermaster, and that's another bounty down. Beautiful. But yes. I'm glad you're keeping well, Ron. Are you still on the old merchant run around Chronopolis? You still... Sneaking. Sneak. Done. Lovely. Okay, might as well take in a load of vegetables while we're passing Kevin. Thank you, Kevin. Just hit 301. Oh, congratulations. Nice. What happens when you get further in levels of merchants? Is there just more and more items to pass around, or do some items like level up? Although they don't need to level up, do they? They automatically go up in... Oh, it's just different items. Oh my goodness. It must get incredibly complex, the routes you need to come up with. Do you ever not see anything come up again? Are there some things... You keep all the same items and then more get added from the same vendors. Oh, so you have to start... Ah, but do they always go to the same place? Like, do you get different soap, but they don't all go to the butcher? Does it change their destinations? Bum, ba, ba, da, bum, bum, ba, ba, da, da, da. Do, 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 do. Ba, ba, da, ba, da. Bum, 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 bum. So, for example, the soap bar goes to the butcher, but they also sell bath salts that go to the monocle guy. Okay, so you get different items from the same merchant, but their destination for delivery changes. Cool. Oh, that could be interesting. That could also be extremely... Actually, I don't know if it would be confusing, but you kind of build up to it, don't you? You'll have already got the knowledge of the previous items, especially because there's quite the grind between levels. It will be tuned in, a bit like constantly buying vegetables from Kevin when you've stored a whole bunch in the bank, which is something I've been doing all night. It's a little bit ingrained. Yeah, you have plenty of time to learn what goes there before a new one opens up. Nice. I do enjoy the merchant, actually. I think I still prefer detective. And I'd probably do merchant more alongside it. I like doing the detective investigations with merchant alongside it, and some leatherworking thrown in between if the destinations kind of match up. But I enjoyed my brief stint into merchant when I was trying to get that 55th level for the quest. It was dreadful on my part. I did absolutely horrible at it. But yes, yes. Sea potato. We have another page reading. Okay, timing is perfect. We are on another batch of vegetables, so get yourselves comfy, everybody. We'll get another page of Winston's progress through 1984. Lovely. Okay, here we go. By the way, old boy, he said, I hear that little beggar of mine let fly at you with his catapult yesterday. I gave him a good dressing down for it. In fact, I told him I'd take the catapult away if he does it again. I think he was a little upset I'm not going to the execution, said Winston. Ah, well, what I mean to say shows the right spirit, doesn't it? Mischievous little beggars they are both. Both of them. But talk about keenness. All they think about are the spies and the war, of course. Do you know what that little girl of mine did last Saturday when her troop was on a hike to Berkhamsted Way? She got 2 other girls to go with her, slipped off from the hike, and spent the whole afternoon following a strange man. They kept on his tail for 2 hours, right through the woods, and then, when they got into Amersham, handed him over to the patrols. What did they do that for? Said Winston, somewhat taken aback. Parsons went on triumphantly. My kid made sure he was some kind of enemy agent. Might have been dropped by parachute, for instance. But here's the point, old boy. What do you think put her onto him in the first place? She spotted he was wearing a funny kind of shoes. Said she'd never seen anyone wearing shoes like that before. So the chances were he was a foreigner. Pretty smart of a nipper. Of 7, huh? What happened to the man? Said Winston. Ah, that I couldn't say, of course. But I wouldn't be altogether surprised if... Parsons made the motion of aiming a rifle and clicked his tongue for the explosion. Good, said Syme abstractedly without looking up from the strip of paper. Of course, we can't afford to take any chances, agreed Winston dutifully. What I mean to say, there is a war on, said Parsons. As though in confirmation of this, a trumpet called floated from the telescreen just above their heads. However, it was not the proclamation of a military victory this time, but merely an announcement from the Ministry of Plenty. Comrades, cried an eager youthful voice. Attention, comrades! We have glorious news for you. We have won the battle for production. Returns now completed of the output of all classes of consumption goods show that the standard of living has risen by no less than 20% over the past year. All over Oceania, this morning there were impressible spontaneous demonstrations when workers marched out of factories and offices and paraded through the streets with banners voicing their gratitude to Big Brother for the new, happy life which his wise leadership has bestowed upon us. Here are some of the completed figures. Foodstuffs. There we go. Thank you very much, Sea Potato. 2 little Windex. Oh, hello. Thank you for the raid earlier. But yes, I'm not Jimmy. It's okay. I'm still going. Yeah, I do quite long streams. I just see where the stream takes me. It's been very fun. A lot of your people stayed in for a long time, actually. I very much appreciate it. It was lovely. I've had a good time. I hope work wasn't too rough. But at least now I get to thank you proper for the raid. I was taking the partner off to their work when you raided. I came back to a beautiful surprise. Thank you. I was a little shocked. I was a little shocked because I normally keep my view counter off, and I just saw your raid emblem and then that number, and then I had to click the view counter on to confirm that I wasn't going mad. It was very, very kind of you. Thank you. I'm watching him as well. I try to keep multiple windows open to see where people take me. Well, I think I'm a little different from most. As he sits here in a Snorlax nightie. Very chuffly with himself. Ryan is on his final hide before 500. Oh, you're joking. Ah! Oh, I'm going to miss it. Fudge. Oh, no. I said I would be there. I had no idea. Now he still needs 10 levels. Oh my goodness, Twisty. You genuinely made me panic. Oh, the final hide is unlocked. I was really downcrested. I really thought I'd missed it after promising I would try to be there. Although I don't know how much Ryan cares if I'm there or not, to be fair. Like, after I grind that much where I came in on the last week. Ah. No problem. Glad it gave you a good smile, it sounds like. It was. It was very, very pleasant, very lovely to come back to, and I've had a wonderful stream from it. I've met some lovely people. I dare say a few of them followed as well, including yourself, so thank you. I will... Okay. I will try this myself, but I'm terrible at... I might get it wrong, especially because I spelled it wrong. Shout out to Lil Windex. I hope I got that right. I'm sorry if I got it wrong, but there we go. There we go. Thank you so much. It was lovely. I had a brilliant time, genuinely. And Twisty on another page. Okay. We'll wait till we start the next round of stews, and we'll get another page. We'll see what happens after that announcement was cut off. I'm glad you got a few followers, and I'm glad they stayed around for a while. Yeah. No, it was really, really good. I very much appreciate it. I heard, I think Traveller was telling me that they mentioned myself to you, and I got a message from Traveller on Discord, which I didn't actually check the imagery of it. I had no idea what I was driving back home to. I must admit, it was quite a surprise. But they told me that they knew yourself. So, lovely. I'll speak of the devil. There's Traveller themselves. Hi, Traveller. Thank you. Lovely. Okay. You asked for the suggestions for people to raid. Oh, well, thank you, Traveller, for putting me up there. That was lovely. So, Twisty, you've got your page down. Here we go. The phrase, "our new happy life," recurred several times. It had been a favourite of late with the Ministry of Plenty. Parsons, his attention caught by the trumpet call, sat listening with a sort of gaping solemnity. A sort of edified boredom. He could not follow the figures, but he was aware that they were in some way a cause for satisfaction. He had lugged out a huge and filthy pipe, which was already half full of charred tobacco. With a tobacco ration and 100 grams a week, it was seldom possible to fill a pipe to the top. Winston was smoking a Victory cigarette, which he held carefully horizontal. The new ration did not start till tomorrow, and he had only 4 cigarettes left. For the moment, he had shut his ears to the remoter noises and was listening to the stuff that streamed out of the telescreen. It appeared that there had even been demonstrations to thank Big Brother for raising the chocolate ration to 20 grams a week, and only yesterday he reflected it had been announced that the ration was to be reduced to 20 grams a week. Was it possible that they could swallow that after only 24 hours? Yes, they swallowed it. Parsons swallowed it easily, with the stupidity of an animal. The eyeless creature at the other table swallowed it fanatically, passionately, with a furious desire to track down, denounce, and vaporize anyone who suggested last week the ration had been 30 grams. Syme, too. In some more complex way involving doublethink, Syme swallowed it. Was he then alone? In the possession of a memory? The fabulous statistics continued to pour out of the telescreen. As compared with last year, there was more food, more clothes, more houses, more furniture, more cooking pots, more fuel, more ships, more helicopters, more books, more babies. More of everything except disease, crime, and insanity. Year by year and minute by minute, everybody and everything was whizzing rapidly upwards. As Syme had done earlier, Winston had taken up his spoon and was dabbling in the pale-coloured gravy that dribbled across the table, drawing a long streak of it out into a pattern. He meditated resentfully on the physical texture of life. Had it always been like this? Had food always tasted like this? He looked round the canteen. A low-ceilinged, crowded room, its walls grimy from the contact of innumerable bodies, battered metal tables and chairs, placed so close together that you sat with elbows touching. Bent spoons, dented trays, coarse white mugs, all surfaces greasy, grime in every crack, and a sourish composite smell of bad gin and bad coffee and metallic stew and dirty clothes. Always in your stomach and in your skin there was a sort of protest, a feeling that you had been cheated of something that you had a right to. It was true that he had no memories of anything greatly different in any time that he had most accurately remember. There had never been quite enough to eat. One had never had socks or underclothes that were not full of holes. Furniture had always been battered and rickety, rooms underheated, tube trains crowded, houses falling to pieces, bread dark-coloured, tea a rarity, coffee filthy-tasting, cigarettes insufficient. Nothing cheap and plentiful except synthetic gin. And though, of course, it grew worse as one's body aged, was it not a sign that this was not the natural order of things? If one's heart sickened at the discomfort and dirt of scarcity, the interminable winters, the stickiness of one's socks, and the lifts that never worked, the cold water, the gritty soap, the cigarettes that came to pieces, the food with its strange evil tastes. Why should one feel it to be intolerable, unless one had some kind of ancestral memory that things had once been different? Thank you, Twisty. Thank you for that one. I love meeting new people. One reason I always ask. Oh, good. To be honest, I love it as well. I should have been more engaged with raids and stuff in the past, but Brighter Shores, I don't know. The community here has welcomed me in very, very kindly, and I must admit, it's heartwarming. It feels nice. And I've met some really lovely people here. It is always good. Woo! Standing ovation. Thank you, Twisty. Thank you. Sad times in that book. Yeah. It's sad times, and strangely, I'm still feeling ever positive that it gets better. But I also have this distinct dread that the book will never reward me of that hope. I don't know. I've never read the book before. Please don't spoil it for me. But yeah, I naturally retain hope. Well, it's you won't spoil it. Good. Good. You haven't read it either, Ron. Oh. It is kind of dark, I must admit. I am trying to hammer its points with my voice. I don't know how flexible my voice is at emoting things in it. I hope I'm getting it there. I think I'm getting it to what might be expected. Oh, but I'm so glad I didn't miss Ryan's 500. See, I was about to be very objective as well, Twisty, because I was like, I'm sure I checked them not long ago, and they still had about 11 levels. There we go, 490. Whew. Poor guy only has 4 cigarettes. Yeah. Not a smoker myself, but yeah. Still some time until I get it. Hello, Falcon. Hello, Ryan. I don't know if Twisty told you of my panic, or I don't know if you were here to witness it either, because I was panicked. I don't know how important it is to yourself, but I was like, oh, I said I would be there. You must have missed it. Oh, if so, Twisty came in and said you were on your last hide before 500. And the way it was worded, it sounded like you were literally processing the last hide for your 500th level. And I was like, oh, I've missed it. But what they meant to say was you've gone to the last hide that you can process. Like you've gotten to 490 and unlocked the final hide. I was distraught, not gonna lie. But all was good. All was good. We had a little reedy poos to calm my nerves. But there. How are you doing, Falcon? How are you doing? It feels so strange not being in the tannery. I actually do miss it. I do. It seems like by the time I'm back, everybody will have moved on. I'll have to find out what new haunt you'll all disappear to, so that I can position myself like the low-level smear that I am, as if I'm involved. I'm here too, guys. I'm good. Sad that today is my last day in this great place. Oh, there's another who's gonna miss the kitchen here. I don't know. Karashta. They're very, very close. I don't think they've quite got it yet, but they are very, very close. Lots of 500s, it seems, coming up at the moment. It will be sad, man. I can imagine how long you've all spent there. And everybody gets to know everybody. And it's not always going to be the case that you might move on to the same thing. I'll follow you. I'll be that kind of stain. Don't you worry. Hello. It's like I'm parting with people that I lived with. I mean, like, the grind is intense, isn't it? Genuinely, like, people are genuinely racing. You're fending off people coming up in the leaderboards behind. You're chasing up those that are in front, unless you are, of course, at the front, I suppose. But then you're even probably doubling down on keeping that distance from those that are behind. Like, I would be fearing all kinds of things. I don't know if you have these kinds of fears, and I'm sorry if I instill them in you or anything like that, but I would be, like, afraid to go to bed. Oh, Crash has done it. Ooh. Congratulations. My goodness. I got their 500. My goodness. We spent 18 hours a day with each other. It kind of is. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's I don't know if I'd be able to keep up with it. I would be afraid to go to bed. I'd be nervous at people overtaking me whilst I was walking the dog. But then you know that these people have to do the same. That's the thing. I would be making bargains with myself, like, oh, could I handle sleeping only 5 hours a day? And at that point, I'm crippling myself. Which is exactly why I'm not racing in the leaderboards. I am not of the right mind to do that. Okay, when I was in a close battle, I couldn't stop thinking about it. Yeah. Yeah, I would not be able to get that out of my mind, Falcon. I would totally feel that. I really, really would. It's why when everybody says episode 5, are you gonna race anything in episode 5? That part of me is like, like I should maybe give it a go, but it would probably just completely take me over. I just slept like a baby. Did you, Twisty? Hence why I'm 4th. Oh, right. Yeah, okay. That's why yours is slower. You just slept. Ron, biggest fear is finally getting to 500 and then finding out there were 10 anonymopotamuses ahead of me the whole time. Yeah, not posted. I was genuinely thinking tactically about when to sleep and when to pull a long session. Oh my goodness. And got sniped twice. So is sniped being overtaken by the anonymopotamuses, or is just people overtaking? The snipes gave me... I'm not down with the terminology. I have to admit. Even though I've been in streams where I'm sure they've mentioned it before. Yeah, it's when you think you're in the clear and boom, lost rank. Okay. And is that usually from somebody just opting in an opt-in hippopotamus? As I'm guessing they're being dubbed if they are anonymopotamuses. Hey! Congratulations. There we go. Level 500 chef's cake. They're looking rather dapper. Looking snappy. It's always opt-outers, otherwise I could have reacted. Yeah. I just made that up, but we can make it stick. I do like it, because hippopotamuses, you know, they lurk under the water and then they strike like a vicious crocodile. Those opt-in hippopotamuses and anonymopotamuses. It will stick with me. It probably won't catch on. I don't know how far that influence is going to go beyond myself, but I'm sure it will spread to some degree. I enjoy it. Steady's got us another page. Okie dokie. I actually need to be... Oh, no, we're still good. I will prepare the next set of vegetable stews before I start it Steady, if that is okay. Just about finished this set of bowls. To be honest, I think I've been going over a page here and there because I kind of get drawn in myself. Or, I mean, this chapter's had some seriously long paragraphs, so it kind of brings it in a little bit. But I'm sure none of you mind for a little extra. Or I hope you do not. Here we go. Let's see where this takes us. Has he ever had a memory that things had once been different? He looked around the canteen again. Nearly everyone was ugly, and would still have been ugly even if dressed otherwise than in the uniform blue overalls. On the far side of the room, sitting at a table alone, a small, curiously beetle-like man was drinking a cup of coffee, his little eyes darting suspicious glances from side to side. How easy it was, thought Winston, if you did not look about you, to believe that the physical typeset up by the party as an ideal, tall, muscular youths and deep-bosomed maidens, blonde hair, vital, sunburnt, carefree, existed, and even predominated. Actually, so far as he could judge, the majority of people in Airstrip 1 were small, dark, and ill-favoured. It was curious how that beetle-like type proliferated in the ministries, little dumpy men growing stout very early in life with short legs, swift scuttling movements, and a fat, inscrutable faces with very small eyes. It was the type that seemed to flourish best under the dominion of the party. The announcement from the Ministry of Plenty ended on another trumpet call and gave way to tinny music. Parsons, stirred to vague enthusiasm by the bombardment of figures, took his pipe out of his mouth. "The Ministry of Plenty's certainly done a good job this year," he said, with a knowing shake of his head. "By the way, Smith, old boy, I suppose you haven't got any razor blades you can let me have?" "Not one," said Winston. "I've been using the same blade for 6 weeks myself." "Ah, well, just thought I'd ask you, old boy." "Sorry," said Winston. The quacking voice from the next table, temporarily silenced during the ministry's announcement, had started up again, as loud as ever. For some reason, Winston suddenly found himself thinking of Mrs. Parsons, with her wispy hair and the dust in the creases of her face. Within 2 years, those children would be denouncing her to the thought police. Mrs. Parsons would be vaporized. Syme would be vaporized. Winston would be vaporized. O'Brien would be vaporized. Parsons, on the other hand, would never be vaporized. The eyeless creature with the quacking voice would never be vaporized. The little beetle-like men who scuttle so nimbly through the labyrinthine corridors of the ministries, they too would never be vaporized. And the girl with the dark hair, the girl from the fiction department, she would never be vaporized either. It seemed to him that he knew instinctively who would survive and who would perish. Though just what it was that made for survival, it was not easy to say. Thank you, Steady. Thank you very much. Looking for good story time. Ooh. We're on vaping because of the lack of cigs, I guess. It's a really good choice of book, though, I must admit. It's incredibly well written. You know when you just get books and you can't just help but admire how, like, the words just... Like, it gets coined too much where words fall off the page, but when the words really do just fall and dance around you, it's fantastic. Oh, LFG is let's go. Okay. It's not looking for good. Looking for good story time. I'm so innocent. What are my favorite types of books to read? I love reading textbooks, if I'm honest. I love reading about physics and such, and if it's not that, it's comical fantasy, like Terry Pratchett and the likes. He's my favorite author. I've mentioned it over and over again. I did like Name of the Wind. Man, I like Pat Rothfuss's book as well. Pat Rothfuss's books are really, really good. I like those with Quoth. They are very, very good books. But I must admit, I don't know if it's like kind of a rebellious nature in me or something like that, but the books that you were typically told to read in school are things that I kind of avoided. And it's the reason why I have a copy of Moby Dick. They tried to get us to read it in school, and I didn't want to read it. But I thought I should, and I bought myself a copy. Admittedly, I don't understand why I didn't go back to George Orwell, but it's just slipped my mind. I just forgot about it for that moment. Twisty, it's written really well. Too well, in my opinion, because that world is so depressing. And Orwell manages to bring that vibe over to the reader really well. Need therapy after the book. Well, I hope I don't send people into therapy reading this book. But I was going into it knowing that it wouldn't be like High Larks or something like that. I knew it would be quite an intense book. That's what it's famous for. Just remember it's fiction. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And I'll still have my optimistic view at the end of it, sweet potato. I've always actually found it quite curious. I have been told over and over again through all of my years that my naivety will fade and that I will not be able to gaze upon the world and its politics with hope. And yet I still have it. I'm kind of waiting for it to leave. I haven't discovered that moment yet. Maybe I am still too young, but I do recall people at my age now telling me these things in my time in the past. So I don't think George Orwell's book is going to send me down that vein of thought either. Although I do like books that give you food for thought. That doesn't mean I don't want to think about these kinds of... I mean, the book is a good... It's a good mental digestion. There's a lot to take in of it, and there's a lot in of it. There's a lot of symbolism in it that is easy to... like, you can almost imagine it has actually happened. The way the book is written and the way you read it, like, even though I know London is not in the way that the book is described and that Britain has not been turned into Airstrip 1, I still can read the book and think, oh my goodness, it feels like it's history. Like, it feels like it's genuine history I'm reading. The book is a warning for what could be. I would actually say the book is a warning for what could be because it's also something that has been. Like, that kind of authoritarian world has existed in human history. And I think it's almost... there's a lot of evidence to say that that kind of stuff has been happening all around the world, all the time. It's just been far away from us most of the time. It's only when it gets closer to home that you suddenly start to realize that it is the case. There always is that. But history has a habit of repeating itself. And if you look through those moments of it happening, like I said earlier, it never succeeds. It never does. They tend to collapse, and reason always rises out of it eventually. The thing is, it's time for it to get through that process. Maybe saying it's anti-propaganda is a better way. Yeah, like, it's definitely an eye-opener. I can imagine it being a piece of literature that people will shut down because it maybe scares them that they're actually falling in the line of the sheeple, as people mentioned it in the previous stream, that have kind of digressed into that sort of thought and belief. Because it's horrible to recognize something in yourself. It's even worse to have it written out in front of you. And it's even worse when you discover it yourself. Especially when you haven't taken the warning signs of the people around you over it. It's very confrontational. I can imagine a lot of people really not wanting to know this book and not wanting to have any association with it in case they discover something about themselves or their beliefs or their political views or something like that. Like, I'm very comfortable with it because I would not want a totalitarian government around me, and I feel like I would keenly observe it happening around me. But then that's the kind of, I'm that kind of threat what that target would be trying to aim for. I think when these kinds of societies start to fall apart, it takes a few of those that people associate as being well thought of or well educated to turn on their side. And that's when they start to get more and more of those little victories that kind of cascade into a larger movement. But it always repeats itself. Oh, it's happened countless times. Countless times. I know Britain has really been harped on recently for constantly saying this is all history repeating itself, but Britain did it. It's already done it. It's already been through it countless times. But I also think it's taken in the wrong way many times. I see a lot of people bring up 1984 in an anti-authority way, but that's not what Orwell intended. I don't think it's... Yeah, I wouldn't agree that it's anti-authoritarian. It seems to be... I guess I can't say until I know how the book ends or how it gets through it. But it just seems to be carrying on. I don't mean that in a bad way of like children carrying on being mischievous. I mean, it's... There's no fantastical change that I'm expecting to happen. I'm hopeful of a fantastical change beginning to happen, but I just feel like the story is going to keep going in the same limitations that the characters seem to be stuck in, which is the hard-hitting part. I don't think there is any statement against what's happening in it, just the confusion of those in it not knowing how they got there or how it came to be, and how there doesn't seem to be an escape. But it's too early for me to say. I don't know yet. I don't know how it's going to go down. Gives me the same vibe as Clockwork Orange. Clockwork Orange is a whole kettle of fish. I must admit, I would need to go through Clockwork Orange again to properly understand it again. I think my first experiences of Clockwork Orange were too young, and I haven't engaged with it since. So I think I would need to. It's another one where, like, I've seen the film, but I don't want to say or like quote on it or say I know anything of it, because I don't think I do. So it's something that I have experienced, but like this book, I don't want to proffer myself as any kind of intellectual authority behind it, I think is what I'm trying to say. I don't know it to be able to speak to people of it, I think. So I can't... I think I know the vibe you mean, Twisty, because that is kind of its like, it's not just its surface layer, it's its core layer. But it going in depth from the vibe, I couldn't. Not comfortably or confidently. It's fair enough. It feels so empty and hopeless. Yeah. Yeah. I think where I like, so if I use Clockwork Orange as an example, like I said, I've always had this naivety about me. And I'm actually kind of proud of it. I like that aspect of me. I like my hopefulness and my belief that overall people are good and things will be better, and it will get better. It's just when I start seeing things which go against it, so like Clockwork Orange or reading this book now, to me it's just so otherworldly and unbelievable. I have the optimism to say it will never get to that. It wouldn't get to that. Now, I don't know that to be true, and there is always a possibility that something can head in that manner, but I don't feel like my encouraging that thought or thinking actually helps that. I will always give it a cheerful, well, it won't be. It's weird. I've never gotten out of that. Which is very surprising considering I am somebody who has mental health issues. But many people do. So I'm often curious if I'm on self-reflection why that aspect of me always remained. Because it always seems to be something that doesn't remain in people that have had similar mental ailments to myself, like depressions and such. Dark times come and go, but they always go. Yeah, exactly. I've always thought in that manner as well. And history has proven that always happens. And the people that are associated of these dark times, or the leaders of these dark times, they always go as well. It never lasts. No one can rule from the grave. Exactly. And if you think you might get to the capacity where you can escape the grave, there will be someone who takes it from you. Except Shrek, of course. Because Shrek is love. Shrek is life. But yeah, it's a very deep thinky book. And I realize it's turned it into a very deep thinky stream, but I quite like that. I like that kind of heavy level of thinking. Oh, twisty. Another page. Okay. Here we go. So, he knew would survive and who would perish, though just what it was made for survival was not easy to say. Here we go. At this moment, he was dragged out of his reverie with a violent jerk. The girl at the next table had turned partly round and was looking at him. It was a girl with the dark hair. She was looking at him in a sidelong way, but with curious intensity. The instant she caught his eye, she looked away again. The sweat started out on Winston's backbone. A horrible pang of terror went through him. It was gone almost at once, but it left a sort of nagging uneasiness behind. Why was she watching him? Why did she keep following him about? Unfortunately, he could not remember whether she had already been at the table when he arrived, or had come there afterwards. But yesterday, at any rate, during the 2 minutes hate, she had sat immediately behind him, when there was no apparent need to do so. Quite likely her real object had been to listen to him and make sure whether he was shouting loudly enough. His earlier thought returned to him. Probably she was not actually a member of the thought police, but then it was precisely the amateur spy who was the greatest danger of all. He did not know how long she had been looking at him, but perhaps for as much as 5 minutes. And it was possible that his features had not been perfectly under control. It was terribly dangerous to let your thoughts wander when you were in any public space or within range of a telescreen. The smallest thing could give you away. A nervous tic, an unconscious look of anxiety, a habit of muttering to yourself, anything that carried with it the suggestion of abnormality, of having something to hide. In any case, to wear an improper expression on your face, to look incredulous when a victory was announced, for example, was itself a punishable offence. There was even a word for it in newspeak. Face crime, it was called. The girl had turned her back on him again. Perhaps, after all, she was not really following him about. Perhaps it was coincidence that she had sat so close to him 2 days running. His cigarette had gone out, and he laid it carefully on the edge of the table. He would finish smoking it after work, if he could keep the tobacco in it. Quite likely the person at the next table was a spy of the thought police, and quite likely he would be in the cellars of the Ministry of Love within 3 days. But a cigarette end must not be wasted. Syme had folded up his strip of paper and stowed it away in his pocket. Parsons had started talking again. Thank you, Twisty. Thank you. Oh, I didn't check out. Did we get this hour's bounty? No, we did not. I just sold the vegetable stews. I should have checked it before. Whoops. Okay. Let's get the chicken and leek pies made with the bacon sandwiches, because then we've got space in the inventory to fill the rest. So... I never really watched streams until I came across Turnip. Oh, thanks. Congrats on the top 3,900, by the way. Hey! Yep. We're doing great. We're almost at the top 3,800. Thank you. Okay, let's go. So, what are we on? 2. We need 5 bacon. We need 2 pastry. We need 2 leeks. And we need the 5 bread. Okay, and we might as well just get the vegetables. It saves us refilling everything in our cupboard that we had. I only need to take 1. Oh, no. We need 15 tools, so we'll need 7 after we're done. But that's okay. Get this started. He may be higher than that by now. That was a few hours ago, I think. Yeah, well, it was. Yeah, we've been slowly... It's definitely getting slower to climb through it. That's for sure. We're starting to hit quite a... Or no, it'll be a lack of density. There'll be fewer people that I'm skipping ahead with each going, I think. So... Look in your chat. Thanks, Twisty, for the hoot owl of boobles. Lovely. Okay, get this, and then 8. I kind of want to buy the vegetables, because if I take it out of the bank, it's going to mess up the inventory quantities. So I wonder if I just dash out and buy. Because we need 7. And it seems ridiculous. I need to remember to bake the pies as well before I run off thinking they're made. So we'll just get the 7 more vegetables. Here we go. Perfect. Lovely. But yeah, we might actually be a bit higher. And are we close to cooking level? Not quite, but we're getting there. We're getting there. Okay. How are we doing? How are we doing? Bum, 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 bum. Lovely. 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 But I appreciate the comment, Twisty. You never really watched streams until you came across me. I'm glad I'm just that right amount of different. Which was what I was hoping to set out to be. Although, I don't know. About that, exactly. Tried using XP potions. I keep forgetting, and like I'm not racing any grind or anything, so I'll just keep the money and be a little richer. I think I could make the potions, I suppose, but it was a pain in the butt, and I grew quickly to dislike doing that. But Sea Potato has their page up, so here we go. So Bursons had begun talking again. "Did I ever tell you, old boy," he said, chuckling round the stem of his pipe, "about the time when those 2 nippers of mine set fire to the old market woman's skirt because they saw her wrapping up sausages in a poster of BB? Sneaked up behind her and set fire to it with a box of matches. Burned her quite badly, I believe. Little beggars, eh? But keen as mustard. That's a first-rate training they give them in the spies nowadays. Better than in my day, even." There we go. "What do you think of the latest thing they served them out with? Ear trumpets for listening through keyholes. My little girl brought one home the other night. Tried it out on our sitting room door and reckoned she could hear twice as much as with her ear in the hole. Of course, it's only a toy, mind you. Still, gives them the right idea, eh?" At this moment, the telescreen let out a piercing whistle. It was the signal to return to work. All 3 men sprang to their feet to join the struggle round the lifts, and the remaining tobacco fell out of Winston's cigarette. Chapter 6. So, we'll do a little bit of a bonus page because it fell off. Seems to happen to yourself, Sea Potato. It just seems to cut you short on your pages, so here we go. 1984, Chapter 6. Winston was writing in his diary. It was 3 years ago. It was on a dark evening in a narrow side street near one of the big railway stations. She was standing near a doorway in the wall, under a street lamp that hardly gave any light. She had a young face, painted very thick. It was really the paint that appealed to me. The whiteness of it, like a mask, and the bright red lips. Party women never paint their faces. There was nobody else in the street, and no telescreens. She said $2. For the moment, it was too difficult to go on. He shut his eyes and pressed his fingers against them, trying to squeeze out the vision that kept recurring. He had an almost overwhelming temptation to shout a string of filthy words at the top of his voice, or to bang his head against the wall, to kick over the table and hurl the ink pot through the window, to do any violent or noisy or painful thing that might black out the memory that was tormenting him. Your worst enemy, he reflected, was your own nervous system. At any moment, the tension inside you was liable to translate itself into some visible symptom. He thought of a man whom he had passed in the street a few weeks back. A quite ordinary-looking man, a party member, aged 35 to 40, tallish and thin, carrying a briefcase. They were a few meters apart when the left side of the man's face was suddenly contorted by a sort of spasm. It happened again, just as they were passing one another. It was only a twitch, a quiver, rapid as the clicking of a camera shutter, but obviously habitual. He remembered thinking at the time, "Poor devil is done for." And what was frightening was the action was quite possibly unconscious. The most deadly danger of all was talking in your sleep. There was no way of guarding against that, so far as he could see. He drew his breath and went on writing. Lovely. Thank you very much, Sea Potato. Thank you. Bonus page. My bonus pages are like the extra fries in the bag. Oh, that is good. And you always eat them, or I always eat them straight out the bag. You don't add them back to the little fries box. You don't put them on the plate or spill them over into the burger box or whatever you're doing with them. You just eat them straight out the bag. They're like freebies that must be consumed at that moment. I am going to Rocky Road a lot in these bounties. I probably shouldn't complain. It's kind of a nice bit of experience, but it is quite a trek. There we go. Halfway saved up for a page. Got some spare turnips I can have. A potato. I redeem mine as soon as I get 300. Oh, that's kind of cool. I like that. I don't know why I think that's cool, but I just like it. It's cool. The pies. Robin again. There we go. Lots of ding-a-lings. We're almost at 45. It's actually... I see what people mean. These bounty boards are really worth doing. Oh, Ron's in with a page as well. Oh, Twisty and Potato will be pleased with you, Ron. They will be. I will wait till we're back in the kitchen, shall we? It'll just be a bit easier than trying to read it and navigate the map at the same time. But I'm sure you'll forgive me, or I hope you will. Marvelous. Oh, Turnip! I have a recommendation you might find interesting. Dante's Purgatory, Inferno, and Paradise. Oh! They are also things I haven't read. And they are... They must be in public domain. I think I've heard of most of these as well. They must be. Sea Potato, I am very pleased with you, Ron. Excellent. Ron, forever sneaky there. I must admit that caught me off guard. I wasn't ready for another bid outside of Twisty and Potato. I got too comfortable with their bids, and Ron comes in and does it again. Always when I least expect it. Ooh. Ooh, 45. Delightful. Okay. I'm not going to Chronopolis. Stop trying to teleport to Chronopolis. 625, 20 levels today. Wow, okay. Bad, not bad. So, how are we doing? Oh, 3815. Not quite top 3800 yet. Not quite. Close, but not quite. Here we go. Defo public domain, written in the 13th century. Okay, yeah, it must be. Admittedly, selling my ignorance. Oh, it's for the barracks. Too busy thinking of the quartermaster. Beautiful beard. Ron, I should be requesting credits for my overpayments yesterday, so I can get more pages. Well, it's you know, if you got it in a receipt or anything, Ron, without a receipt, you know, it's quite difficult to trace these things, or can we say it happened then? Almost 50 cooking. Cooking Cape might be the best looking. Nah, probably won't get it. That's the one I rock. I'm happy with my detective. I've got my detective. I'll keep my detective. There we go. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Ron's page. Here we are, folks. Thank you, Ron. So, he drew his breath and went on writing. I went with her through the doorway and across a backyard into a basement kitchen. There was a bed against the wall and a lamp on the table, turned down very low. His teeth were set on edge. He would have liked to spit, simultaneously with the woman in the basement kitchen, he thought, of Catherine, his wife. Winston was married, had been married, at any rate. Probably he still was married, so far as he knew his wife was not dead. He seemed to breathe again, the warm, stuffy odour of the basement kitchen, an odour compounded of bugs and dirty clothes and villainous cheap scent, but nevertheless alluring. Because no woman of the party ever used scent, or could be imagined as doing so. Only the proles used scent. In his mind, the smell of it was inextricably mixed up with fornication. When he had gone with that woman, it had been for his first lapse in 2 years, or thereabouts. Consorting with prostitutes was forbidden, of course, but it was one of those rules that you could occasionally nerve yourself to break it. It was dangerous, but it was not a life and death matter. To be caught with a prostitute might mean 5 years in a forced labour camp, not more, if you had committed no other offence. And it was easy enough, provided that you could avoid being caught in the act. The poorer quarters swarmed with women who were ready to sell themselves. Some could even be purchased for a bottle of gin, which the proles were not supposed to drink. Tacitly, the party was even inclined to encourage prostitution as an outlet for instincts which could not be altogether suppressed. Mere debauchery did not matter very much, so long as it was furtive and joyless and only involved the women of a submerged and despised class. The unforgivable crime was promiscuity between party members. But, though this was one of the crimes that the accused in the Great Purges invariably confessed to, it was difficult to imagine any such thing actually happening. The aim of the party was not merely to prevent men and women from forming loyalties, which it might not be able to control. Its real, undeclared purpose was to remove all pleasure from the sexual act. Not love so much as eroticism was the enemy, inside marriage as well as outside it. All marriages between party members had to be approved by a committee appointed for the purpose, and, though the principle was never really stated, permission was always refused if the couple concerned gave the impression of being physically attracted to one another. The only recognized purpose of marriage was to beget children for the service of the party. Sexual intercourse was to be looked on as a slightly disgusting minor operation, like having an enema. This, again, was never put into plain words, but in an indirect way it was rubbed into every party member from childhood onwards. There were even organisations such as the Junior Anti-Sex League, which advocated complete celibacy for both sexes. All children were to be begotten by artificial insemination, ArtSem it was called in Newspeak, and brought up in public institutions. This, Winston was aware, was not meant altogether seriously, but somehow it fitted with the general ideology of the party. The party was trying to kill the sex instinct, or, if it could not be killed, then to distort it and dirty it. He did not know why this was so, but it seemed natural that it should be so. And as far as the women were concerned, the party's efforts were largely successful. Thank you, Ron. There we go. Helps pass by the vegetable stews. I got a sexy page. Hell yeah. This is what it's going to be now. People are like, I hope I bid for a sexy page. Oh my. You are frightfully naughty, I must say. Okay. What are we on? Right. So it is 3:40. So what I will say, it is getting quite early. Yes, it is for me as well, Steady. It's easy to get lost in this. So I will have about, I'll say a good 20 minutes left. So if people want to bid, put pages in, or with the turnips, or if anybody is happy to offer me a follow or anything like that, we'll get those pages in, and I'll definitely make sure those pages are read before I disappear. But once that is done, I will probably be raiding you onto somebody else. Hopefully somebody lovely, hopefully somebody you enjoy. But yes, I think we will have to start thinking in that direction, or I could keep this going all day. It's so easy for me to fall into the fun of it. So that's perfect timing. I was going to bed in 20 minutes too. Okay. Well, if people want to get the pages in, go for it, and I will add a page as well. So there will always be a page at the end of it. I realize people might be low on turnips, but those that have watched me for a long time surely have some to spare to help you all out, I'm sure. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge, wink, wink. And I'll see what I want to offer for the subscribely ones. I think 2 pages for subscribes a bit low. I might up that to about 5. Might do that. That could be very dangerous when I Lost is in the room though, because my goodness. Twisty Turnip told me he doesn't really do late streams and it was an exception. I have not seen him stop the stream before 4 AM yet. Yesterday it was a bit earlier, wasn't it? I was off earlier yesterday, I thought. I thought it was. Maybe it wasn't. I don't remember now, Twisty. You're making me doubt myself. I may have actually went on later. No, don't deposit. Just open. Yeah. Yeah, I don't actually recall. Could very well have been. I will be very pleased with whoever redeems a page. Redeem a page now, someone, please. I'm glad you're enjoying it. And then, like, don't worry too much. I will be back tomorrow. We'll be doing more. So I've got tomorrow and Sunday. In fact, Sunday, I don't think I've got much going on that day. So I might even start in the middle of the day and go on from there. It might be an extra long stream on Sunday. I don't know yet. I'll have to see. Okay, Ron got a page in. Twisty is looking for good. I can't see it as anything else but looking for good now that I got it wrong. Looking for good. Okay, we've got one page. I will put them all together. So you've got 2 pages. I said I'd give a bonus page as well, so that's 2 pages we got. Very pleased with Ron, as usual. Ron is definitely been hoarding some turnips, I think. If they've got spare. I live to please. Yep. And you do, like, you have to time it right, because there's 5 minutes to wait between the bids. So at 3:50, you'll have to hope somebody gets it in. If you don't time it right, you're not maximizing on your page returns. That's the trouble. You know, that's the grinding thinking right there. I live to please and merch. Always merchanting. Always. Could be keeping that cooldown, but is there a possibility to make it into personal so there can be multiple persons, but not lump pages from the same person? I will have a look. Steady, that is a very good question. That is a very good question. And that is still... it does not look like it. It looks like if I... It doesn't seem to be per person, Steady. It looks like it's... The limitations I can only put is how many times people can do it per stream, which I definitely don't want to do, because how long do I know the stream's going to be? I never really have a set time. And I can limit the redemptions per user, per stream. But that just limits how many times you can do it. Again, something I don't want to do, but there's no limit time per user. Unfortunately. But this is kind of why I wanted to put in the bonus page myself, though. So that there was always something extra. Because that's 2 pages you've got now. If somebody gets one in 3 minutes, that'll be 3 pages. And I'll probably have to start reading them off by 55, which will... a potential 4 pages, so you could actually get we could get a fair amount. I couldn't, if we got 16 pages again, there's no way I could get that done before the hour, which is when people are apparently going to sleep. So For next stream, I mean. Oh yeah, I'll have a double check and just make sure I'm actually reading it right. I could be getting it wrong, but it doesn't look like it. But I can have a more thorough search. Maybe there's somebody who's found a jiggery-pokery way of doing it. It'll be maybe other means, other tools or something I can use. Who knows? Never say never. But I could do as Kel's done. I could beg in the kitchen if anybody wants to follow, but I don't like doing that. I'm only just starting to get a little bit okay with asking people to follow in my stream, far less shouting it in the game. And plus, they were getting to 500. What would I be getting it for? There we go, steady. Nicely done. 3 pages. We got 3 pages. After the next 5 minutes, I will start reading them. Or I might just start reading them as we're approaching it. I can do it whilst I'm grinding. I don't know why I'm restricting it like that. But we're up to 3 pages. There we go. It's because it's getting to the sexy parts, isn't it? That's what the frenzy is. Ephraim, oh wow, I was camping it and you got it before me. Oh, Ephraim's in on the case as well. Fighting for the slot, okay. Steady as fast on those fingers. You should see how fast they clip my blunders. Okay. Right. On the next set of vegetables, I will start reading because it is 4 pages. I don't think it's like... Yeah, it's usually about a minute or so on each page, so... We'll do that. Well, I wouldn't. Are we sure? Wouldn't call them blunders, more like happy accidents. Well, we could get philosophical upon it, but I goof a lot. I make a lot of goofs. Right. Okay, we'll start reading out the pages, and that should line us up for the last one as well, if somebody chimes it in. So here we go. He thought again of Catherine. It must be 9, 10, nearly 11 years since they had parted. It was curious how seldom he thought of her. For days at a time, he was capable of forgetting that he had even never married. They had only been together for about 15 months. The party did not permit divorce, but it rather encouraged separation in cases where there were no children. Catherine was a tall, fair-haired girl, very straight with splendid movements. She had a bold, aquiline face, a face that one might have called noble, until one discovered that there was a nearly as impossible nothing behind it. Very early in her married life, he had decided, though perhaps it was only he knew her more intimately than he knew most people, that she had, without exception, the most stupid, vulgar, empty mind that he had ever encountered. She had not a thought in her head that was not a slogan, and there was no impeccability, or imbecility, absolutely none, that she was not capable of swallowing if the party handed it out to her. The human soundtrack, he nicknamed her in his own mind, yet he could have endured living with her if it had not been for just one thing: sex. As soon as he touched her, she seemed to wince and stiffen. To embrace her was like embracing a jointed wooden image, and what was strange was that even when she was clasping him against her, he had the feeling that she was simultaneously pushing him away with all her strength. The rigidity of her muscles managed to convey that impression. She would lie there with shut eyes, neither resisting nor cooperating, but submitting. It was extraordinarily embarrassing and, after a while, horrible. But even then, he could have borne living with her if it had been agreed that they should remain celibate. But curiously enough, it was Catherine who refused this. They must, she said, produce a child if they could. So the performance continued to happen once a week, quite regularly, whenever it was not impossible. She even used to remind him of it in the morning, as something which had to be done that evening which must not be forgotten. She had two names for it. One was making a baby, and the other was our duty to the party. Yes, she had actually used that phrase. Quite soon, he grew to have a feeling of positive dread when the appointed day came around, but luckily, no child appeared, and in the end she agreed to give up trying, and soon afterwards, they parted. Winston sighed inaudibly. He picked up his pen again and wrote. She threw herself down on the bed, and at once, without any kind of preliminary in the moot course, horrible way you can imagine, pulled up her skirt. Ooh. Finished his writing. Okay, Twisty got the other page in. Okay. That should bring us all the way to the end, I think. We'll just get the other veggies on the go. Snoo, snoo! Yes. She pulled up her skirt and he stuttered. He saw himself standing there in the dim light, with the smell of bugs and cheap scent in his nostrils, and in his heart a feeling of defeat and resentment which even at that moment was mixed up with the thought of Catherine's white body, frozen forever by the hypnotic power of the party. Why did it always have to be like this? Why could he not have a woman of his own instead of these filthy scuffles at intervals for years? But a real love affair was an almost unthinkable event. The women of the party were all alike. Chastity was as deep ingrained in them as party loyalty. By careful early conditioning, by games and cold water, by rubbish that was dinned in them at school and in the spies and the youth league, by lectures, parades, songs, slogans, and martial music, the natural feeling had been driven out of them. His reason told him that there must be exceptions, but his heart did not believe it. They were all impregnable, as the party intended that they should be. And what he wanted, more even than to be loved, was to break down that wall of virtue, even if it were only once in his whole life. The sexual act, successfully performed, was rebellion. Desire was thought crime, even to have awakened Catherine. If he could have achieved it, would have been like a seduction, although she was his wife. But the rest of the story had got to be written down. He wrote, I turned up the lamp when I saw her in the light. After the darkness, the feeble light of the paraffin lamp had seemed very bright. For the first time, he could see the woman properly. He had taken a step toward her and then halted, full of lust and terror. He was painfully conscious of the risk he had taken in coming here. It was perfectly possible that the patrols would catch him on the way out. For that matter, they might be waiting outside the door at this moment. If he went away without even doing what he had come to do, it had got to be written down. It had got to be confessed. What he had suddenly seen in the lamplight was the woman was old. The paint was plastered so thick on her face that it looked as though it might crack like a cardboard mask. There were streaks of white in her hair, but the truly dreadful detail was that her mouth had fallen a little open, revealing nothing except a cavernous blackness. She had no teeth at all. He wrote hurriedly in the scrabbled handwriting. When I saw her in the light, she was quite an old woman, 50 years old at least. But I went ahead and did it, just the same. He pressed his fingers against his eyelids again. He had written it down at last. But it made no difference. The therapy had not worked. The urge to shout filthy words at the top of his voice was as strong as ever. Chapter 7. Okay. So how are you enjoying the book reading on stream? I like the book reading on stream. It's definitely... I mean, it definitely suits with Brighter Shores, and I like reading. I like talking, and if people like hearing it, I mean, why stop? It's fun. I'm liking it. If there is hope, wrote Winston, it lies in the prose. If there was hope, it must lie in the prose. Because only there in those swarming, disregarded masses, 85% of the population of Oceania, could the force to destroy the party ever be generated. The party could not be overthrown from within. Its enemies, if it had enemies, had no way of coming together or even of identifying one another. Even if the legendary Brotherhood existed, as just possibly it might, it was inconceivable that its members could ever assemble in larger numbers than 2s and 3s. Rebellion meant a look in the eyes, an inflection of the voice at the most, an occasional whispered word, but the proles, if only they could somehow become conscious of their own strength, would have no need to conspire. They needed only to rise up and shake themselves like a horse shaking off flies. If they could choose, they would blow the party to pieces tomorrow morning. Surely, sooner or later, it must occur to them to do it. And yet. Old Dusty Radio, thank you for the follow. And people will be pleased that adds a page. Technically, it's on time, so it adds a page as well that I have to read off before signing off. Thank you for the follow. Thank you very, very much. I hope you're well. He remembered how once he had been walking down a crowded street when a tremendous shout of hundreds of voices, women's voices, had burst from a side street a little way ahead. It was a great, formidable cry of anger and despair, a deep, loud, "Oh!" that went humming on, that went humming on like the reverberation of a bell. His heart had leapt. It started, he had thought, a riot. The proles are breaking loose at last. When he had reached the spot, it was to see a mob of 200 or 300 women crowding round the stalls of a street market with faces as tragic as though they had been doomed passengers on a sinking ship. But at this moment, the general's despair broke down into a multitude of individual quarrels. It appeared that one of the stalls had been selling tin saucepans. They were wretched, flimsy things, but cooking pots of any kind were always difficult to get. Now the supply had unexpectedly given out. The successful women, bumped and jostled by the rest, were trying to make off with their saucepans, with dozens of others clamoured round the stall, accusing the stallkeeper of favouritism, and of having more saucepans somewhere in reserve. There was a fresh outburst of yells. 2 bloated women, one of them with their hair coming down, had got hold of the same saucepan and were trying to tear it out of one another's hands. For a moment, they were both tugging, and then the handle came off. Winston watched them disgustedly, and yet, just for a moment, what almost frightening power had sounded in that cry from only a few hundred throats. Why was it they could never shout like that about anything that mattered? He wrote, "Until they become conscious, they will never rebel. And until after they have rebelled, they cannot become conscious." Here we go. Very pleased. Another page. Well done, stranger. Got something that might interest you, stranger. Okay, looks like we're going through another round. Here we go, guys. That, he reflected, might almost have been a transcription from one of the party textbooks. The party claimed, of course, to have liberated the proles from bondage, Before the revolution, they had been hideously oppressed by the capitalists. They had been starved and flogged. Women had been forced to work in the coal mines. Women still did work in the coal mines, as a matter of fact. Children had been sold into the factories at the age of 6. But simultaneously true to the principles of doublethink, the party taught that the proles were natural inferiors who must be kept in subjection. Like animals, by the application of a few simple rules, in reality, very little was known about the proles. It was not necessary to know much, so long as they continued to work and breed. Their other activities were without importance. Left to themselves, like cattle turned loose upon the plains of Argentina, they had reverted to a style of life that appeared to be natural to them, a sort of ancestral pattern. They were born, they grew up in the gutters, they went to work at 12, they passed through a brief blossoming period of beauty and sexual desire, they married at 20, they were middle-aged at 30, they died. For the most part, at 60. Heavy physical work, the care for the home and children, petty quarrels with neighbours, films, football, beer, and above all, gambling, filled up the horizon of their minds. To keep them in control was not difficult. A few agents of the thought police moved always among them, spreading false rumours and marking down and eliminating the few individuals who were judged capable of becoming dangerous. But no attempt was made to indoctrinate them with the ideology of the party. It's not desirable that the proles should have strong political feelings. All that was required of them was a primitive patriotism, which could be appealed to whenever it was necessary to make them accept longer working hours or shorter rations. And even when they became discontented, as they sometimes did, their discontent led nowhere, because being without general ideas, they could only focus on the petty specific grievances. The larger evils invariably escaped their notice. The great majority of proles did not even have telescreens in their homes. Even the civil police interfered with them very little. There was a vast amount of criminality in London, a whole world within a world of thieves, bandits, prostitutes, drug peddlers, and the racketeers of every description. But since it all happened among the proles themselves, it was of no importance. In all questions of morals, they were allowed to follow their ancestral code. The sexual puritanism of the party was not imposed upon them. Promiscuity went unpunished. Divorce was permitted. For that matter, even religious worship would have been permitted if the proles had thrown any sign of needing or wanting it. They were beneath suspicion. As the party's slogan put it, proles and animals are free. Winston reached down and cautiously scratched his varicose ulcer. It had begun itching again. The thing you invariably came back to was the impossibility of knowing what life before the revolution had really been like. He took out of the drawer a copy of a children's history textbook which he had borrowed from Mrs. Parsons, and began copying a passage into the diary. Okay. And thanks to old Dusty Daddio. Sorry, Dusty Daddio, not Dusty Radio. Sorry. You wouldn't have thought I got new glasses. We have one more page to add to that as well. So, one more page. But I do have to call it at that, because now we are running over. So, here we go. In the old days, it ran, before the glorious revolution, London was not the beautiful city that we know today. It was a dark, dirty, miserable place where hardly anybody had enough to eat, and where hundreds and thousands of poor people had no boots on their feet and not even a roof to sleep under. Children no older than you had to work 12 hours a day for cruel masters who flogged them with whips if they worked too slowly, and fed them on nothing but stale bread crusts and water. But in among all this terrible poverty, there were just a few great big beautiful houses that were lived in by rich men who had as many as 30 servants to look after them. These rich men were called capitalists. They were fat, ugly men with wicked faces, like the one in the picture on the opposite page. You can see that he is dressed in a long black coat, which is called a frock coat, and a queer, shiny hat shaped like a stovepipe, which was called a top hat. This was the uniform of the capitalists, and no one else was allowed to wear it. The capitalists owned everything in the world, and everyone else was their slave. They owned all the land, all the houses, all the factories, and all of the money. If anyone disobeyed them, they could throw them into prison, or they could take his job away and starve him to death. When any ordinary person spoke to a capitalist, he had to cringe and bow to him, and take off his cap and address him as Sir. The chief of all the capitalists was called the king. But he knew the rest of the catalogue. There would be mention of the bishops in their lawn sleeves, the judges in their ermine robes, the pillory, the stocks, the treadmill, the cat o' nine tails, the Lord Mayor's banquet, and the practice of kissing the Pope's toe. There was also something called the jus primae noctis, which would probably not be mentioned in the textbook for children. It was the law by which every capitalist had the right to sleep with any woman working in one of his factories. How could you tell how much of it was lies? It might be true that the average human was better off now than they had been before the revolution. The only evidence to the contrary was the mute protest in your own bones, the instinctive feeling that the conditions you lived in were intolerable, and that at some other time they must have been different. It struck him that the truly characteristic thing about modern life was not its cruelty and insecurity, but simply its bareness, its dinginess, its listlessness. Life, if you look about you, bore no resemblance not only to the lies that streamed out of the telescreens, but even to the ideals that the party was trying to achieve. There we go. Okay, guys. Thank you so much for joining me today. That was fun. I liked it. I think Wash is asking out as well, so probably very good timing on all fronts. So, I think we'll do a little ready poo. I've got a double E pagey up here. Okay, you're very welcome for the stream, Steady. Thank you so much. Thanks for joining me, guys. Old Dusty Daddy, thank you for the follow. Sparty MC, thank you for the follow as well. Aranel and Heraga57, two Lil Windex for the follow and the raid as well. And thank you so much for taking part in the book reading, guys. The list is so filled. It's joyous to see. It's so good to see. Thank you. It's been fun. I will be back on tomorrow and Sunday as well, and I think I'll keep this going. This was fun. We'll keep it going. So I'll do a little raid poo. I haven't actually looked. There's a big collab going on, so we'll pick someone else. I guess. Ratsplat is on. Or does anybody have a suggestion? Like I was rated on a suggestion. Does anybody else have a suggestion? Anybody else know anyone they like or would like me to raid as well while I sell these stews and find I might just do those louse, to be honest, instead of it's expensive doing the cooking passive. So yeah. But here we go. Oh, it's a big collab as well. Whoosh. Do 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 do. Here we go. Lovely. I don't know if we get to. Well, that wasn't the way I wanted to end. That was a little unfair. Thanks, OBS, for that. Okay, that was a... a little strange. I'll see to make sure if... Oh no! Can you see me? Oh no! Okay, I think it's back. Add right now. Okay, sorry. Sorry about that. What a cracking way to end on. There's a shaky start to the stream as well, so here we go. Let's just pick anyone before OBS decides to do thing again. So, you know what? I ignored Kells earlier. I know. I'm sorry. I find it difficult to choose. So, and I did ignore them earlier. So, thank you so much, guys, for joining me today. Thank you so much. I hope to see you all again soon. We'll do a lot more reading. And I'll see you then. Be good. Be kind. Toodles.